smoking gelato right now, you know what I'm talking about?
It's Xavier, Jordan.
$12 a blunt. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My nigga in the room before I knew where I was at. We were catching Nobly, I was on the block chasing stacks. I was in the schoolhouse, had that scrap in my backpack. Teacher get on the nigga ass, fuck it, I'm skipping class. Ayy, back to the block, I'm back to the hood, it's back to that bacon, nigga. Back to the bacon. Now I ain't playing, I ride with the K, and it's all safety, nigga. The richest nigga in the room without a bank account. The realest nigga when I move, X everybody around. I ain't gotta shout, ain't gotta make no noise. I just make one phone call and hit up my boy. You know yo come through in that 2-seat. He got Vino with him, that boy got 2 hits. I just hit Lil Savage up, he blowing reefer. City got a new plug and he cheap. He Sosa just shot me a test, got what I wanted. Told him pull up, I got cash, don't do no front. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. The realest nigga in the room and I ain't got a lot. Nigga crawl a can, he gotta die. Put that on Mom Deuce, you know that I'm talking. Shout out to that Deuce, my little nigga bloody. Still in the mound with some folks, nigga. In my crib, niggas cut throats, nigga. You know what the bid, come and get a boat. I got gas, I got Reggie, I got blow. In the summertime, I'm still serving snow. DJ for the high, I don't do the low. Can with the move if it make a profit. That boy coming brown, so we call it Bobby. State props, ABM, but the team's the rock. I'm like Shaq to these youngins, I still get the blocks. All these bitches jockey, whole team fly like choppers. And we came with choppers, keep big macs just like whoppers. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. Smoking gelato right now, you know what I'm talking about?
It's Xavier, Jordan.
$12 a blunt. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room.
Man, they just trying to get with the trap. Trippin', big trippin', big trippin'. See, all of my niggas been trippin'. Trippin', big trippin', big trippin'. See, all of my niggas been trippin'. So your ass off it trippin'. So your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house to store. Damn, my niggas been trappin'. Got a 9-to-5, nigga. What you call that shit? That's trappin'. Trappin', 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 trappin'. See, all of my niggas been trappin'. So your ass off it trappin'. So your ass without the plastic. Damn. If you got a 9-to-5, what you call that shit? That's trappin'. Nigga about the body off the speed. This shit need to kill.
Came from the corner, nigga. Bustin' pounds of marijuana, nigga. I just came from Arizona, nigga. Went to Denver, ran across the plug. Way back Back in 10, I was selling drugs. I'm a street nigga, get plenty love. 4,000 rats with my Fendi plug. Still trying to run up a Billy truck. Back in the day, I was getting it up. Now every day, nigga, live it up. I ain't make shit off this rap shit. I'm in the trap with the lemon squeeze. Bitch, I came up off of selling peas. I know some niggas who copping keys. I know some niggas that were trapping, nigga. Now they locked up and they copping pleas. Bustin' jug while I'm in the street. These Gucci's on a nigga feet. If I'm broke, then I can't sleep. Run it up, bitch, I gotta eat. I know these niggas can't take me. Never let no nigga make me. Never let no bitch break me. Never let no nigga ape me.
Trappin', been trappin', see all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off in traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house to store, damn, my niggas been trappin'. Got a 9 to 5, nigga, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Trappin', see all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off in traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Damn, if you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Holla Lucimo, if you need Simo. He'll make a nigga tuck that chain like he Debo. You niggas saving hoes a hero, bitch. We just take money like Cheeto, bitch. Take a couple shots, you niggas can't block. I just call that shit a fit though. Damn, I just kill a beat every damn time. Murder this shit, man, this shit is a crime. Snow this boy up, man, they call it a line. TOE, man, you know, mouth in my pride. Man, this beat, man, this shit murder, bitch. True to the game, you see murder, bitch. Jump up over the game like a herder. Push heels off in your back like a turtle. This shit is murder, we straight back to kill it. Hell yeah, every nigga that I'm grilling. Everybody that I'm with, that I'm grilling. Every nigga get their cheese and they willing. You can catch me at the BP. Get your binoculars, see me. Hell yeah, hands up, it's a touchdown, little nigga, a TD. Bitch. Trappin', been trappin', see all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off in traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house to store, damn, my niggas been trappin'. Got a 9 to 5, nigga, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Trappin', see all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off in traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Damn, if you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Nigga about to body off the beat, this shit need a casket. Damn.
Yo, what's up, Penny? What's good?
Hey, man, what's up?
Man, nothing much. Ryan Garcia is trying to find a way out of this fight with Tank Davis, man. I'm disappointed in Oscar De La Hoya. He's always, doing this. When it came to making a fight with Munguia and Charlo, Oscar is preventing. He's stopping big fights, man. I'm fed up with Oscar, bro.
But, hey, you got to understand what they're asking for. Like, I heard that, as I was saying last week, it was about the rematch clause, right? So what they're saying is if Ryan Garcia wins, the rematch has to be with the zone because he won.
He shouldn't even get a rematch. Like, if Ryan Garcia, like with Haney and Kambosos, Haney had to take the offer. He didn't have a rematch clause. Haney didn't have no rematch clause.
Yeah, but it's different though, H, because
how is it different when Haney was a champion and Devin Haney was a champion?
No, because the thing is, the difference is that I don't think Kambosos had a. I don't think he had I don't think he was aligned to any promotional company. Whereas in this situation here with Tank and Ryan, they both have strong promotional companies backing them. So it would be fair. They're already making a concession by fighting for Showtime in their first fight, and also the Zone has spent a lot of money on Ryan. So they said, okay, you fight Tank with Showtime, but if you win, the rematch has to be with the Zone. Isn't that fair? Like, I think that's more than fair. In fact, they're giving up. In fact, you know what? The Zone could have easily said, "Nah, stuff."
Nah, it's not fair, man.
It has to be. It has to be.
It's
What's it called?
nah. Listen. Did Devin Haney have a rematch clause? No, he did not. It was a one-way rematch clause with George Kambosos. The same thing with Dimitri Bivol. Canelo Alvarez was the A side. Only if Canelo lost, there was a rematch clause. There wasn't no rematch clause if Bivol lost the fight. If Bivol would have lost to Canelo, he would have never got a rematch. If Devin Haney would have lost to Kambosos, there was no rematch clause. Why is Ryan Garcia trying to get a rematch clause if he's the B side?
Or why did not have? Didn't he say that just to solve his?
No, answer my question. You just ignored my question, bro. Why is Ryan Garcia the B side trying to get a rematch? Did Devin Haney? Did he say I want a rematch with Kambosos? Did he? No. Did Usyk get a rematch clause with Joshua? No, it was a one-way rematch. So why is Ryan trying to get a rematch? Answer that question for me.
Because he's not the B side. He is the
Ryan is the B side. Tank is the A side. Ryan been calling out Tank for all of these years. Huh?
This is not a clear A side.
Yes, it is. It's by far. First of all, Ryan Garcia ain't never been a champion. Ryan Garcia has never fought on pay-per-view. Ryan Garcia, he doesn't generate more money than Tank. So how is it? This is an obvious clear A side. Are you serious? You must be joking, right?
No. It's kind of like, I'll give you an example. It's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like a Mayweather Mosley type of a fight where
no, it's not. No, it's not.
No. In terms of like the A side, B side, sort of a speak, they're not the same. But you know what I mean. Like I'll explain it to you. It's kind of like, so for example, Mosley has on his own, right? He's not really a pay-per-view star. Like if you see his cards where he's the A side and it's a pay-per-view, most of them flopped, right? Even the Mayorga fight flopped. But if you put him in with someone like a Mayweather or a Pacquiao, because he's like an A what do you call an A2 type of a fighter, the pay-per-view does well. Like if you look at the Mayweather Mosley and Pacquiao Mosley, all of those are well above $1 million pay-per-view buys, right? So it's kind of like with Ryan Garcia. If you put him in with someone who's like a bona fide pay-per-view fighter, right, like Tank, the pay-per-view will do well because for example, if you put Tank against Pitbull Cruz, it will not do well, right? The pay-per-view will not do well. But if you put him in with Ryan Garcia, right, the pay-per-view will do well because
Little Penny, are you serious? Ryan Garcia has never even done a pay-per-view. Ryan Garcia has never even been a champion. Ryan Garcia has done nothing in the sport of boxing. What has he done for you to even consider him as an A side against somebody like Tank?
No, I didn't say it was the A side.
Tank
I said it
just set a record in DC.
I didn't say it was the A side. I said it was the A2.
Ain't no A2. He's a B side. He's a B side.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tank just beat out the Beatles in that DC arena, bro. What is he talking about?
Dude, if say for example, if Tank fights Pitbull Cruz in a rematch, it'll probably do about 200, 250.
All right, so what is Ryan gonna do?
But if Tank
Ryan has not been
Ryan Garcia,
this is Ryan. Wait, Little Penny. This is Ryan's first pay-per-view with Tank.
No, that doesn't matter.
Tank's been on pay-per-view without Ryan.
Wasn't Canelo's first pay-per-view was against Mayweather? Didn't that do 2.4 million?
What does that got to do with Ryan though?
No, because it's the same because he's got a pull. Because the before Mayweather fought Canelo, Mayweather fought Victor Ortiz, right? I think that did barely $1 million. He fights Canelo. His first pay-per-view did 2.4 million.
Yeah, but he did pay-per-views without Canelo. He did million pay-per-views with Manny Pacquiao. He did 1 million pay-per-views with Oscar De La Hoya. He did 1 million pay-per-views with Floyd Mayweather.
That was after. That was after. Mayweather fought Mayweather.
But the fact is Mayweather, he's done millions of pay-per-views without Canelo. He's done millions of pay-per-views without Oscar.
Yeah. No. Before he fought Oscar, he couldn't even reach 500,000 pay-per-view.
I know, I understand that, but after Oscar, he still did $1 million with Canelo. He did $1 million with Pacquiao. Yeah,
because he fought Oscar first. Same thing with Pacquiao. He didn't reach 500,000 pay-per-view buys until he fought Oscar. So it's the same.
Yeah.
Theory, right?
So with Ryan, he hasn't been on pay-per-view. Period. This is his first time fighting Tank.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, but he still has a pull though. He's a popular guy, right? Kind of like with Canelo back in the days before he fought Mayweather. I can't remember him being on pay-per-view. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But once he fought Mayweather, right? Instead of Mayweather doing 900 or 1 million pay-per-view buys, he does 2.2, I think, right? And that's because of Canelo, right? Even a majority of it is, even though Mayweather was the A side, Canelo is a pull. Because if you do 1 million pay-per-view buys, right, normally, and then you fight Canelo and it does 2.4 million, well, the reason is Canelo. It's your opponent, right? So it's kind of like here with Ryan Garcia and Tank. If Tank fights Pitbull Cruz or whoever he fights, it will only do 200, 250, right? Max 300. Let's say max 300,000. But if he fights Ryan Garcia, it will probably do 1 million, right? So the reason is Ryan Garcia and him and Tank Davis also. You know what I mean? So that gives him a little bit of a leverage, you know. So when he asks for a rematch, where the rematch is at the Zone, I think it's fair because the first fight is at Showtime, and if he wins, right, it should be at the Zone because that's his network, that's his partner. I don't see. Or didn't Ryan Garcia also say?
Why? I don't understand why is he even complaining in the first place. When Devin Haney was offered a contract with Kambosos, did Devin Haney complain? No, he signed the contract. He took the same contract. No, because he wanted to fight. Because listen. Devin Haney wanted to fight
because
how is it different?
He doesn't have a pull like Ryan Garcia does.
Devin Haney was a champion. He got more pull than Ryan Garcia. Are you joking?
No, man.
Man, you got to be serious, bro. You got to go do your research, man. I don't understand what type of pull you talking about, bro.
He does have a pull now, but before he fought Kambosos, Devin Haney, I don't think
joking, bro. Are you serious? What pull does Ryan Garcia have, Little Penny?
He's got backing, man. He's got. Look, you should see him.
Everybody got backing. He's not the only one with backing.
H. He's sponsored by Gatorade. Gatorade is probably the most popular sports drink in the world.
What does that got to do with boxing?
In a sport where companies want to get out, they don't want their brand to be to be associated with boxing because boxing is a brutal sport, right? And most of the time, right, whenever a major television network exposes boxing, it's usually about bad news, like Mike Tyson raping this girl allegedly in the late.
He didn't rape nobody. He didn't fucking rape nobody. He went to jail for no reason, bro.
That's why I said allegedly, but it is out there, right? Because this girl, right?
Yeah, well, she lied on Mike Tyson. He went to jail. He was an innocent man. Went to jail for no reason. Just like Tank.
What I'm saying. What I'm saying is. That's the only time that these TV networks will expose boxing. It's usually about bad news, right? But in extension to that, because of that, majority of these big time companies, they don't want to get associated with boxing. But the fact that Gatorade took a risk and say, hey, Ryan Garcia, we're going to back you, that means that he has pull, right? At the last time that a big
I think that means he has endorsements, but that doesn't mean he has any pull in boxing because he's not a champion. He's an unproven fighter. He's somewhat of a hype job. Ryan Garcia.
Didn't Ryan Garcia beat Haney in the Olympics?
What?
Oh, so in the amateurs, he beat him a couple of times, right?
Yeah, Haney beat him a couple of times. You don't talk about that, huh?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. So
and Devin Haney actually is the undisputed champion. He was trying to fight Ryan. Wait. Devin Haney was on the Zone. He was a champion, and Ryan Garcia was his mandatory, and Ryan Garcia ducked him. He wouldn't even fight him. He didn't even want to fight Devin Haney.
That's true. I do remember that.
You know, no smoke. He ducked him.
I do remember that. Yes. Yeah, he did. I do remember.
Yeah,
that.
so
Yeah. But what he's saying
like?
is that Ryan Garcia is just a hype job. He's not a hype job, man. He's got talent, dude.
There's a lot of fighters with talent. I mean, Ryan Garcia, he hasn't done anything. But Ryan Garcia, he ain't never been a champion. Ryan Garcia ain't beat nobody, bro. Let's be honest, bro. You talk about like Andrade, Andrade ain't did this, Andrade ain't done that. At least Andrade's a 3-time world champion in 2 different weight classes. But let me finish. Demetrius Andrade is a 3-time world champion, undefeated in 2 different weight classes. And but you would say like Boo Boo ain't fought nobody, Boo Boo this, but what about Ryan? He hasn't done what Andrade did.
Yeah, but it's the way he beat his opponent. Like you can beat anybody, but if the fight is boring, no one's gonna watch.
Why is it boring? I don't understand why.
Ryan Garcia knocks everyone out, right?
He ain't fighting nobody, bro. He ain't fighting nobody's. What are you? Who is he fighting?
Not bad. I can't say that. Well,
Luke Campbell was never a champion. You're gonna? Are you serious? Luke Campbell was never a champion. You're capping, Little Penny. That's called cap. What you're doing? Luke Campbell was never a champion.
No. You said he hasn't fought anybody. No, I thought Luke Campbell was a somebody.
But he's not a champion. Is he a champion? Was he a champion? So answer. You said Luke Campbell was a Penny. You said Luke Campbell is a somebody. Now answer my question. Who did Luke Campbell beat? Who did he beat? And was he ever a champion? Was he a champion? What has he done as a professional besides lose?
Oh no, I thought it was okay. I don't think he was.
Who did he beat? Who did Luke Campbell beat?
He was a pushover or anything.
Who did he beat? If he's not a pushover, who did he beat?
I can't remember on top of my head.
Well, you should know. You're a boxing historian. You know everything else. You know who Andrade fought. You know Andrade ain't beat nobody. So tell me who Luke Campbell beat.
I don't know.
Let me answer that for you. Let me answer that.
Like everyone else, like let
me answer it for you. I can answer it for you. Luke Campbell lost all of his big fights. He got beat by Ivan Mendy. He was beat by Lomachenko. He got beat by Jorge Linares, and he got beat by Ryan Garcia. He lost every big fight he was in.
There's a good fighters, man. They're not bad.
So why you don't say that about Andrade's opponents? He beat Willie Nelson, the guy that knocked out Tony Harrison at least. That Boo Boo beat Willie Nelson, the guy that knocked out Tony Harrison.
Yeah, but also, Edge, it's also the way you beat that opponent too. I mean, you can go.
A win is a win. Last time I checked. Last time I checked, Little Penny, a win is a win.
Edge, a boxing network or a fan, majority of like boxing fans, if they see like a snooze fest for 12 rounds and they see this guy knock out someone,
what's considered a snooze fest?
Body shot, like in the 3rd round, of course.
So we're gonna praise Ryan for getting knocked down by Luke Campbell when he got dropped in that fight.
Dude, it's the way he got up and won that fight.
It's the way he got dropped, bro. He was down like
Good shot by Luke Campbell.
Right? If it was Tank would have knocked his ass out for sure. He would have put him to sleep. Tank would have finished him. Luke Campbell's not even a puncher, bro. Luke Campbell's not even a puncher.
That's why I'm going for Tank for this fight, right? But Ryan Garcia is not an idiot. He's not gonna stick.
I don't even think he's gonna take the fight. I don't even think he's gonna take the fight with Tank.
Nah,
I think he's looking for a way out. Yeah, he's looking for a way out.
If there's no rematch clause, I think they've already signed their end, haven't they? It's just a rematch clause.
Ain't nothing signed. Ryan Garcia, listen, he got the contract for about 3 weeks now. It's been about 3 weeks since he took the picture with the contract. He still ain't signed this shit. It's been about almost 3 weeks, man.
But they're not going to sign an unfair contract, man.
Hey, Little Penny, Ryan Garcia is holding up the fight. So is Oscar De La Hoya. Yeah, they're holding up the fight. Tell him to sign the contract. Stop complaining. You're the B side. Tank Davis is a clear A side in this fight. I don't know what you've been
clear A side.
Yeah. What you say?
Ryan Garcia has some leverage though. Like it's not like
either he wants to fight or he don't.
Why does Ryan get this special treatment? Like, you know what I'm saying? No one else is complaining.
Nobody else is complaining. He is getting special treatment. When Devin Haney, when Kambosos sent Devin Haney the contract, everybody was on here saying Devin Haney signed the contract no matter what was in the contract. Even though he didn't have a rematch clause, even though he was a champion, Devin Haney was forced to take the same contract. Devin Haney was forced to take the same contract as Vasiliy Lomachenko, who wasn't even a champion. Go ahead.
It's different for every boxer. It's not a clear cut. It's kind of. I'll give you another example, right? Okay, Ricky Hatton fought Mayweather, right? He got knocked out, right? And then, like I think a year later, Pacquiao fought De La Hoya, right? And De La Hoya and Pacquiao won, right? And then Ricky had a few fights with Floyd Mayweather Sr. and they won. I think one of them was Paulie Malignaggi, right? So then Pacquiao and Ricky Hatton, they wanted to fight, and Ricky Hatton wanted a 50-50 split, right? And Pacquiao said, hell no, I did 1.3 million against De La Hoya. You only did 950 against Mayweather and you lost, right? So Pacquiao said, no, I want 55-45 because it's not fair to be 50-50, right? So Hatton said, okay, all right, that's fair. 45 to me, 55 to you. I will concede, right? So it's kind of like here with Ryan Garcia and
man, this is completely different.
Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis.
This is completely different. As you just said, let me say something. Because as you just said, Little Benny, you just said that Ricky Hatton was already on pay-per-view fighting Floyd Mayweather. So he was already a pay-per-view fighter. He was already a champion. He already beat Costa Zoo. He already beat Jose Luis Castillo. He already was an established professional. Ryan Garcia ain't did none of that, man. So you can't even compare Ryan Garcia to
Tank
Ricky
Davis
Hatton.
Is not Floyd Mayweather either. It's not. It's relevant.
I know, but Tank Davis has done more than Ryan Garcia.
Bro,
Ryan Garcia hasn't done nothing.
But she's got pulled though. Like if they fought, this pay-per-view will do more than it will probably do between 750 to $1 million, right? Tank's usual pay-per-view averages are around 200, 250 or 300 max.
What is Ryan Garcia's pay-per-view numbers? He ain't even got no pay-per-view
Ryan's pay-per-view numbers will be the difference between
he ain't got no pay-per-view numbers.
$1 million.
Tank, you said 200,000. That's 200,000 more than Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, I know, but if he fights Ryan Garcia, even though he hasn't been on pay-per-view, it will the pay-per-view will increase dramatically. So part of the increase is Ryan Garcia. That's his pull, right?
I understand.
Obviously, Tank's going to get the.
Bro, you can say the same thing about Kambosos and Devin Haney. Well, with Kambosos, his biggest fight was
on pay-per-views.
Wait. Let me finish, little Penny. Because Kambosos, his biggest fight was going to be with Devin Haney, regardless. So he didn't say, because Devin Haney's going to be my biggest fight, I'm going to give Devin Haney a higher percentage. I'm going to give Devin Haney a rematch clause. No, he gave Devin Haney the same contract as Lomachenko, who was a non-champion, and Devin Haney still signed the contract. He wasn't trying to get a rematch. He wasn't saying, I'm a champion. I defended my titles more time than Kambosos.
Devin Haney is a free agent. He didn't have like he was with PBC right before that.
He was with his own. He was with Eddie Hearn. He had to leave his own network.
Correct. That's right. But I guarantee you, if he was still with DAZN, right, contracted with, and DAZN put money behind Devin Haney, I bet you DAZN would have asked, hey, the rematch has to be with us. With DAZN. Okay, you fight ESPN with ESPN Plus in the first one. We'll let you go, even though your contract.
Yeah, but he wasn't going to get the fight. He had to go sign with those guys in order to get a fight.
Exactly, but that's not in Ryan Garcia's situation. He's still with DAZN.
I know he's getting special treatment.
It's kind of like, it's kind of like, I sign with you, right? Say you're into rapping, right? And I had a duel with, say, Robert, and Robert's with MTV, and me and you were with, I don't know, Zulu, whatever, those new, and Robert is at the A side, I'm the B side, right? He says he wants to duel with me, but it has to be with MTV, right? I'm signed with you. You spent money on me. You made me big, right? But because he's the A side, okay, we'll go with MTV. But if I win, as the manager, as a CEO, you have to say, okay, we'll have it on our network if I win, right? That's what's happening now. It has to be fair. But with Devin Haney, it wasn't like that because Devin Haney didn't have he wasn't signed with the Zone at that time, so he can fight with ESPN for the rematch. You know what I mean? But Ryan Garcia did say to make a solution. Well, there will be no rematch if I win or if Tank Davis win. That way, the fight will happen with Showtime, right? And from my understanding, Tank said no. So it's kind of like, what's going on here? You know what I mean, H?
Yeah, I got you, bro. Ryan Garcia, look at Sly. Sly, you gotta be joking, right? You must be joking. He said Tank looking like a ducker. Tank looking like a ducker. If Tank is looking like a duck, what is Ryan Garcia looking like? What the fuck is Ryan Garcia looking like? He the one that been ducking fights. He the one that ducked Devin Haney. He was the one that been ducking Tank for years. Ryan Garcia is the one trying to act like an A-side when he's not. He the one that's trying to duck, bro. So obviously Ryan Garcia been a duck, and he is a duck. He been a duck.
I like this.
You don't want to fight.
I want to see this fight. I don't want
to boxing right now. If Ryan beats Tank,
Robert,
if Ryan beats Tank,
Ryan's gonna Robert said. What'd you say, Robert?
I said Ryan is the golden boy of boxing right now. If he beats Tank, he's gonna be featured in movies, fucking commercials. I mean, he's gonna go excel in
Rob.
If Tank beats Ryan, there's nothing's gonna happen. It's just gonna be like, well, he should have beat him.
Hey Rob, I was watching this YouTube channel about this. It was like a gag. A gag means like a joke, like, you know, when you prank someone. And it was between these couples. There was a girl and a guy. And these two had nothing to do with boxing, right? And the girl actually mentioned Ryan Garcia, like, and she doesn't even follow boxing, right? She mentioned him like, oh, don't do a Ryan Garcia on me, right? I was thinking, man, this guy, like, so from normal people, he does have a reach.
Yeah, they don't know nothing about boxing.
Yeah,
that's true.
They don't know shit about boxing.
But they do know him, right? They do know him.
What does that mean? Yeah, like he's popular, and does that mean he's a great fighter? Does it mean he's a great champion?
Doesn't know. But you have
this is not a popularity contest. This is the fight game, little Penny. It's about who's the best, who got the most skills at the end of the day.
Yeah. But popularity comes into pay-per-view buys too, because
but so if that's the case, if he's so popular, like you say, why he's never been on pay-per-view? Why is this his first pay-per-view with Tank Davis? If he's so popular, if so many people know him.
Man. You're gonna have to ask Bob Arum about that, but I think if he does a
I might have to ask Oscar De La Hoya. We might have to ask Oscar De La Hoya, man.
Oh, sorry, Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar De La Hoya, like, I don't even think this guy is sober. I don't know what type of drug he's doing.
Come on.
No, man. I'm being honest. He's the same guy that was dressed like a woman. Are we talking about?
H. If you're under the influence, right? You're not thinking right. You would do stupid things. I wouldn't do it myself, and you probably won't do it either. But some people that, you know, when you get, I think didn't he say that after he got beaten by Pacquiao, he started really doing heavy cocaine, and I think that's why Millie left him, Millie De La Hoya. But you know, H, when you're under the influence, man, like you do.
Yeah, hey, they've been saying all type of weird stuff about Oscar De La Hoya. It's been this lady who came out. She did an interview. She said Oscar De La Hoya was Oscar De La Hoya was telling her to. Yeah, no, it's the truth. The lady said Oscar De La Hoya told her to like do some crazy stuff, like put something inside his butt and all type of weird.
Oh, nah, that's not true. You're going too far,
he did. No, the lady said it. Like, he was dressed like a woman. He was.
Dude, it was just a one-off.
If it was like Penny, look, he was dressed in like booty shorts and all type of weird stuff.
If
he had a wig on. Did you see after you seen the pictures when he had the wig on? Should I upload the pictures?
No, you don't need to do that. But if you're that type of a person, right? If he was that type of a person, he would admit it, because we're in the LGBTQ community. It's quite normal now to admit that you're one of those. he would have done
but they're
that,
gonna
right?
roast him. Then everybody
He's far from that, man.
Well, that's on him. To each his own. You know what I mean? Like
But he's
me,
got a
I like
girlfriend.
women.
He's
I
got
like
some
women.
girlfriend.
I like women. I like ladies.
Yeah,
You
same,
know what I'm saying?
same.
This nigga,
This nigga
Oscar. One day Oscar wants to dress like a man. The next day he wants to dress like a woman.
No,
He's
dude,
confused.
that was just a once-off, Age. That was a once-off. He doesn't do
so
that on a normal
that's
basis.
what you just saw, like on the pictures. We don't know what he does behind closed doors, but that just came to the light.
Dude,
he got exposed.
He's got Holly. She's like twice his age. So that means that he likes women, right?
Oscar.
He's got kids.
Oscar lost it, man. I remember when Oscar was a great fighter, when Oscar was a great champion. But now all I remember is Oscar dressed like a woman.
No.
Every time I think about Oscar, that's what I think about. That's the image in my head of Oscar.
That, man. Don't do that.
It's the truth. He's almost.
Also, Oscar was a great promoter as well.
I think Richard Schaefer did most of the work. If he's such a great promoter, he hasn't made any big fights like recently. He only did one big fight, and that was with Zerto and Bivol. And besides that, he hasn't done anything.
He's the president, dude. If you put Richard Schaefer with another promotional company back then, he wouldn't do it.
But Oscar was busy on drugs, on cocaine. Richard Schaefer was doing all of the work.
No, he didn't do all the work.
Doing all the work. I remember Oscar doesn't even know the fighters. He doesn't even know the names of the fighters, man.
You remember all those big fights that they had? Oscar was always in those press conferences.
I remember Richard Schaefer there dealing with Floyd Mayweather.
Because he's the CEO. He's because when you're the president, kind of like with Mayweather, when you're the president on TNT, you don't do the hands-on. It would be with what's his name, Leonard Ellerby would do all the nitty and gritty. So that was Richard Schaefer's role.
So, what big fights is Oscar putting on right now? Like, what fights? Canelo left him. We know Canelo left his ass for a reason.
All superstars.
Canelo left him. Canelo left Oscar. He lost his biggest star. He lost the biggest star in boxing. The guy that's supposed to be the face of boxing, he left his ass.
But when you get to that level, especially with Canelo, you'd probably want to be a free agent, kind of like what.
So if that's the case, why is Ryan Garcia still with Oscar if Ryan's so popular like you said?
But he's not on that. He's not on that Canelo level. He might be if you
said he's like so. Tank left Floyd. Tank left Floyd because Tank reached that level. Ryan Garcia, that shows you that Tank is the A side. That's why Tank was able to leave Floyd.
I never said he wasn't the A side. But if Ryan Garcia beats Tank Davis, he might reach that Canelo level. He might.
That's a fact. I think if Garcia beats Tank, he's going to be the new face of boxing.
Dude, he's got Gatorade on his side, man. The last time.
Too bad he's not gonna beat Tank Davis. He's not. I don't even think he's gonna take the fight. I don't even think he's gonna take the fight. I think he's looking for a way out.
No, but
yes, they are. That's why they're talking about Regis. Listen, Penny, if the fight that the fans want to see is Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia, why is Oscar De La Hoya talking about Ryan Garcia fighting Regis Prograis? They're lying and they're capping. He's not going to fight Regis.
Because the contract, man, what's wrong with it? The contract is not fair, man. But H, the last time a brand of that magnitude, actually Hugo Boss is also sponsors AJ. I think the last time a big time brand like Gatorade sponsored boxing was when Pacquiao fought Mosley. Nike actually sponsored that fight. If you look at where HBO and the top ranked sponsors and MP Promotions, Nike had their signage there too. I think that was the last time. Maybe I can't remember Floyd Mayweather being sponsored by like a big time, like an A-list type of a company. Like DeWalt Tools, they're not an A-side company. They're probably like B- or something. I'm talking about like Gatorade, Nike, Hugo Boss, like people that those are A-list type companies. So it's very rare. But the fact that
very marketable.
Yeah, he's very marketable. Yeah, he is, because most girls think that he's good looking, right? Like I don't think so. I think he's just a normal guy. Like, but girls seems to like him, man. Like for some reason, right? So Nike took a risk because, look, man, if you're an A-list company, I don't know if you'd want to be associated with boxing, man, because it's a brutal sport that like all these networks, whenever they talk about boxing, it's always about bad news. Like it's never good news. I think the last time that the ESPN had a true boxing where they talked about it all the time, like every single day, was the Pacquiao Mayweather fight. That was 2015. It was 7 years ago. And even before that, it was probably Mayweather De La Hoya, and that was 2007. So 2007, 2015. That's a big. And before that, it was probably Lewis versus Tyson. That was 2002. So it's very. You can. There's a reason why boxing is a niche sport now. It's like to put it on free to air TV. You have to pay those TV networks to put boxing on. They're not gonna freely, like they're not gonna pay. Like say, by the way, ESPN is not a free to air. That's a cable network. NBC is not gonna go to say to Al Heyman and say, hey, we'll pay you $10 million to put boxing on our network. It has to be the other way around. So that tells you that boxing is a niche sport. And for Gatorade to take a risk and put Ryan Garcia on their stable, that tells you Ryan Garcia, they're not going to put anyone in there. Like, you know, that tells you Ryan Garcia is, as Robert said, he's marketable. What a casual.
Hey, Vinny.
Hey, brother, Ryan has more girls than Tank. So Ryan, that's hilarious. He does have more.
Hey, Peter, you saw that Anthony Joshua Franklin press conference today? Joshua had a press conference with Franklin.
I haven't seen it yet because I went on your channel. I'll have a look at it. What happened?
Joshua, he said he's fighting for money now. He said he's fighting because he loves money. And that's what he said. Joshua said it's prize fighting. So he said he's fighting for money. So I wanted people to keep the same energy because a lot of people complain about,
you know, age. He's probably the best. He is a prize fighter. He probably is the second best pay-per-view guy in the world today, behind Canelo. I think he does more pay-per-view than Fury, don't you think?
But people complain like when fighters say they fight for money, or fighters said they want the biggest money and things like that. But when Joshua say it, like, you know, people are okay with it. But when Floyd Mayweather said that, it was a problem. He was chasing money. He didn't care about legacy.
Yeah, but Floyd said that he's the TBE, right? Whereas Joshua, he doesn't say that. So he kind of...
They were saying Joshua was the best heavyweight at one time. At one point, they were saying Joshua was better than Ali. You know, some people said Joshua was the greatest. I heard people say Joshua was the greatest heavyweight ever.
No. But he's
I heard it, man. This dude got fanboys. There's a lot of Anthony Joshua fanboy channels on here. They were saying he was the best. They did say that.
Hey, off topic, right? Did you see a Stamina for Sale? Like someone put like here what Brotherhood is saying, and they're saying that you know Maestro, right? You know him well. Someone said that Maestro was a clout chaser on Stamina for Sale, and I don't think he is because I listened I listened to Maestro. He's not that, but anyway, I think someone, I don't know if it was a joke or I don't know, but they put a quote kind of like what Brotherhood Sports is saying, and whoever that person was, he said that Maestro was a clout chaser and he was a hater of black people or something like that. I don't know, some stupid.
I don't know, Lil P. Like, I don't get into other people's beefs and shit. That ain't got, to be honest, that ain't got nothing to do with it.
So what happened was the guy, Stamina for Sale, I can't remember, the guy who used to be on Santana Sports and like Sky Sports.
Oh, he's talking about Spencer Farron.
Yeah, Spencer. He said that Maestro is like, he agreed with the guy who put the quote on, and he said that he doesn't listen to janitors or something like that, right? So obviously that upset.
Well, hey, Little Penny, I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's their beef. Let them handle their beef. That ain't none of my beef.
You though, Edge. Maestro mentioned you though.
Oh, that's my guy. That's my boy. But you know, that's his situation. What'd he say?
He said that H can vouch for me. And
oh yeah, I can. That's my boy. Maestro is a stand-up guy. That's my homie.
Yeah. I like Maestro. Maestro is very impartial too, man. Like he's super impartial. In fact, like you know what I mean. Like I don't know what the Spencer was. I can't remember like Maestro doing clout chasing though. Like he usually doesn't do that. I don't know what. Maybe those two have got.
I wonder why they said that about him. I don't know. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
They called him like a janitor or something like that.
Yeah, I ain't got no pity. You know that ain't none of my business, bro. I like to stay out of other people's stuff, bro. That's the situation. I'm cool with both of them. See, the thing is, I'm cool with Spencer. I'm cool with Maestro, and that's between them, and let them handle that. But that ain't got nothing to do with
I just wanted to say that because I listened to Maestro. Maestro doesn't do clout chasing. Like he doesn't.
I know. So I don't know what that was about.
I do also listen to Sam and Fasel. They are good though. I just don't like the other guy. Sometimes he yells too much. Like it's a bit annoying sometimes. Like the other guy, the guy from from Nigeria? I can't remember, but the host. Sometimes he yells a little bit too much. Like I don't know.
You're talking about the trainer Tunde Ajayi.
Yeah, Tunde. I think his name's Tunde. Yeah.
He trained Anthony Yard. That's Anthony Yard's trainer.
Yeah, they're good. They're a good channel, by the way. And they also have access to boxers straight away. Like when Spencer calls a boxer, usually that boxer will pick up the phone. So
Spencer is my boy.
That's my partner.
I like to stay. Like I said, if one channel got beef with this channel, I stay up out of all of that shit.
But
that ain't none of my business.
Yeah, but my Maestro's comeback, it was good, man. It was so funny, man. It was hilarious. Like he even had a rap at the end. You'd be proud of that.
Well, I'm gonna stay out of it, Little Penny, because they ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna mind my business.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, I know you like the drama, huh, Little Penny?
Oh no,
Little Penny likes the drama.
No, I just wanted to bring it up because I just wanted to support Maestro because I do listen to him a lot.
Do me a favor. I want you to support Buckle Up Boxing Talk right there. Support that channel. Buckle Up Boxing Talk on YouTube. Subscribe to that channel right there. One of my favorites.
Okay.
Make sure you check him out ASAP, man. So back to Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin. Anthony Joshua has a new trainer, Derek James. Derek James was there today with Anthony Joshua. What do you think about Derek James training AJ?
Yeah, I think it's probably a good time for a change. But Edge, this fight is not a. I don't think this fight is a tune-up fight. This Franklin dude, he's not bad.
It is a tune-up fight. This is the definition of a tune-up fight. Jermaine Franklin's coming off a loss.
But he's pretty good.
You acting like this. Wait, Penny. Come on, man. The man is coming off a fucking loss. He was a tune-up fight for Dylan White.
But now, he's not like
why is Anthony Joshua fighting Jermaine Franklin? He's supposed to be fighting Dylan White, the guy that beat Jermaine Franklin. Why is he fighting the loser?
I don't see.
That's crazy.
I don't see Jermaine Franklin as like washed up or anything. Like remember when he's not like a Dominic Brazil or anything where he's just there for the team.
What is he? So who is he? Who did Franklin beat? Now let's talk about it. What makes Franklin so special? Why isn't he a tune-up fight? He's coming off a loss.
No. What I'm saying is AJ is not the AJ that he used to be. So this fight to me would be a little bit competitive. I am going for Joshua, right? But it's not like a clear. It's not one of the. You remember when Fury had those tune-up fights against nobodies? Like one of them ended up being really good with Wallen. I think his name was Wallen. But the other
Otto Wallin.
Sorry.
His name is Otto Wallin.
Yeah. Well, that ended up being like a good fight, but one of them was like a tune-up fight. Like, you know what I mean? But don't you think that you reckon Joshua will wash this guy like 1 round, 2 rounds, knockout?
I mean, shit, he should beat him. I don't know which round. I think it's a tune-up fight. Even at the weigh-in, at the press conference today, Joshua is like way bigger than this guy. It's like, oh my God, this dude looks so small compared to Joshua. Joshua's gonna beat him. Dylan White just beat the dude. Little Penny, you're acting like the guy just won a fight or something. You're acting like this man's coming off a win. The man just lost. He just came off a loss. I don't understand, like,
but
why.
Joshua came off 2 losses, dude.
I don't understand why Anthony Joshua is not fighting Dylan White. Instead, he's fighting the guy that Dylan White beat, the guy that lost to Dylan White.
Yeah, but I think
that don't even make any sense.
I think once he beats Franklin, he'll probably fight Dylan White next. And then he'll have a super fight with Wilder, which I want to see, man. I've been wanting that. I've been wanting that fight since Bud Crawford and Errol Spence. They want to see that fight.
This is a cherry pick. This right here is the definition of a cherry pick. Anthony Joshua, he's fighting a guy coming off a loss. Like, he should be fighting Dylan White, for crying out loud. That's the fight that people wanted to see. Yeah, Instead, he come back with Jermaine Franklin.
He should.
But what's up with it?
So I've been feeling like the Plant Benavidez fight could be an upset. I got Plant winning. What you think?
No, I've got Benavidez, but good fight though. It's gonna be a good fight. It could be.
I think it's possible. I mean, anything is possible. It's boxing.
I'm betting on this one.
Like, I see Benavidez. Go ahead, Penny. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Robert, I don't think Benavidez will make weight. I think he'll come in at 169 or 170 or some crappy. And
this is a big fight, little Penny. I don't think he's gonna miss weight for this one. He's gonna make sure he make weight.
He's missed twice.
Yeah, already. But not a fight like this. This is a huge fight with Caleb Plant.
Dude, but Robert, didn't you see him? He looked so big at the press conference.
I know, like, big.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking hell, he looked like 190 pounds, if not more.
He might be bigger than that. I think he walks around like 200 something pounds.
And bro, he was wearing like jacket too, just to hide his weight. Dude, he even looked. He couldn't like. You could, sometimes when someone wants to hide their weight, that they wear a sweatshirt or just to, But even then, he still looked big, man. Like, whereas Caleb Plant, he's probably at maybe 180, 175. So he looked like he was already training, right, Rob? H?
Yeah, he looked slim. You're right. He looked light. Like, he's not that big.
Yeah. So I don't know. I am going for Benavidez, whether he makes weight or not.
You like Benavidez? You're a fan?
Yeah, I do. Because he throws punches, Plant does.
You think Canelo will fight him? Do you think Canelo will fight him?
Yeah, after his trilogy with Bivol, I do. Because that's a huge pay-per-view.
Yeah, that's in your dreams. That's in your dreams that Canelo will fight Bivol again. You're dreaming, little.
So you don't think Canelo will beat Bivol at 168?
I don't think he'll ever fight Bivol again. I don't think Canelo doesn't think he could beat him. Canelo knows he can't beat that guy.
168, he will.
That's crazy. Dude got to like really weight drain a guy to win a fight. He got to bring him down in weight.
That's why he won't get a lot of credit if he beats Bivol at 168. That's why the trilogy has to be at 175.
I know. I agree with you, but it's just kind of weak that Canelo has to bring him down in weight in order to compete with him. I think it's really weak.
But Canelo took a risk to go up to Bivol's weight class. So now
I know, and he lost. He lost. I understand he lost.
That's right, because it's not his weight class.
No, he won in that weight class before. He knocked out Sergey Kovalev, a champion in that weight class.
That's not his true weight class, though. Yeah, I know, but that's not his true.
So why is he trying to fight over there? Why was he trying to go to cruiserweight if that's not
his
true weight class?
Because he wants to challenge himself, man.
He wants to challenge himself?
Yeah, because he wants to reach his limit.
If he wants to challenge himself, why he didn't do the If he wants to challenge himself, why he didn't do the rematch with Bivol? If he wants to challenge himself, why he don't fight David Benavidez or David Morrell and one of those guys and fight his mandatories?
Because once you've reached Mount Everest, you have to come down. You can't stay up there.
He ain't on no Mount Everest. Who did he beat to reach Mount Everest? He lost, and he got to Mount Everest when he lost to Floyd. Who did he even beat to get there? What is he?
If he beats Bivol at 168, right? So he goes up to 175, right? Say miraculously he wins, right? He wins at 175 at Bivol. Say then he goes and fights Beterbiev at 175, becomes undisputed at 175. He'll be in the same level as Mayweather in terms of achievements.
No,
And
he
then if
won't.
he goes
No,
to
he won't.
cruiserweight,
He will never be on.
Edge,
He would never be on the same
Edge,
He would never be on the same level as Mayweather. Mayweather whooped his ass.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like,
he would never be on his level.
Doesn't mean
He would never be on Mayweather's level. Never.
Hey, say for example he becomes undisputed at 175. He then miraculously then goes up to cruiserweight and beats Makabu, right? I think he'll be in the same level as.
Oh my God, Makabu's not even good. He's not even good. Okay,
bro. So say Akoli. Say he beats Akoli, right? Say
he's not that good either. Tell him to fight Jay Opatea. And Alexander Usyk said he could go to. Yeah, he should fight Jay Opatea, the one from Australia.
But the fact that he's fighting a cruiserweight, still, it's like, it's still.
I know he's trying to fight the weakest. He's trying to fight the weakest champions in the cruiserweight division too, Makabu.
But he's not a cruiserweight though. Like, it's like
that shit is Little Penny is actually like
154.
That shit is weak as hell. What he be doing sometimes, man. Like he tries to move up and wait and fight the weakest champions all the time.
But it's just like 4 or 5 weight classes above his normal weight class. So it's like, dude, that it doesn't matter if you fight. At least he's fighting a week, even though it's a week.
His normal weight class, bro. He just was undisputed at 168. He is undisputed at 168. Yeah. That's only one weight class above 168 where he's the undisputed champion.
No, this 175 and then
cruiserweight. Yeah, but he never went up to cruiserweight.
But dude, 168 to 200 pounds, man, that's huge. In boxing, every pound counts.
Right, he's just talking about it. He hasn't done it. He ain't did nothing yet. He didn't go up to cruiserweight.
No. I'm just saying, like, if he does,
you're saying that he's too small. Yeah, you're telling me that he's too small for light heavyweight, but you're talking about him going to cruiserweight. And even Canelo, he said that he wanted to go fight Alexander Usyk at heavyweight. He said, I could fight anybody at any weight.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The best fighter of all time. He'll be on the Ali level.
No, hell no. He'll never be on Ali's level. Hey, Little Penny, Canelo said that he wanted to fight Alexander Usyk. He said, this is out of his own mouth. He said, I could fight anybody at any weight class, anytime. That's what he said.
Edge, if he beats Usyk right at heavyweight, he's on Ali's level.
No, definitely. He'll never be on Ali's level. He would never. First of all, he would never fight Alexander Usyk. Second of all, he would never be on Ali's level. Little Penny, you're still dreaming. I see. It's time to wake up.
Edge, so you're saying he's a champion at 154. Nearly he was. I think he was the lineal champion, undisputed at 168. Say he becomes undisputed at 175. Say he beats Akoli Makabu at cruiserweight, and that guy that you said, and then he goes to heavyweight and beats Usyk is probably
But he's not gonna do all of that, Little Penny. We know that's not gonna happen. That's not even possible. That's not even. He's not gonna do that. He can't even beat Dimitri Bivol. He can't even get past Bivol.
No, Edge. Canelo will never reach Ali's off the ring accomplishments. But in the ring, dude, that's Ali level, man. That's even above.
No, it's not. Not even in the ring. Look at who Ali beat. No, none of those guys that you're talking about is on the level of a George Foreman. They're not on the level of a Joe Frazier, Kenny Norton, Sonny Liston, and Archie Moore, Bob Foster, Ernie Shavers, Ron Lyle, and also, come on, man. Come on. Are you serious?
Hey, when Ali fought Archie Moore was like friggin'. He was like 100 years old.
Okay, and when Canelo fought Triple G, he was 40. And what are we talking about?
That was a trilogy, man.
He was 40 years old. Triple G, Canelo fought an old ass Triple G. He fought an old ass Mayweather and got his ass whooped. He fought an old ass Miguel Cotto. He also fought an old ass Kovalev.
Mayweather was the number one.
And Canelo fought an old ass Kovalev too. And he fought an old ass Shane Mosley.
I agree with that.
And he fought an old ass Shane Mosley too.
H, as you know, I was at that Canelo Mayweather fight. Canelo was the number 1 pound per pound fighter at the time, and he was still in his prime.
Who?
Mayweather.
I know. You saw what he did to Canelo, right?
Yeah, but also the mind games.
He whooped his ass.
He didn't want to be friends with him.
He whooped his ass, bro. He destroyed him.
That's true. But when you're saying that he was playing mind games, Canelo didn't want to be frenemies. He didn't want to be like LeBron, the LeBron James does the friend.
Yeah, I know, but Mayweather was punking him. You see, Mayweather was grabbing him, telling him he grabbed his arm,
and then he looked back at Richard Schaefer, right, who's Canelo's promoter, and it even made Canelo even more madder. Like, you know, because Richard Schaefer was supposed to be on Canelo's side, because I think
so it was Richard Schaefer's fault. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. So what happened was because I was at that weigh, and so Mayweather got the.
Oh, you was there? You was in the building that day?
Yeah. That was on a Friday afternoon. So Mayweather got the W because they were fighting for the WBC belt, 154, right? And Mayweather wanted Canelo to also touch the WBC because it was actually Canelo's belt.
Mayweather was telling him what to do. Mayweather was punking him. He was punking him.
Yeah. But Canelo didn't want to even talk to Floyd. Like he said, no, stuff you or F you.
I know, but Floyd still grabbed him.
So what Floyd did was
Canelo ain't like that. He didn't like that shit.
Yeah, so what Floyd does straight afterwards, where he looked back at Richard Schaefer and asked him, "Hey, what's wrong with Canelo?" Right? And then Richard Schaefer started laughing, right?
I know.
And Canelo got even more madder because Richard Schaefer should have like waved like Mayweather, like, you know, like he should have said "F you too," because Richard Schaefer was with Golden Boy, and Golden Boy.
So Canelo was in his feelings. Oh, so Canelo was in his feelings because Richard Schaefer was laughing with Mayweather. So Canelo feelings was hurt.
I don't know if it was hurt. He got mad a little
That's
bit.
what it sounded like. He said he was mad. So he was jealous. He was jealous of Richard Schaefer and Mayweather's relationship.
Yeah.
Oh man, tell him stop acting like a bitch, little Penny. Tell him stop being a bitch. Tell him stop being a bitch.
But he wasn't like, you know, at that level, H. You don't get flustered, man. It's just a press conference, dude. Like, you know.
Yeah, so why was he so emotional? That's how you know Mayweather was in his head. That's how you know Mayweather was in his head at that point. That's how you know Mayweather was in his head at that point, bro.
Nah.
Yes, he was. Even at like every press conference, Mayweather would be staring him down.
To be honest,
Mayweather would be all up in his face, punking him.
Edge, you know, I remember the promotion in that fight, even the I don't know if it was 24, 224 All Access or whatever. Mayweather didn't do a lot of trash talking at that time. Like, remember when he
Canelo didn't speak English? It was be hard to talk trash to a guy who doesn't speak the same language as you. But I know one thing: at every face-off, Mayweather was all up in that dude's face, punking him, staring him down, and Canelo would look away.
In that Canelo Mayweather fight, Mayweather was a bit more. He wasn't trash talking as much. Like, remember when he fought Mosley? He was really trash talking him, and
yeah, but I told you why, because Canelo doesn't speak English, and it's hard for Mayweather to talk. Nah, he doesn't. At that time, he wasn't speaking English.
Because Canelo was young.
At that time, he wasn't speaking English. Little Penny, stop playing. He just started speaking English. He just talking.
He could speak English before.
No, he was not. He was. Oh my God!
In San Diego, man. Most Spanish.
He just started talking. He just started speaking English, little Penny. Stop capping, bro.
Nah, man.
Yes, he did. Yes, he does, bro.
Most Mexicans,
and everybody knows the truth. Canelo just started speaking English when he was talking shit to Andrade and telling him he was a terrible fighter. You know why I know he can
speak English? It's because before he fought Mayweather, like when he fought Lara and like these killers, Lara and not killers, like these dangerous fighters, Lara and Trout. Whenever the Showtime guy, Max Kellerman, whenever he would ask Canelo a question, right, Canelo would answer straight away in Spanish. He didn't have to wait for the guy, the translator, to tell him what the question was. So that tells you he can speak English because...
Nah, man, he just starts speaking in English. The first time we heard Canelo say anything in English is when he was talking shit. Let me finish. When he was talking shit to Demetrius Andrade, when he called him a terrible fighter and a horrible fighter. That was the only time he ever said anything in English, Lil Penny. And back then when he fought Mayweather, go back to All Access with Mayweather and Canelo. He was speaking in Spanish. He ain't said nothing in English.
Because he chose to, dude, but it doesn't mean he can't speak English.
Well, he wasn't speaking in English. If he did know how to talk in English, he would have said something.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that he can't like.
I know he couldn't because he wouldn't speak in English. He just learned it, bro.
But dude,
he just learned it recently, bro. Come on.
H, what's that Austin Trout and Lara fights? You know those fights where he beat those dangerous opponents. At that time,
robbery victory against Lara when Lara got robbed. When Lara gave him a boxing lesson.
It wasn't a robbery. It could have gone either way.
That was a robbery. Lara gave him a boxing lesson. That was a robbery. Everybody know that shit.
That could have gone either way, H.
No, it could not. No, it could not. That's why Canelo didn't want to give him a rematch. That's why Canelo didn't give him a rematch.
Well, Canelo was moving. Yeah, no, he should have given a rematch. I agree with that. But Canelo wanted to move on to bigger and better things, man.
Or like what? Who did he fight after that? Liam Smith?
Oh, I don't know. No.
Who did he fight after that? He fought some bum ass dude after that. Who he fight after Lara? Bigger and better things. And so if Mayweather would have done that when Mayweather fought against Jose Luis Castillo, the first fight, they said Mayweather lost. So Mayweather gave him a rematch. He didn't try to, I'm going to move on to bigger and better things. Nah, it was a controversial fight, so he wanted to leave, no doubt. It was a controversial fight. When you have controversial fights, you're supposed to run it back like Andre Ward did with Kovalev, and Andre Ward beat him in a rematch. But that's what you're supposed to do.
If you have an offer to fight Floyd Mayweather, right, you got to take that.
Yeah, but he fought Mayweather before Lara, so you acting like he fought Mayweather after Lara. Is that what you're trying to say? Like he moved on to bigger and better things, so he wanted to fight Mayweather after. He didn't fight Mayweather after that, bro.
H, I'm gonna go to H. Keep talking. I'm gonna go to Wikipedia.
Yeah, man, go research it, Little Penny. Little Penny, bro. Like you're saying some crazy stuff.
Hey, dude, Canelo's got 26.8 million results here. Holy crap! Bracket 39 seconds. Man, this guy's popular. The 26.8 million.
Oh, he is for sure. He's one of the biggest stars in boxing.
He's the face of boxing, right?
I don't know if he's the face right now. Is it
come
Fury?
On, Edge. Come on.
You don't think Tyson Fury
has done a million pay-per-view buys? I think Joshua's done a million pay-per-view buys too.
He did. Which one with Andy Ruiz? The second fight? Yeah, I think it was the second fight where Ruiz broke the record.
I'm talking about in England. He's done a lot of.
Yeah, and I think it was the second fight with Andy Ruiz. That's the one that did a million.
He fought after the Lara fight. He fought Angulo and then he fought Floyd.
So say it again.
So after the Lara fight, he fought Alfredo Angulo and then he fought Floyd Mayweather.
No, not after Floyd. That was he fought Lara after. First he fought first.
Sorry, this is the other way around.
Come on,
no, I think you're right. Yeah, sorry. It's supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So he fought Floyd.
And
then
he fought Angola after Floyd. And then he fought Angulo after Floyd.
Lara. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he fought Lara.
And who he fought after Lara?
James Kirkland.
Oh, that's such a bigger and better fight. He moved on to bigger and better things.
And then he fought Miguel Cotto at a huge.
No. You said so after Lara he fought Kirkland.
Oh, hold on a second. That Lara fight with Canelo, it wasn't for any belts. It doesn't have any.
It doesn't matter, bro. So answer this question. So when Canelo, after he fought Lara, who did he fight after? It was James Kirkland?
Yes.
So I thought you said he moved on to bigger and better things. James Kirkland is not a bigger and better fight. No, James Kirkland is not a bigger and better fight than Lara, especially his second fight with Lara would have been even much bigger because a lot of people thought Canelo lost the first fight.
Yeah, but Lara is a boring fighter to watch, man.
I know. That's all. Come on, man. Little Penny, stop that. You got to stop doing that, bro. Stop it.
He's
not boring. He's not boring. He's a slick boxer. Boxing is the sweet science. Hit and not get hit. You got to stop doing that.
Why, if that's the case, why didn't Lara become a superstar? If it was
why he didn't, because he got robbed. If he would have beat Canelo, he would have been a star, bro. They robbed him from his big victory.
When you lose,
they robbed him from the biggest win in boxing. They robbed him from his shining moment.
Canelo lost to Floyd, but how come after that he became a superstar?
Because he's Canelo, because he has fanboys, because he has a Mexican fan base. Come on, bro. You act like he was even competitive against Floyd. He got his ass whooped. It wasn't even close. You act like he was competitive. You act like it was a close fight.
I never said that. I thought Floyd dominated.
Okay, so how are you gonna say he became a star? Like he did something good? He didn't even do nothing good in the fight. He didn't do anything.
Wikipedia and history will show that it was a majority win for Floyd, which I thought it wasn't.
See, look at what Cosmic said. He said, that's true. He said, look at Bivol. Now he's a global icon. I know. And he is. He is. And if Iris Landy Lara, if he would have got his victory over Canelo, he would have been a hero in his country, Cuba. It would have been the biggest win in the history of that country.
H, I usually agree with Cosmic. 99% of the time we agree on, but Bivol is not a global icon.
Yeah, I'm happy you guys disagree. Now the real is coming out. Now you guys disagree. Can I get a debate between this?
Global, I don't know about global.
No, everybody knows him. That victory against Canelo was huge, bro. That was a big victory. Now Dimitri Bivol is one of the biggest stars in boxing in the whole sport.
H, how much did that
Bivol is one of the biggest stars in the whole sport now, man, because he beat Canelo, bro. And the same thing that happened with Lara.
Did that Canelo Bivol do the first fight?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly.
He didn't do a million.
I know Canelo hasn't done a million since the second fight with Triple G.
Yeah,
that was his last time doing a million.
He still does good numbers, though. He still does.
Yeah, he does good numbers, especially compared to the rest of the guys.
Oh,
he's doing good numbers.
Yeah. But see, to do a million pay-per-view buys, you gotta have a good opponent like Triple G, or that your opponent has to be really popular, like say Ryan Garcia, for example, or like Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., like someone who's popular, or someone's got a pull. You know what I mean? Or you gotta fight a really good opponent like Triple G. Yeah. But I think didn't AJ do a million also after? Didn't he do a million against?
He did a million. I think he did a million with. Was it Klitschko? Was that a million?
Yes.
He did a million again with Andy Ruiz in the rematch. The second fight where Andy Ruiz broke the record for Sky Sports pay-per-view.
Yeah. So Hugo Boss would. He's sponsored by Hugo Boss.
I know Anthony Joshua. He has a lot of endorsements. He the man, especially.
I used to wear Hugo Boss suits when I was young. When I was stupid, you know what I mean. I was trying to impress.
Why? Why you said when you were stupid?
Because Hugo Boss, they're very expensive, and the reason why I say stupid is because if you buy a cheaper suit, it would last the same amount of time, and the only person that knows that it's a Hugo Boss suit is yourself. When you go, when you pull it. So, because I bought some cheaper suits, and it's actually lasted longer than my old Hugo Boss suits. So
for real?
Yeah.
Them suits is like expensive. Them Hugo Boss suits.
I wouldn't say it's not like the top, but Hugo Boss is very well known, dude. Even Adolf Hitler used to wear Hugo Boss suits himself. That's how long and how popular Hugo Boss is. Did you know that, Edge? Did you know that Adolf Hitler used to wear Hugo Boss suits?
No, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know Hugo Boss was that big anyway.
Dude, Hugo Boss was very big at that time. It's big. It's big now. Still, it might not be as big as say Nike, right? In terms of its branding, but Hugo Boss is right up there. Hugo Boss has got a history, man. I don't think even Nike was around back then in World War II. I think Nike was only around in the 80s. Man, Hugo Boss has got a history, dude.
I mean, people have been telling me about it. Like the Anthony Joshua fans, they would like brag about his endorsements, and they would always brag about that Hugo Boss deal that he got. Like they would say, man, he got sponsorships with Hugo Boss.
He does.
But I didn't really know too much about Hugo Boss though.
Because it's a European brand. It's a German brand, by the way, Hugo Boss. But yeah, they're huge. Not only they're huge in Europe, they're also huge in America. You see Hugo Boss stores in America, right?
Shit, not really. To be honest, I mean, I used to wear when I was a kid. I don't know if that's the same shit though, because when I was a kid, they used to have these T-shirts that called Boss on it. You know what I mean? They used to sell. Okay, yeah, they used to sell it in the malls and shit. So that's the same thing.
They're probably fake, H.
Nah, hell no. I was in Los Angeles getting it from the mall, so it wasn't fake. I wasn't getting it from the swap meet. They were selling that at the malls, though, bro.
No, but usually you buy those in Hugo Boss stores. I don't think Hugo Boss will allow another brand unless.
Well, it must be a different brand. Then it must have been a different brand called Boss. You know what I mean? So
Hugo Boss will not let that happen. No, that would be like
exactly. So it might have been like a different type of company then.
No, Hugo Boss would never let that because they also have a Boss type like shirt where it's just Boss. They don't have Hugo Boss. If someone copies that, they'll get sued by Hugo Boss. You can't do that. It's a trademark.
Well, I don't know exactly what it was though.
Oh, Mr. Fox says Hugo Boss is Italian, so I might be wrong there. I thought it was German. Because I do remember Hitler. Like, Hitler's he had a secret service. I can't remember what they were called. They would always wear these good-looking like uniforms. They were black. Hugo Boss was the one that was tailoring those suits. So Hugo Boss goes way back. They even existed before the World War II. That's how back they were. But I didn't know they were Italian. I thought they were German.
Yeah, so I don't know too much about that. I don't know. But Little John said he liked the Hugo Boss, the cologne though. He said the cologne.
Yeah, Hugo Boss is good, man. I like Hugo Boss because they're classy. They're affordable for like middle class. They're not like these brands that they're like super like expensive that you can't afford them. Like for middle class like me, you could afford them. Like Hugo Boss is an affordable brand. Yeah, I've always liked Hugo Boss. Like they're a good brand. Also, hey, speaking of brands, I used to drink Gatorade too. Ryan Garcia's product. When I was playing basketball, because I thought that it would make me play better, like Jordan, because Jordan, he was sponsored by.
Yeah, because you used to watch those commercials, and
help,
like if you drink it, you're gonna be doing this.
It didn't help, dude. It probably because the taste of Gatorade is not very good. That have you noticed that, Edge? Like Gatorade's
some of them flavors be good though. It depends on what flavor you get.
But it's very sour. Have you noticed that? It's very sour. The taste of Gatorade. That's why
it depends on which one you talking about.
Now this was in the mid-90s. Like orange, I think. It was the orange one that I used to drink. It didn't help, H. And my stomach sometimes would rumble whenever I would drink Gatorade.
Hey, Kobe drink was the best one, I think. What's that? What's the Kobe drink? The one he got what's that? Man. The one it's the drink for the UFC. What's it? Under Armour. You ever drink one of those? The Under Armour drinks?
No, only the Under Armour from Steph Curry. Like he made that brand.
No, Body Armor. It's called Body Armor.
Body Armor.
You know what I'm talking about? You ain't never had one of those drinks?
No.
Oh, that shit is fire. That's the one you got to get, or Powerade. I like
Powerade. Yeah. I think I've drank Powerade. Yeah. But I was more drinking.
You probably don't sell them over there, huh? Because you out there in New Zealand.
Oh no, they do. It's just not as popular as Gatorade.
What about Body Armor? Y'all got body Armor out there?
No, there probably is. I don't go out as much anymore, so there probably is. Yeah, but when I was younger, Gatorade was it, man. And wearing Jordans, I had Jordan, I think 8s.
You still wear Jordans?
Nah, dude. I've got Kevin Garnett's. Because I don't go out.
Which Garnett? You got the Nikes?
Yeah, the Nikes. Yeah, I don't wear them because I don't go out as much and I don't play basketball anymore. My Garnett.
What about pennies? You got Penny Hardaway shoes?
Nah.
Come on, those are the best ones. You're a little Penny. You should be wearing.
I do like pennies. His game though. It's because he didn't fulfill his potential because
he got injured.
I think it's just because once Shaq left, right, in '97. He thought that he could carry Orlando on his back. And because of that, he got injured, right? So that tells you how good Shaq was. Because Penny really wanted Shaq out too. Because at that time, they were like bickering on whose team this was. And Penny was getting as much endorsements as Shaq as well. On the back of his mind, I think Penny wanted Shaq gone because he wanted to show the world how good he was. Because when Shaq was getting injured in Orlando, and Penny was on his own, they were beating the Bulls on his own, like without Shaquille. So he thought that he could carry the team on his back, but he couldn't.
Because he got injured. You can't say what he was such a dynamical talent, and he was so big for a guard, brother.
He was.
You can't say that he got hurt, so we can't ignore the fact that he got hurt.
He got hurt because to carry a team like that, the ball has to be on your hand like 90%, not 90, but 75% of the time. Whereas when Shaq was there, it was only on his hands maybe 35 because, but sometimes, because also in the playoffs in '98, he was playing hurt. He wasn't supposed to be, and he still put up 40. I think he averaged nearly 40 points a game against Miami in the first round, right?
I mean, he was a generator. But what you say about him doing too much, I might have to lean with you and agree with you, because I think the same thing happened to Derrick Rose in Chicago. So I think you make a good point there.
And Brandon Roy too. Brandon Roy. This is Damian Lillard only was there for 1 year when Brandon Roy was still good, and Brandon Roy got injured. And also LaMarcus Aldridge, he would put up 20 points, but he wasn't
overrated. Man, he was a beast. I like Aldridge. I ain't gonna lie. That dude was the truth.
But the problem that I had with him, H, and salute to you, to the man of YouTube boxing, Spurs deliver. He when he went
injured, bro. And then they kept trading Kawhi. Kawhi ended up winning the championship.
Kawhi supposed to be able to talk. I mean, like, he was so good. He was
like that. Basketball's a sport. He needed better teammates at that time. But he to me, I just liked his game, bro. I like his skill set.
He had like an old school little swagger with him.
Yeah, he had a nice jump shot.
Aldridge, I did think he didn't reach his potential either. I thought he could have done better.
To me, he's a Hall of Famer in my book. I think he's one of the best power forwards I've seen. Like, that nigga got game. Like, the dude could shoot. Man, that dude could shoot threes. Man, that dude was damn near unstoppable. He had moves, man.
No, he's borderline.
I mean,
he should be. He damn near 20 and 10 every year.
I mean, you talking about power forwards, H. I mean, you talking about Hall of Famers. I mean, like, I can let me ask you this legitimately. Can you put him in a top 20 all-time power forward?
No.
I think so. For me, I think so. Just his skill set alone, and then when you look at his numbers and you compare his numbers to other Hall of Fame numbers.
What about my man? Okay, so what about? Let's start running some names down. And I done got old, so our names I forget. So don't hold me accountable to that. Remember when Detroit had that squad together when they had they had Billups and they had what was my man that had the patch in his head?
Rasheed Wallace and them.
Rasheed Wallace. Is he better than Rasheed Wallace?
Nah, Rasheed.
I ain't gonna say he better than Rasheed, but he good.
I know you not.
He ain't
better not.
Yeah, because Rasheed defense. Rasheed was.
Is Rasheed in the Hall of Fame?
Was amazing.
Is Rasheed in the Hall of Fame?
I don't know if they put him in there yet.
I don't think so.
What was my man? What was my man that played with the Chicago the first 3 championships?
Horace Grant.
Was he better?
Horace Grant?
Nah,
he might be. But Horace Grant had defense. He's different. Oh, what his offense is much better than Horace. Horace had a nice little stroke.
Sometimes Horace Grant, whenever Chicago would play a team that had a good power forward, right? Say Phoenix or say Utah. Sometimes Horace Grant, he would disappear in a 7-game series. He would disappear like in 3 or 4 games.
What about Dennis Rodman?
In 3 games.
What about Dennis Rodman?
Offense is better than Rodman.
No. I'm not basketball. One thing I love about basketball, the difference that's the thing that separates basketball from the other sports outside of boxing is that it is a combination. What make Jordan so great? It's a combination of your offense and your defense.
Correct.
It's about who's the biggest impact on a team. Because some players, they can score 20 and 30 points a game, but they don't play defense. And sometimes they can even be liabilities to you in the
correct. Yeah, LaMarcus Aldridge wasn't really good defensively, to be honest.
I mean, Horace Grant probably had better defense than him, but I gotta say, I think Aldridge. I would take Aldridge over Grant, but Grant did have great defense.
So if you was to build a team,
but everybody got their role. You know what I'm saying? Some guys like Rodman, he was meant to be a defensive anchor. And he was meant to grab rebounds and get you possession. Whereas Aldridge, that was your main scorer.
Brother.
Dang, we went straight basketball.
Hold on.
Say it again.
Horace Grant, hold on now. Horace Grant was a top.
No, I said Rodman, not Horace Grant.
Well, I did say Horace Grant first, but I'm gonna go to Rodman. Rodman was putting up points when he was with Detroit, brother.
Yeah, he was on a fast break.
Do you remember? Let me ask you this question, my brother. Do you remember Dennis Rodman when he played with Detroit, the Bad Boys that won?
I wasn't born.
All right,
he was very good with Detroit.
That's why
he was all-star 1 year. Shit, he won Defensive Player of the Year.
Twice.
He won championships.
Twice.
Yeah, he was good.
I guess with Rodman is just
It's hard for me.
With him is
it's hard. What I'm
with him is
saying,
just I see like 18, 16 rebounds a game, and then it's like 9 points a game. So I don't think.
I'm sorry, H. I'm gonna press mute.
No, we good now. We can keep going because we're already in it. No, we might as well keep going. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna press mute because I'm sorry.
No, you good. You ain't gotta go on mute. Go ahead.
Is that what I'm saying? Is when you talk about somebody that's winning multiple championships on different teams, I cannot put somebody in the same level that got. It's one thing if you just win one championship and but if you got multiple championships and you played on more than one team and you earn championships on more than one different team and you have records broken rather than defensive offense, I cannot put somebody over somebody just because they got a nice fadeaway.
Yeah. Also, remember that in 1996 when Chicago played Seattle in the NBA Finals, you can make an argument that Dennis Rodman was the Finals MVP in that series because Michael Jordan, his field goal percentage in that series was really bad. It was like 43, 42%. Dennis Rodman, if you look at his numbers in that series, he was really good.
Man, Dennis Rodman, he frustrated the hell out of Sean Kemp in that series.
Yeah, he did.
He the whole Sonic team wanted to fight him. Yeah, I remember. That shit was funny. Hey, Rodman, that was my brother's favorite player, Dennis Rodman, bro. He was a dog. He was an animal. Now, Rodman was a dog.
You know what? Had David Robinson would have been a little bit more physical or a bit more with that grit type or angrier, I think they would have beaten Houston in that series because Dennis Rodman was asking David Robinson to pull Hakeem down.
Hakeem, the problem with Hakeem is just an all-time great. Like his skill, his ability to pivot, and his ability his IQ was so high, offensively and defense. I mean, he just basically spanked Shaq in front of the world. I mean, like Hakeem is very underrated. Not to true basketball fans, but in the whole picture, Hakeem is definitely underrated.
He's the most skilled center ever on both ends of the floor, defensively and offensively. In fact, he won a Defensive Player of the Year too.
And I believe he was undersized back in those times. Because back in those times, power forwards was coming in at 6'9", 6'10", muscled up.
Hakeem 6'11", 6'10". But he had long arms, though. He had really long arms.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is Dennis Rodman, because if you guys remember, so Houston won the first two games in San Antonio, and then San Antonio went to Houston and won 2 games on the road, right? But what Dennis Rodman wanted to do was he said to David, when Hakeem is on when he's got like a free layup in the paint, Dennis asked David Robinson to kill him, like kind of like a Detroit Piston, the bad boy stuff, like where you foul him, right, and I will foul him again because the second foul doesn't count. So to beat him up per se. But David Robinson didn't want to do that because he was a gentleman, right? He said, "We'll play this fair and square." But sometimes, you got to intimidate because Dennis Rodman wanted David Robinson to intimidate Hakeem, right? And David Robinson didn't want to do that. But I think had he done that,
he was soft. You're right.
Yeah, it was soft a little. Yeah. In his early years, he wasn't. But and
he was soft. He was just bullying in his early years.
Yeah. I think it was a little. So I think it was a lot more tougher. I think they would have beaten that Houston team. Because that Houston team in '95. Also, Clyde Drexler was he was already washed up, man. Like he had 1 or 2 good games, but then he would disappear afterwards. Like he was already washed up at that time, man. Drexler's prime was in the early '90s, late '80s.
That's true.
Right?
And let me say this. And let me say this, Penny and H Money. Let me give you props, H Money. And this is why you're the king. This is why you're my favorite channel. This is why I really.
Sports Heaven, thank you, bro. Thank you for the support, big homie.
You are my favorite channel. Penny, you know your shit. And H, I notice you bring this brother on here quite regularly, and you give him time to speak, even if I don't agree with everything he say, because I think he be low key hating on some. But at the end of the day, like this brother know his shit, because he's sitting up here freestyling shit from the fucking 90s and the 80s, and he's on point, accurate with it. Like, so he is for sure the truth.
Hey, sports heaven. A quick question: do you like the basketball of today? Like, could you watch a full game?
I do, but not to the playoffs, because it's almost like I'm not. It's kind of like watching street. It's like going to the court and running the court. But what I've learned, let me say this, Penny, let me say this too. As I've gotten older, brother, this is what I've learned. And it doesn't matter if it's hip hop, basketball, just capitalism, money, and anything you do. Dating is basically, as we get older, times change, right? And basically, it's not, our time has came and gone. So I don't want to judge today's basketball, because I love Steph Curry. I love how they play, but I know back in the 90s, that shit wasn't gonna fly.
Oh yeah, no,
not like that.
Sports heaven. If Steph Curry played in the 90s, right, I think he will still get his numbers.
He'd be about a 20. He'd be all-star. But I don't
because But I think I kind of think of Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf or Chris Jackson, right? I think he would be that type of player, but better and more consistent. Right? Well, also, people don't know Steph Curry. He was injury prone early in his career, right?
That's true.
In the 90s, I don't know if that would have carried, because like that injury may have kept on going, because in the 90s it was a lot rougher.
Man,
when you drive to the lane. Guys like Oakley and
they played prison ball in the 90s, brother.
Oh yeah, they'll put you down.
I've seen some highlights of the bad boys.
Well, that's not real basketball. I think it got better. They done cleaned up the sport, like doing cheap fouls, injuring people.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's what I said. What I said, H, about as I've gotten older, I've learned that the game has changed. So I don't want to pass judgment. But I'm just saying in general, I don't debate that. But what he said is that though in the 90s, because pick and roll, you get your motherfucker on your ass. And Steph struggled in his first. Steph struggled in championship games because it was more physical in the playoffs, and they don't blow the whistle as much. So the pick and roll that Golden State was running during the regular season.
Sports heaven. Also in the 90s. You could hold someone's jersey, right? So when you go when you go off the curl, and you know where Reggie Miller used to do that.
That's
John
right.
Starks, he would pull Reggie Miller's jersey so that he can follow him, so that he can contest his shot. Steph Curry, those open shots that he has now, that will not exist in the 90s, because A, there's hand checking, and two, people will pull his jersey so that the opponent can follow him. That was not a foul back then. It is a foul now, but back then he wouldn't. So all those open shots that he would have,
that's right,
they will not be open. Also, his attempts of the threes, say he attempted 10 now, back then in the 90s, it would be maybe only like 4 or 5, because he won't be open 10 times all the time, because his opponent will be right there on his face.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I do think he'll get his numbers though. Like I don't think he'll average over 30, maybe like 25, like you said, 25. And his field goal
ain't nobody stop no Curry, man. Ain't no possible way you could stop Curry, bro. Because Curry could dribble, Curry could create his own shot, Curry could play off the ball. Nobody see Curry.
The reason why he can shimmy, right, is because the opponent can't touch his body. Back in the 90s, they were hand checking.
I remember.
That your opponent can touch your stomach, right? So sometimes if your hand is really strong, like Jordan, you can actually pull that guy to where you want him to be. Like if Steph Curry wants to go right, but Jordan's hand is so strong because they were hand checking back then, he can actually pull him to his left and steal the ball, right? Nowadays, that's a foul, right? Yeah. Right. Back then it wasn't. So those trickery that he could do, right? He won't be able to do that, especially with a great defender like, say, Gary Payton.
And let me add this, Penny, and H. Let me add this too. I remember because I was the time flies, family, for everybody out here. I remember when Detroit Pistons was playing the Spurs in the championship, right, with Chauncey Billups and the Wallace brothers, and I was watching that, And I was like, man, all this talent they got Prince, they got all this talent. Why they only scoring 80 points a game? And an older brother pulled me to the side. He said, Roger, what you got to understand is they utilize so much energy on defense.
Yeah.
When they get into the late quarters, they miss free throws and they offense is suspect. So what I'm just saying is that no matter how great these guys seem offensively today, in a physical game, 4 quarters, the numbers. So that's why greatness is greatness. People get caught up in errors, but greatness is greatness because it all equals out. The rules and how it's called is what changes it. But when it's all said and done, greatness equals greatness. So like LeBron is a beast. He's in the GOAT conversation. But guess what?
He's got a case.
When I was a kid, power forwards was 6'10" and muscle bound. Like go to Atlanta, Dalton. Like you're not gonna. LeBron wasn't gonna be able to just to go to the hole. In his younger years, he evolved as he got older. But in his younger years, he wasn't gonna be able to just dribble and dunk on somebody in the 90s because he was too little.
He'd pull him down. Like also in the 90s, when you go to the paint, the centers and power forwards, they'll make you pay so that you don't go back there. Because back then, unless you're like a Michael Jordan or a Clyde Drexler who was strong and can fly, they would punish you. You don't, little guys like 6'3", you don't belong in the paint, right? You belong out there in a 3-point or wherever you belong to. So whenever a guard, a point guard, shooting guard, or a small forward, whenever they would drive to the lane, they would punish you to the point where they would give you bruises, so that the second time that you drive to the lane, you would think twice.
That's what made Jordan so special.
The lane, you would pull up.
That's what made Penny. That's what made Jordan so special because he would actually elude his body position to avoid the contact.
Correct.
That's why he was able to survive in the 90s, and that's why he evolved the game, and that's what made Kobe so special. They were able to evolve their body so they would avoid the contact in midair.
Also Jordan's airtime was just like, when he flies, right?
Yeah.
He lasts in the air for so long. Sometimes Jordan can like jump from one side of the key and end up on the other side of the key and finish the play. And one. So when you try and hold Jordan, so usually what you do, so when Jordan would go to the lane and try and dunk it, people would hold back his jersey, like pull him down, right? And then if you have another of your opponent, your teammate, he would then second foul him, which doesn't count because the first one only counts. But Jordan's airtime was so long that he would finish the play. So it's no good. You might as well let him go because he will make that free throw. So instead of having an and one, which is 3 points, you might as well let him go. So that it's just 2 points, right? So because he would do it over and over again where he would just finish the play because his airtime was so long. You know what I mean? So that's what made Jordan. Drexler can also do that too. He did that, and Dominique as well.
They both had it, brother. They both had it. But they didn't have the ability to move their body in the air.
Yeah,
that's what separated Jordan. Those guys, you're right, because for a lot of people don't know when Jordan played Drexler, when the Portland Trailblazers, when they played that, and I think it was the second championship run Chicago had. When they played that, a lot of people felt like it was Jordan was great as he was. Clyde Drexler was in that same conversation at that time.
I suppose heaven. If you look at Clyde Drexler's stats in that final series, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Definitely. The Chicago had the better team because you had him and you had Clifford. Was it Clifford Porter? My man used to wear the headband all the time.
Oh, Clifford Robinson, Uncle Cliffy.
Right. Uncle. Really, Chicago really had him outmanned in that series because.
Sports heaven. They should have won Game 6. Chicago was very lucky to win that Game 6 because they were losing by 20 points heading into the fourth. And it wasn't Jordan that brought them back. It was their bench, right? And Jordan just finished it off at the end. So it really should have gone to a Game 7, right? And in Game 7 in Chicago, wherever it doesn't, Game 7 doesn't have a home.
Well, I ain't gonna make up what's gonna happen. But what I will say is that you are 100% right. Clyde and my man from Atlanta, Dominique. A lot of people don't remember that, and that's why those Dominique and Clyde was in the same conversation with Jordan as far as that ability to dunk.
I think Sports Heaven, the difference was that Jordan was such a superior defender. He was probably a better defender than an offensive player. And those two, they weren't really regarded as defensive players. I think that's the difference.
They was lazy defensively.
Yeah. They weren't a liability or anything, but Jordan, I think, did he make all defensive team like 10 straight years or something like that?
Yeah, Jordan was committed to that shit. And
I don't think Dominique or Drexler made an all defensive team, even the second team. I don't think.
Well, I'm not sure, Penny. I mean, that's why you the man, because like I said,
I don't know either.
Freestyling. But
I don't know either, man. Maybe Drexler made one, but I can't remember. Dominique definitely wasn't. He was more of a.
But what I will say is, just talking to you, listening to it, ultimately, and I hate to say this because I am a Jordan fan. Like he's my, him and Allen Iverson. But Jordan, can't nobody I'm not gonna fuss with nobody about the Bulls being the greatest. But now that we're talking about it, the Bulls team was better. Like from top to bottom, the Bulls had a deeper squad than Portland and Atlanta and a lot of teams in those times. The first 3 championships they won, we're not going to get them into the second 3 championships they won. Just the first 3 championships alone with Pippen, Horace Grant, and Jordan. That was deep. That was compared to, because back then you had one player, maybe 2.
Yeah, there wasn't any super teams or anything.
Right.
Yeah. I do think that the Bulls could have been a lot better because they drafted badly there. After they drafted Grant and Pippen, they drafted really badly back because they drafted Purdue, I think at number 4 it was really high. And then they drafted Stacey King, again, very high, right? Number 3 or number 4.
Brother, at that point though, guess what? The results eliminate all of that. It's hard to say.
Yeah, true. But what I'm saying is they could have gone better. They could have won against Detroit in 1990.
I got what you're saying. Okay.
Had they drafted better. Okay. But look, Jerry Krause, he drafted Pippen and Horace Grant. I mean, and he traded for Bill Cartwright as well. That was
but that Detroit team was the truth, though. That Detroit team was not to be slept on. That Detroit team
look, that the Detroit team, the Detroit won in 89, and then they were also won in 90. I reckon the Bulls could have won that in 1990.
Because that was a tough story. You got Isaiah Thomas. You got Isaiah Thomas, one of the greatest point guards on both sides of the ball.
Yes.
You got Dumars, who was also good on both sides of the ball.
Yes, he was.
You had Rodman in the mix. You look, like you look more educated, like Detroit, and they had a couple other players that I'm not going to mention.
Vinnie Johnson.
That's right. You mentioned.
By Sports Heaven, I think that series in the Eastern Conference Finals in the 1990, I think that went to 7 or maybe 6. I can't remember. But I do remember the Bulls leading it 2-1.
Well, that don't mean nothing because when LeBron came to Miami jumped up 2-0 on Dallas, and Dallas just smoked them.
Okay. Here's the reason why I think. Look, I do think LeBron is a great player. His stats.
This is my era.
He has a case for the GOAT. He's probably either number 1, number 2.
Old niggas talking about 90s and shit. I don't know nothing. I'm lost.
90s, that's when they was getting it in. The 90s,
I'm fucking with it, but I was looking for a chance to speak.
90s was golden era of basketball. Then when you
can
had
I just say this? That series against Dallas, right? LeBron James was terrible, right? Especially after Game 3. He was terrible, right? If you look at Game 3, 4, 5, and 6,
you know why? Because Sean Marion was on his ass. Him and Deshaun Stevenson.
Sean Marion was over 30 years old. Sean Marion
still was a great defensive player, though. Sean Marion was a great player.
I'm saying that wasn't Sean Marion's prime.
But he still was good, though. He was still a good player.
That's true.
Yeah, he was. But it wasn't Sean Marion's prime, right?
Dallas didn't have a full team that year because Caron Butler was injured the whole season that year. He was injured.
But what I'm saying is that was LeBron James's prime. He should have killed Sean Marion, right? But he didn't. Not only that, he gave up in Game 5 and Game 6, right? That's something that Jordan would never do. Even though Jordan would lose the series, he would never give up. He would
hold on, brother.
That wasn't the first time he gave up too. He gave up on the against Boston as well.
Let's not devalue Dirk.
Oh yeah, Dirk was very good.
Yeah, that's why when you said what you said about the power forward, that's another power forward. Like Dirk is legitimately a top 10, 15 power forward of all time. Like that, like Dirk played a major role. Like they built that. Matter of fact,
he changed the game too, Sports 7. He changed the game as well. He was the first. And I wouldn't say he was the first. What do you call it? Stretch four. I think the first stretch four was the best.
He was the best.
Yeah, the first stretch four was probably what's his name, Bob McAdoo, right? Because that guy, I think he played center and started shooting threes, right? But in terms of like winning, and because Dirk was the one that carried that team. Like he was probably the first stretch four, like who won a championship, who was like a first ballot Hall of Famer. Because Bob McAdoo was not a. I don't think he was the first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't think he even made the top 50. The first top 50.
Dirk was cold, man. When Dirk had that ball in the fourth quarter, man, you know what he was going to do. He was going to go in there and win the game. I don't remember.
To me, bro, Dirk is the GOAT. To me, like as far as power forward.
Power forward?
Just for me, power forward, I'm taking Dirk. Yeah.
Over Tim Duncan, though, Ace Money?
Yeah, I'm taking Dirk any day over anybody.
No, I'm taking.
Dirk changed the whole position. You can't lie. Dirk Nowitzki, he killed that whole Miami Heat team by himself, and he changed basketball. Now you see,
he did. But even though he averaged over 10 rebounds that series, I do think that he's not a very good defensive player. Like whereas Duncan, he was a supreme defensive player, and Duncan can he grabs more rebounds. He might not get as many points as Dirk, but it's not like Duncan was averaging 18. He was averaging like 25, 24 points, right? Dirk would average maybe 27, 23. So the difference in points is not there. But the main difference there is defense. Tim Duncan, he also made all defensive team, like 12, 13 straight years? I don't know. I can't even remember. Dirk, I don't know if he ever made an all defensive team.
Yeah, but Tim Duncan can't shoot threes. That's the difference.
He shoot twos, though.
Three, what's more, 2 or 3?
Yeah, but your field goal percentage in threes is only like 35%.
But he's shooting 3-pointers like free throws, Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah, but your field goal percentage is only 35%, whereas if you shoot Tim Duncan's twos is worth 60% or 55%. So, you know what I mean?
Hey,
but that's what they say about Duncan. Like he wasn't.
The fact that Dirk can be mentioned in the same conversation with Duncan with only one championship shows you how good he really was.
Yeah, he was good. He was good. Very good.
Yeah, Duncan came. It was his first season. He came in and won with the Spurs. That was a lockout year, right?
Not only that,
I think in the second season.
Marky Dan.
The second season.
Marky Dan. Tim Duncan was All NBA first team in his rookie year. All NBA first team with Jordan and I can't remember who. Maybe it was Penny. It was the 2 guard. The 3 guard. I think it was Grant Hill, right? Duncan.
I mean, he was a great player. I'm not saying nothing bad about Tim. I'm just saying, like, Dirk Nowitzki, though, bro, like, the dude could shoot it from anywhere. He's like a 7-footer that could, off his offense, he could do it all, bro.
You're saying you fear him more than you fear Tim Duncan. That's what you're saying.
Sometimes Tim Duncan can shoot free throws. Sometimes he can't make free throws, Tim Duncan, bro.
I think he couldn't shoot 3 throws. I think in 2023, like in today's game, you'd probably be like more inclined to pick Dirk over Duncan because in today's game defense is not valued as much. So I can see what your point is, but in overall scheme of things, I'll definitely pick Duncan. In fact, I'll pick Kevin McHale over Dirk Nowitzki.
Well, Duncan got multiple championships, and
5.
And I'm not taking nothing away from Ginobili because y'all know.
Man, Ginobili was that dude.
Listen, Penny, no knock. Y'all know I'm borderline. I'm a white person hater, but I'm gonna tell you what. if Ginobili was black, he'd get more credit. Ginobili was a motherfucker. He really was. And Parker was a light-skinned motherfucker. And I'm just saying that the Spurs had a lot of success with B-level players.
He did. Yes, that's true.
But that goes back to Duncan, though, Sports Heaven, because a lot of what they said was that Popovich would come in there and he'd be talking crazy to people, but Tim Duncan would just take it so that everybody would look at Tim and say, man, if he's talking to Tim like that I can't say shit back because that's the best motherfucker on his team.
Yes,
that's right.
So
That's right.
but
he
you
got
know
considered
also Tony Parker. Dude, that guy doesn't get credit either. Did you know that in 1 year Tony Parker had more points in the paint than Tim Duncan? In fact, he
But
led the
Tony,
league in points in the
I could
paint.
believe
That's how
that.
good Tony Parker was. Tony Parker wasn't big either. He was only like 6'2", 6'3", the most. And to
well,
guard
Yeah,
to
but
lead,
a lot of people
Yeah,
don't
But he
realize.
was one of the best finishers at the rim, though,
oh,
he
in
was
his
tough,
prime.
man. That
And this
nigga
is
was
why,
fast.
and this is why I give H Money credit what he said about Dirk, and I have to respect it a little bit because a lot of people that and Penny, you know this because you lived it, so you know it. I'm not gonna put a year on it. I want to say about when they played that because to me one of the greatest championships that I ever watched was Detroit and the Spurs. Right, that 7 game that was the most competitive. Like those guys really gave it their all.
a bit boring, but yeah, it was very
But I mean,
competitive.
boring depending on your opinion. You know, depending on like if you like offense, it was boring. But if you like fundamental basketball, it was one of the greatest. And like you got Tim Duncan, you had Ginobili was the like I said, he could have very like that's racism right there because that
He could have won
motherfucker had
Finals MVP. I know what you're saying. Yeah. He
yeah,
killed
yeah.
the
And Tony
Pistons.
Parker was the best point guard outside of Chauncey Billups. Tony and you can make an argument about
Nash
that.
and Nash
Tony,
as well. Steve Nash.
Yeah, Steve Nash was really good at assists, but I don't think he was on their level. That's just my personal opinion. That's
He won MVP that year.
Yeah, I mean you can get into numbers and stuff like that, but they never. He don't have a ring to show for nothing.
Yep.
Right. Him and Amari was just running. They was running. Basically, him and Amari was running. Play school basketball, court ball. Right. Let's just keep it real because Nash didn't have no defense. So yeah, that's why they lost to the first round of Kobe with a bunch of nobodies. Right. Let's just keep it real. So that Spurs team, and then let's not forget Horace Grant. I'm sorry. Robert Horry. That's another example of somebody that won multiple champions on different teams.
7. Was it
That's
7 or 8?
goddamn right. Like they had a good squad and the greatest coach, in my opinion. You could talk about Phil, but and my man that used to coach with New York back in the day. But Popovich is arguably the greatest coach of all time. Like that was a good squad that San Antonio had. Like so, it's not like when Abe says that he give props to Dirk is even though Dallas did kind of stack the deck a little bit on paper. That's why they only won one championship.
Yeah. Dirk didn't have a Ginobili or a Parker for 10 years. I agree with that. Yeah. But in terms of what Duncan brought to the table, I just thought that he just brought more the like defense and offense, and you could always rely on him on a game 7. Not to say that you can't rely on Dirk, but in game 7s, Tim Duncan's numbers are huge, man. I remember when he also elimination games too.
Yeah,
he nearly had a quadruple double against the Nets in a I think it was game 6. I can't remember. Someone correct me, but he should have had a quadruple double actually because the 2 blocks.
They should have beat brother. Let me say this, and some of y'all might not like what I'm finna say. In my opinion, they should have beat Miami because I remember that game because I bet on the Spurs. The Spurs was up by 3 or 4. And LeBron James jumped over goddamn Tim Duncan. He had his balls on Tim Duncan's neck on a rebound. And if the referees would have called foul, which they should have, on LeBron, Tim Duncan would have went to the foul line. That would have ended that series.
Yeah. Also, I think Sports Heaven, had Miami beaten the Spurs in the rematch where LeBron James would exert himself, because usually when you beat a team the first time, you've got an edge, right? You've beaten them, right? You've got an edge, right? So in the rematch, right, had Miami beaten the Spurs, right, I would have been more of a it would have been earlier for me to say, hey, LeBron James has got a case for the GOAT. But the fact that they got not swept, like I think it went to 5 games.
And they got their ass
basically bullied the bully, right? I thought, man, and then Miami didn't even put up a fight after game 2. It's like they quit, like they knew that they were going to lose. It's like, dude, you guys are the champions, man.
He talking
champions
about his
don't behave like that. You know what I mean? I thought like, dude, they gotta take the belt from you, as they say in boxing, right? And I thought that Miami gave them the belt. Like after game 2, it's like LeBron James gave up. It's like, dude, GOATs don't behave like that. Even though you're losing, you still put up a fight. I felt like he didn't put up a fight, and it happened a few times in LeBron James' career where he didn't put up a fight, especially the one against Boston, his last year with the Cavs. He didn't put up a fight at all. It's like, okay, here you go. Here's the series. A GOAT would never do that. Even though the Boston Celtics, they would sweep the Bulls back in the mid-'80s, Jordan put up a fight. Even though his teammates didn't put up a fight, at least Jordan put up a fight, right? To say, hey, you might sweep us, but it's not going to be easy, right? Whereas with LeBron James, he did it 3-4 times and say, okay, here you go. Like, here's the belt. Like, we'll move on to the next year. To me, GOATs don't behave like that. I do think he's number 2 or number 3, but he's not number 1.
Well, that's the key, and I'm glad you brought that up, brother, because I'm going to say this. The Celtics had Perkins, right? And he was a big motherfucker. And they had Garnett at the power forward, right? That's my point. And they in LeBron's first couple of years, he overcame the hump eventually. But when he used to play the Rashid brothers in Cleveland, he struggled. Why is that? Because those teams had a big center and a big power forward. In the 90s, that's what teams was built on.
Yeah, it was. And
so,
tougher.
That's right. So he would have struggled a lot against those in particular teams. Now,
I do give him props, though. He did beat Detroit in his early, I think in his third or fourth year. He did overcome it. He did. That's a fact. He did. Yeah. I remember when he scored like 24 points straight in the fourth quarter. Well, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be a great player. Like, he's going to be on that same level as, say, I had it early on because you could tell, like, this guy is big, is strong. Also, what makes you great is your handles, right? If you got handles, especially on the small forward position, right, that will make you great. So the things that make you great is you're a great shooter, you can defend, and you got handles. If you got those 3, you're a great player. And he had that early in his career. So immediately I thought, okay, this guy's going to be a great player. And the fact that he beat Detroit on his own with the Wallace brothers and the Tayshaun Prince on the front court, I'll immediately think, okay, this guy is going to be in the same level as Magic. I don't know if he's going to be the same level as Michael, but as the years went on, he did prove that he's on the same level as Michael Jordan, right? In terms of LeBron, right? But he's not better than Michael, though. I still have Michael as number 1. I may have James number 2 or number 3 because, Kareem, no one could stop Kareem, man. If you look at like his Milwaukee Bucks days, dude, no one could stop that guy, right? But I don't know. LeBron James' career is not finished yet, so like he will probably be number 2. The thing is, if he becomes number 1 in assists, right? Because he's going to play probably another 5 years, dude. If he becomes the most points and most assists, I don't know, man. I don't know how.
Hey, Little Penny, I got a list of my favorite players of all time. My all-time favorites. All right, Ray Allen. We got Allen Houston, Reggie Miller, Mitch Richmond. Yeah, Mitch Richmond, Richard Hamilton, Brandon Roy, Joe Johnson, Michael Redd.
H, sorry to stop you. H, Mitch Richmond, had he stayed in Golden State, right? His legacy would have been a lot better, especially when Chris Webber.
They traded him though. He went to a garbage team. They traded him to Sacramento, and Sacramento was like the worst team in the NBA.
And he made them relevant a little bit because he made the All-Star games, and Sacramento also made the playoffs a few times.
Yeah, he won an All-Star game MVP one year. Correct. And I actually met him before too, and he won Rookie of the Year.
He did. Also, H, he was 6'5". He's very strong as well. Not many people know that.
That's why they call him the Rock, because he was strong like a rock, they said.
Yeah. I think the reason why Michael beat him all the time is because Michael had speed. Michael had everything, man. He had
a way better team, too.
No, but also, I'm talking about one-on-one. I'm talking one-on-one because sometimes when Mitch
he used to get Michael Jordan, too. Jordan said he was like one of his toughest opponents.
He was. No. What I'm saying is the reason why Jordan would beat him, especially when back then, the Bulls would do a full court press on the point guard, or sometimes half court press, right? Sometimes they would do like a Mongolian type defense where they would show a full court press, but it's really a half court press, or vice versa, just to trick the point guard so that the point guard would pass it like overhead, and then they would steal it, right? But so sometimes the point guard would pass it to Mitch Richmond, right? Obviously, Michael is now guarding Mitch Richmond, but the reason why sometimes Jordan would beat Mitch Richmond is because Mitch didn't have speed. Like when he would dribble, Jordan was so fast on the defense that he would know where he was and he would steal it, right? But had Mitch Richmond had more speed, I think he would have been a lot better. But Mitch Richmond was a great player. I think he was just unlucky. He ended up with Sacramento Kings. But that was another player that
he won a championship with the Lakers his last year in the NBA. His last year in the NBA, he won a championship with the Lakers.
That doesn't count. He even said it doesn't count either because
it does count. He won. It counts in the record books. He was on that team.
I don't think he even played in that.
He was in the game at the. They put him in for the last seconds of the game. He won a championship.
Come on, man. That doesn't count.
It does count. Yes, it
does.
I
know, but
so hey, look.
I bet you he's not wearing the LA Lakers ring.
It's the only ring he got.
Yeah, but he's not wearing it, H. Proudly.
Why wouldn't he wear it? It's worth plenty of dollars. It looked good too.
H, it would have been better if he won a championship in Sacramento. But
his team was garbage. You know, he only won one championship, and that was with the Lakers. So look, and you know, I'm from Los Angeles. I remember when he came to the Lakers and got that ring. So look,
I reckon J.R. Ryder would probably wear his.
He was one of my other favorite players. Now he was my real favorite player, J.R. Ryder. Isaiah Ryder, man, he was the truth. He just couldn't stop smoking weed. All right, look. So I also like Jason Terry. I like the Jason Terry. I like the Gilbert Arenas.
There's only like two players that Jordan had trouble guarding in the NBA. I think he said this too. One was Reggie Lewis. The other one was Mitch Richmond. Because Mitch Richmond, he was strong, right? Reggie Lewis was long. I don't know. Reggie Lewis was a bit, I don't know. He's too unpredictable. I think that's the reason why Michael had troubles guarding him, because Reggie Lewis would do, like, you know, when you're unpredictable, like, even though Jordan did beat him, he did have troubles with Reggie Lewis.
But look, right now, Curry is the best to me. I like Devin Booker right now. Klay Thompson, Luka.
Hey, what do you think of the Kevin Durant?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to y'all about. Since we talking basketball, man, hey, listen, the Phoenix Suns, they gonna be hard to beat, man, because they got Devin Booker and Durant. Chris Paul is getting old, but he's still good, and they got
DeAndre too. The center's good too. What's his name?
Who?
The center.
Oh, DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, he's good too.
Well, this year he's having a bad year, bro. They on the video game 2K, man, they dropped him all the way down on the video game. He's like only like an 80 overall now.
You know why H? You know why H is playing bad? Because he signed that big contract. He's now comfortable. So it's like,
yeah, once he got paid, once he got that money, he cashed out. Now he don't care no more. A lot of players did that. Once they get paid, they never the same.
H, the only thing I don't like about the Suns is they don't have a bench. The bench is a little weak, but you know.
Hey, but look at Dallas. I think Dallas gonna win a championship with Kyrie Irving. I like Dallas. I think they got a great team.
You think so?
Yeah, Luka.
I think Kyrie and Luka, like they both on ball, like
and
they both
got
need
the other
the ball.
brother. What's his name? Christian Woods.
And they can't defend.
I like
both
Christian
of them can't
Woods.
defend.
He's a good player too.
And both of them can't
exactly.
defend.
What'd you say?
What I got? But
both of them can't
that's
defend.
gonna be showtime, though.
I can't hear you. What'd you say? Penny.
Luka and Kyrie, they're not good defenders.
Yeah, but they got who gonna stop them on offense? There's no way you can stop those guys.
Yeah, but dude, you only have to stop one of them because there's only one ball, right? And they're both ball dominant.
Luka knows how to pass. Luka's a great passer. He gets a triple double every game.
I agree with that.
That's gonna be the greatest show. That's gonna be showtime.
I ain't gonna lie, Luka the truth, man. Luka is a bad man. But hey, you know, another player I used to like back in the day was Michael Dickerson. I don't know. He used to play with Arizona. He won a national championship. I don't know what happened to him. He got injured. I think
he got injured. I think he only had one year. I think he made an all NBA rookie team. But then after that, I think he got injured.
You know who else is good right now though, Penny? Desmond Bane. He played for Memphis. Desmond Bane, the 3-point shooter. He's the shooting guard. Desmond Bane. That boy, the truth. You got to watch him. Go type him in on YouTube. Desmond Bain.
Hey, H, this Memphis team they're good, man. They just gotta stay healthy.
You think they're gonna win it all?
Nah. I like Denver, man.
Especially after all these damn trades, huh? You got Durant now in the West, and you got Kyrie Irving.
I like Denver, man. Denver's got a good team. They got.
I like Jokic, man. The Joker, he the truth, bro. I like him a lot. But
they traded
that dude Bones.
Dallas and Phoenix, those two trades between Dallas and Phoenix, and I love Golden State because I thought Golden State was going to make a push at the end of the year, and I thought it was going to be dangerous, and I thought maybe LeBron was going to give it his all to try to, but. Them last two trades with Kyrie between Dallas and Phoenix, that's where the ship gonna fall.
Dang, Big Lex, he doesn't think Dallas is gonna be good. He said no chance, H.
I do think Phoenix will be good there because Booker and Durant, they're reliable. DeAndre Ayton's not bad too. Chris Paul's he's a little old, but he doesn't need to be the Chris Paul of old because he's got Durant and Booker there. So he just needs to be good at the right time, which is in the fourth quarter, right? He can rest in the first three quarters. So Chris Paul will probably not be as injury prone now because he doesn't need to carry Phoenix. He can give the ball to Kevin Durant, he can carry. And then the second option is Booker. The third option is maybe DeAndre Ayton or him, right? So I think Phoenix will be good. They just need to build their bench a little, these these rookie, these contracts where it's like really cheap for veterans, the veteran minimum. They're usually like, why don't you get some of these guys who are available? Like I don't know, just to build up the bench a little.
But they already got players, so I mean, they already got their roster though.
Yeah, I think if I had to pick which team would win a championship first between Dallas and Phoenix, I would say Phoenix because they got more of a they got more help for Durant, whereas
they got help too. Dallas, they got Kyrie Irving for that's a lot of help, and then they got Christian Woods. Christian Woods is a hell of a player too.
Kyrie Irving doesn't play defense, and he's not reliable, man. Like I don't know what Kyrie Irving's gonna do.
But I think Kyrie must have gave them some assurances before they traded for him. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they would just bring in a guy like that who who's very inconsistent when he wants to play.
Brooklyn had that same conversation with Kyrie before he came to Brooklyn, and look what happened. Like, you know what I mean? So
that was like the biggest disappointment ever in basketball history.
That's what I was about to ask you, H. Where does that rank for you?
They had a super team, and then they even had Steve Nash as a coach. They got rid of Coach Steve Nash. They got rid of all the players. Man. I ain't never seen that. Huh?
Poor Steve Nash. He took the blame for everything.
Kyrie should have stayed with Boston, bro. He had a great team over there. I don't know why he left. Kyrie is kind of weird, though. I like Kyrie, but he is kind of weird, though.
Yeah, he is. I think it's because he sees that championship win against Golden State where he hit the game winner. He probably thought that he's on the same level as LeBron, right? Because he had 40 points that game too in game 7, and he was the one that hit the game winner. But he's not on that level, dude. The reason why he got 40 points is because of LeBron. If LeBron wasn't there, Cleveland Cavaliers would be on the bottom of the East.
No. Kyrie Irving, one of the best players in the NBA. He's always been.
He is, but he's not in the same level as LeBron. He's not on that level.
I think so.
He's way off from that level based on what he did.
I mean, he was the one taking the last shots. He was making the game-winning shots when they played on the same team.
Because Cleveland was they were on par with the Cavs. With
no,
the Warriors.
Kyrie Irving is more clutch. He was more clutch than LeBron James.
He was. That's why. Yes, I agree with that. But if you take out LeBron out of that team, the Cavs would be on the bottom of the East. Whereas if you take out Kyrie from the Cavs, the Cavs would still be maybe Western Conference Finals, right? They might not win it. You know what I mean? But
I see what you're
Didn't they go to didn't they lose the first finals against the Warriors because Kyrie was hurt? Or was that Kevin Love who was hurt?
No, I mean, Kyrie got hurt like 2 times in the finals.
Because Kevin Love got hurt because that Olenek pulled his elbow or something. Remember? and he didn't play in
Oh
that series.
yeah, I remember. Yeah, he did that dirty play.
But Kyrie did get hurt in that
Oh
series.
yeah,
dirty ass play. I remember he grabbed his arm. He did that on purpose.
Yeah, I know, man. That was cheating.
yeah. They said it was Bush League.
And then next year, Kevin Love averaged
That
like
was
25 points against the Celtics in that, just to pay him back.
Kevin Love, I don't know what happened to Kevin Love. When he played with Minnesota, they were saying, yo, this dude is the best. He's this and he's that. When he got to Cleveland, like he just was like an average dude. Like it was nothing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say that. I think it's just a change of role. You know what I'm saying? Where he went there and he had Kyrie and LeBron, so he had to be a role player.
No,
you know
I think he
what I'm saying?
got found out, bro. I think he got found out. Like yes, he was a great player in Minnesota, but that's because Minnesota was a bad team and he could put up his stats. Yeah, he did have some stats too in Cleveland, but to me, sometimes it didn't even Cleveland took Kevin Love out of the starting lineup in the NBA Finals because he was playing so bad.
Yeah, they probably did, bro. I don't know what the fuck happened to Kevin Love.
Yeah, because he was to me, and he was a bit of a liability too, to the point where they took him out in the fourth quarter. Like, but to me, I think once you reach the playoffs, and especially in the Eastern or Western Conference Finals, you would know if you're a great player. To me, I think he was padding his stats in Minnesota. I don't think that was a true indication of who he really was. You found out what he really was in the conference finals, like with or even in the NBA Finals. Now, look, not many people can beat Draymond Green in the post or in the perimeter, but you could at least be like, you could at least put up your numbers, but with a lower percentage. But Kevin Love didn't do that. He basically folded against Draymond Green. To me, that's what it looked like to me.
I liked it what the Lakers did in the trades, though. The Lakers got way better now. They got Mo Bamba on the team. They even got D'Angelo Russell back. They got the dude Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt from the Utah Jazz.
The won't do anything.
They got Malik Beasley too. Malik Beasley, one of the best 3-point shooters, and they got another dude. They got the dude. What's his name? Rui Hachimura. He came from the Wizards.
I like him.
They got a squad now. The Lakers, bro. They got a
They won't make it,
team.
They're not gonna make it.
Bro, listen.
They're like 13th in the West.
They got Mo Bamba, D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beaslly, and they got Vanderbilt and Rui Hachimura. And they didn't really trade nobody but Westbrook, and Westbrook was coming off the bench.
Yeah, but those are like role players. They need like Anthony Davis.
Russell was an all-star before. Russell is a former all-star.
Yeah, but they need Anthony.
Mo Bamba is a hell of a player.
For the Lakers to win, they need Anthony Davis to be the same Anthony Davis back when they won the championship, and that's not going to happen.
What is he now? Why that's not going to happen? Hey, Penny, why that's not going to happen anymore? He's still young. He's only like 27.
Injury prone, man. He's injury prone.
For real?
Man, that shit make me sad because Anthony Davis used to be my favorite player when he was with the Pelicans, and he was killing shit over there. But since he came to the Lakers and after the championship, man, I don't know. Like he was smart to sign that contract, that $200 million contract, because man, he wouldn't have been getting this money with all these injuries he got now.
Oh, he gonna get paid. Anthony Davis, he's still one of the best players in the NBA.
Right, here's the problem. Is that the Suns was a contender and Dallas was a contender before they made those trades.
Before they made the trades, was they contenders?
I think they was contenders to basically get to the Western Championship. They was contenders to get to the Western Championship. The West, to me, is up in the air all year long because you don't know what Golden State, you don't know when they're gonna turn it on. And you don't know, and LeBron them might would have turned on. But when Durant went over there with Phoenix, with Paul and the light-skinned brother, that changes. Because just last year, they was the best. They were the best team in the NBA for half the year.
Is Booker, is he white or is he black? Or is neither?
Well, he's a nigga, so we don't got, I mean, we know he's mixed, but he's a nigga. So that's
what you said.
So he's a nigga, so we ain't gonna act like we don't know what that is. So look, and then with Kyrie, look, I don't like white folks like that, but that motherfucking point guard in Dallas is a beast. That white boy is a baller. And so off the top, those two teams Dallas and Phoenix was competitors. Whether or not they was competitors to win a championship, that's a different conversation. But they was competitors as far as being the better teams in the West. When you add somebody like Kyrie and you add Durant, stop talking about that LA team.
Yeah, the Durant. I like the Durant trade more. I think Phoenix is going to be really good because Devin Booker is good.
I mean, like, and I love Golden State, but like to me, Golden State, Memphis, those are the two teams. Clippers, those are the teams that you can like make a legitimate argument. But do they really hold an argument the way they've been playing on it? So it's like,
hey, sports heaven, something's wrong with Kawhi. He's not the same Kawhi anymore. There's something wrong with him.
Well,
have you noticed that?
Yeah, fuck him. Because after when he won his championship in Toronto, which I thought it was I thought that championship he won in Toronto was an amazing feat.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought that was an all-time great feat.
And he was injured too. Sports heaven, he was injured too. He was dunking on his left hand. Remember?
Damn right. Listen, what a lot of people don't realize is defensively what he did against Milwaukee.
Yes.
And that goes back to what we was talking about earlier. Basketball, offense, defense, Kawhi, he's a all-time great, but he not on it, but he inconsistent. And that's going to affect him not to the true basketball fans, because people like us will be 80 years old and we'll be like, well, shit, when Kyrie was at his Kawhi was at his best, he's in that conversation. But numbers and blah blah blah, people gonna talk about it. But basically what I'm really trying to say, Penny, is fuck him.
Hey, hey, y'all, y'all want to get back to boxing? Hey, Penny, I want to, what me and you was talking about earlier, the Ryan Garcia and Tank thing. I want to talk about that with the rest of the panel.
Yeah, sure. Hey, I have to go, man, because I have to go back to work.
All right, Penny, peace out.
I'll
Penny,
see you tomorrow, yeah?
Okay, Penny, I'll talk to you later. Peace.
All right, man. Bye.
Hey, what's y'all thoughts on the Ryan Garcia shit, man? I think Ryan Garcia trying to find a way out of this fight with Tank. Y'all see Ryan Garcia is talking about no rematch clause, like he calling the shots, but Ryan Garcia and Oscar De La Hoya just 2 weeks ago, they was saying how they was okay with a rematch. They was okay, but now Ryan is talking about no rematch. I think Ryan full of shit. I think they're trying to find a way out of this fight.
H, let me say this, H.
Yeah.
I'm a Tank fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel some type of way that they fighting about the because I feel like this. If you stressing a rematch clause, that means you worried about losing. But let me say this too.
But everybody do that. All the A sides put a rematch clause because they in that position.
Let me finish too, though. If you Ryan, a lot of people forget he straight up belly flopped and ducked and butt fucked out of the last fight. Right? He went from fighting Tank on Mike Tyson to fighting Pacquiao to mental illness. Nigga, take the fucking fight and we'll talk about the other shit later. And to me, it just seemed like another example of Ryan Garcia bullshitting his way out of a big fight with Tank.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia and Golden Boy, they have no credibility with me. Until further notice, I really think that they don't want the fight. Because, I mean, this is bullshit. I thought the fight was done.
They full of shit. I thought
that shit was done since January.
Met up with them dudes, and Bud met up with Golden Boy and all of that. I was like, I didn't know what to think, right? Because I mean, Bud is probably just trying to get a fight with one of them dudes over there or whatever. But Oscar's full of shit. Oscar, he's not for making big fights. You know what I'm saying? Oscar, yeah, he's not. He's not trying to make any big fights. They're lying. They're trying to get out of this fight. I seen Ryan Garcia put out a message yesterday. He's trying to start this narrative, like he's saying, Tank, stop hiding behind Al Heyman, some weird ass shit. But these the same guys that was okay with a rematch clause 2 weeks ago. They said they agreed to everything. They said send the contract. We ready to sign. As soon as they send the contract, they take a picture with the shit and they don't even sign it. This shit been about 3 weeks now.
I think that this was just a big publicity stunt to try and
Oh,
promote
Ryan though,
Ryan
Tank
for
was
a
trying to
lesser
fight.
fight.
Tank was trying to fight, and Floyd Mayweather,
I'm
been
talking
trying to
about
make the
Oscar
fight.
though, H.
What
I'm
about
talking
him?
about Oscar.
What about him?
No, I don't really think he wanted to put him in with Tank.
Yeah, I know
Because I
he
think
didn't.
Tank
He
would have
don't
put his
believe in
lights out.
Oscar. I know he didn't. He didn't want to make that fight in the first place. And then what Ryan didn't take his Ryan was supposed to take a fight before the Tank fight. Remember? He was supposed to take a fight before Tank. And then Ryan said no to it or some shit. He said, fuck a tune up. And then Oscar was like, oh, I don't like that. He said, oh, Ryan should have never did that. They playing, bro. They really playing games right now. For real. They not trying to fight. They lying to boxing fans. If that was a Tank doing that shit, they be killing
he'd
Tank.
get cooked.
I remember when, all of these racist motherfuckers would have been talking shit about Tank. I remember when Devin Haney was he was trying to fight Cambosis, and Cambosis said, "Well, I'm about to send you an offer." And Cambosis sent the offer. He was telling Devin Haney to hurry up and sign it, hurry up and sign it. And all the boxing fans were saying, "Oh, sign it, hurry up and sign it, Devin Haney." No matter what was in the contract, they didn't care what was in the contract. They just wanted Devin Haney to sign it, even though Devin Haney had to take less money, even though Devin Haney had to accept the same contract as Lomachenko, even though Devin Haney didn't have no rematch clause. That shit was some bullshit, nigga.
Right.
What's good, Chop? What's up with it?
What's up, H? Them niggas be trying to. Them niggas been trying to get out the contract. That nigga been trying. When Oscar started doing all that media shit and trying to create a narrative in the media, he been trying to get out the contract. What I'm saying is, if y'all niggas agreed to everything, right, before y'all even announced it to us, y'all agreed to terms, right? So you already knew what the terms was before you agreed to it. You know what I'm saying? So then you pulled the stunt about send a contract. Like, nigga, you knew what the terms was, even if you ain't had a contract. But that was one of the stunts you tried to pull, you know what I'm saying, to get out the contract, to force a narrative. Now you trying to force another narrative with the rematch clause and all that shit. And there's probably a million things, other shit that he in there bitching about. Everybody just making about the rematch clause, but he probably bitching about everything. They probably bitching about weight. They probably bitching about a rematch clause. You know what I mean? And then Oscar, all this publicity, all they do is just build Ryan up for that nigga not to fight.
That shit is weak. If they really doing it like that, they don't give a fuck about anything. They don't give a fuck about the boxing fans. I mean, I ain't got no sympathy for Ryan Garcia at this point, or Oscar De La Hoya, or Golden Boy. For real, they full of shit. They playing with boxing, bro. They playing with the sport. That's why niggas over here talking about basketball and shit, because ain't shit shaking in the sport of boxing right now. Ain't shit going on, bro.
All this publicity is just to build Ryan up, and then he gonna fight somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And them niggas keep.
Man, that shit is some bullshit. You went out, Chop. I can't hear you no more, but that shit is some bullshit. What you think, Marky Dan? You think Ryan gonna fight Tank? What you think gonna happen? Come off mute when you ready, man. I think that shit is some bullshit. They got us, thinking the fight is gonna happen. They agree to all terms. They announced the fight and all of that shit. And this dude's still bitching and complaining. Come on, my nigga. I didn't hear Devin Haney doing no complaining. Nigga signed a bullshit contract. That nigga had to go to Australia 2 times to go fight that nigga Cambosis. He signed that shit. Ryan said he wanted to fight Tank this whole time. He said he want to fight Tank so bad, but he don't want to sign the contract. This nigga's lying. He's full of shit.
Facts. This nigga bought some nut shit. That shit basically over with in my mind.
For real, you think the whole shit over with? You think?
Yeah,
I think so too. I agree.
That shit lame, bro. If that shit don't happen, it's gonna look bad for the sport. For real, bro.
Yeah, taking them better. Don't even entertain that nigga no more. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You think so? Oh, damn. That gonna look. That's like.
Hey, I got a question. What has Ryan Garcia done compared to Haney and Shakur and Tank? What has this man done?
He just got that.
I don't even think he should be mentioned with Tank Davis.
He's popular than a motherfucker.
Yeah, it was gonna make a big fight. Like boxing needed to fight more than Tank Davis needed to fight. You know what I'm saying?
But nah, man. But hopefully now Tank can move on from that nigga and maybe fight like. I mean, that was a big fight. I was excited for it.
That's what I'm
But
saying. That's what I'm
I
saying.
think I take
Boxing as
somebody
a
like
whole
Frank
needs to get
Martin
funded.
more serious than Ryan Garcia, to be honest.
Yeah, of course, you know that. But I'm just saying boxing, like for casuals and all that, for boxing to get bigger. You know what I'm saying? I feel like boxing needed to fight more than Tank Davis needed to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that was a big fight. A lot of people was talking about it. Like I even had some people come up to me and ask me about the fight.
For sure. Like niggas that don't even know nothing about boxing and talking about this.
Exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, they definitely
So
needed
who
that,
so who
but
you
not.
who you think Tank and Ryan gonna fight next if they don't get this done?
If I think
If they don't salvage it.
I think Ryan gonna fight whoever the fuck he gonna fight, right? But I think Tank should just still fight in April. You know what I'm saying, fight somebody, tune up, whatever, and and get ready for Devin. That's it. Get ready for Devin to come off the
Nah,
Lomachenko
if
fight.
he don't fight Ryan, he needs to do that rematch with Pitbull.
That's what I'm
I think
saying. Whoever it
Pitbull.
is, it could be
Oh,
Pitbull in April. It
I
could be
like that.
Pitbull in April.
Yeah, it
But
should
I'm
be
saying like
Pitbull.
in
Who else?
April.
Who else is gonna be besides Pitt?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying anybody.
I mean, you a Tank fan? That's your boy. That's your fighter. I'm asking you, if it ain't Ryan Garcia, who's gonna be?
Uh, I don't know. It could be fucking anybody. I don't like.
Anybody. So you want that nigga to fight a bum?
No, I'm saying in April. In April, like one, like cause this how it's gonna go. Like that. Like they gonna still try to figure it out as long as possible, right? And then you gonna have to give a nigga, cause they training already, right? So you just gonna have to come up with somebody on the, like you probably still gonna have that date, whatever. You gonna have to come up with anybody. And if Pitbull ain't that guy, or Pitbull got a fight coming up or somebody, I don't know who the fuck they'll pull out the woodworks, right? Anybody. But I'm saying just to stay active for that April date, whatever. But what I'm saying is, so you could be prepared for Devin to come off the Lomachenko fight and go right at Devin or Shakur or whoever won it first.
You think Tank really wants smoke with them niggas?
Yeah, nigga, Tank ain't ducking no smoke with them niggas.
That's not what people think.
Yeah, I know. I mean, because people think anything. But I'm telling
A
you,
lot of people feel like he will never try to fight Devin Haney or Shakur.
yo, you heard what my man said.
Who?
Tank, nigga.
What'd he say?
I'm coming right at you, niggas. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta show us.
Yeah, and
Come
that's
at
what I'm
him
trying.
then.
This is what I'm trying to
What
tell
he
you.
been waiting?
We gotta get
He
past
gotta
this.
show me though. Talk is cheap, bro.
I'm saying all them niggas gotta show us. That's what I'm saying.
Devin Haney, he got a lot of belts, don't he? Isn't he undisputed?
He ain't done shit,
He
nigga.
beat Cambosis. You don't respect
I ain't
that?
gonna say he does shit.
He ain't done
That man
shit,
flew
nigga.
to
He
another
got a
country
Oh,
to
contract.
get
fight
it,
somebody else
He
in front of
beat the
get
nigga.
it,
50,000
Mark.
people. What the fuck
Nigga,
has Tank Davis done
he beat
Hey,
more than
why
he
Ooh,
done.
Tank
He done
ducking
more than
compared to
Tank
he
that?
done
ducking
more than
Ryan,
beat
bro? Is that
Cambosis.
what
Like
you saying?
No, but I'm
what y'all
saying
niggas don't
you
color realize,
comparing
right?
regular
Y'all
belts
talk
to
about like
motherfucking
y'all talk about
undisputed.
this shit. Hold on, Marky Dan.
And then that nigga Tank will come out his own
All
mouth to
right,
say
Marky Dan.
Devin Haney's belt is an email belts.
Marky Dan. All right,
So
we
what
ain't
the
gotta go
fuck is
through
the
all that,
belt he
right?
got? Come
All
on,
this shit
man.
that like what I'm saying is right. When you talk about Devin undisputed and all that shit, right? All it comes down to is that all Devin did was beat Cambosis.
Okay. In front of 50,000 people
Y'all try
in
to put
another
so much
country.
more on it, like he's
I'm just, but
undisputed,
was
like he
that not
ran
it?
through a division and he done this and he done that. Nigga, he simply beat Cambosis and became undisputed. That's it.
And so what? He beat Teofimo Lopez,
Yo,
who
I'm
everybody was
talking about
hyping
what
up. Come
Devin
on,
Haney
man.
did. Like y'all niggas get about, oh, he beat him, and he beat him. Simply all Devin Haney did was beat Cambosis.
yeah, I got
And so
you. Hey,
what,
you
man?
funny as hell. Hey, Chop. Hey, let me say this, Marky. Then Chop, you
Yeah,
funny
go
as hell,
ahead.
by the way. Chop, you funny as hell, by the way. But you saying all he did was beat Cambosis, but Cambosis was the man though at that time. He was the man at the time when he beat him. Am I right or wrong about that? Could you say Cambosis was the man at that time? Because he beat Tio and everybody was hyping up Tio. So Cambosis was the man. He was the unified, lineal, and even some people was calling him the undisputed champion. Crickets. Crickets. You know what I'm saying? Kambosos was the man at that time, but Chop, you funny. This nigga said all he did was beat Kambosos, like Kambosos was nothing. Kambosos was the man at the time, nigga.
Hold on.
Kambosos was a lucky paper champion.
Somebody was calling me. I'll listen to it on the playback. I ain't hear what you were saying, but all I know is this nigga beat Kambosos. That's it. Y'all niggas trying to make it this whole thing by dressing it up with the he undisputed, he undisputed and all that.
Hey, so I'm coming back right quick.
Hey, Chop, you say like you said all he did was beat Kambosos, like Kambosos was nothing. But at that time, Kambosos was the man because he beat Tio. Kambosos was the man at the time when Devin Haney beat him. He was the unified lineal champion. He was the unified lineal. So why did he have 50,000 people in Australia? Why did he have a stadium fight?
Because he's an Australian, nigga.
I know, but why nobody else in Australia was doing that?
And any nigga that was from Australia, right, that got a win over Tio, right, would have done the same shit.
Only one to do that. He was the first person to beat Tio.
It wasn't like he was no special Australian fighter before that nigga. He wasn't like he was Tim Tszyu or something before that nigga. Was Kambosos that was happened to be from Australia. If that nigga was from if he was from Ethiopia, they would have had 50,000 niggas in Ethiopia. If he was from motherfucking China, he would have had 50,000 niggas in China. The nigga
I know, so why nobody else is doing that in the lightweight division? So answer that question for me. Why nobody else in the lightweight division is putting 50,000 people at a stadium? But Kambosos, he's the only one that did that.
Nobody else got a lucky win over Teofimo.
A lucky win, bro. I don't believe in luck, though. Like Aki, I'm Muslim. I don't believe in luck. He went out there and did what he had to do.
Kambosos is Buster Douglas, bro. He just another Buster Douglas.
That's it. Like,
well, Kambosos was an undefeated champion. Buster Douglas wasn't undefeated.
What does that
Buster
mean?
Douglas was lucky.
You know
though,
exactly what that means. When Mike Tyson got beat by Buster Douglas was like a journeyman with 4 or 5 losses at the time. When Teofimo Lopez lost to Kambosos was an undefeated fighter.
He's still
so he can't be.
That don't mean that. He's still a nigga. Nobody thought Kambosos was like some fucking.
Some people was picking Kambosos to win. Even Taco.
A lot of people were picking Kambosos.
A lot of niggas.
You can say that about anything. A lot of niggas said this.
You ain't gonna give Devin Haney. It sounds like you ain't giving Devin Haney no credit for going to Australia and beating George Kambosos in front of 50,000 people on pay-per-view.
No.
But Loma and T.O.
Why do you give Tank Davis credit for fighting on pay-per-view? But you can't give Devin Haney credit for fighting on pay-per-view at 24 years old.
Was that a 50-50?
No, you talk about Tank Davis and his ticket sales, but Tank Davis never had 50,000 people at a fight. Let's talk about that. Since you want to go by ticket sales.
So you think Loma was the truth?
Yeah,
goddamn right. What? The motherfucking Matrix, nigga.
If he was the truth, why he lose the T.O. bum ass like that?
Shit. Some people said Loma was injured. Some
so
people
was
said
T.O.
Loma
lucky? You saying T.O. was lucky?
Shit, he wanted. I didn't say that. I never said that. I don't believe in luck.
Was T.O. the original Buster Douglas? That's what it sounds like, man.
Nah,
I think T.O. was Buster Douglas. Then Kambosos became Buster. Then Haney became Buster.
T.O. was an undefeated boxing phenom who was knocking the fuck out of champions. Like he knocked out what's his name? Richard Comey.
Yeah, we thought
T.O. was a heavy hitter.
T.O.
was a heavy hitter.
Going into the fight, we knew T.O. had a chance.
Exactly.
Fight,
fact.
Nobody knew Kambosos had a chance.
So why was a lot of people picking Kambosos to beat T.O.?
T.O. beat himself. It's a difference.
He beat himself. He didn't go in the ring and fight.
Kambosos put him on his ass in the first round, and then Kambosos had to get up and come back.
You see T.O. getting beat up by Sandor Martin.
That T.O. beat himself, man.
T.O. beat himself.
Cook these niggas.
T.O. beat himself.
We seen T.O.
look like shit in 3 different eye was cut open.
That wasn't the Teofimo.
In 2 different places.
That we was a
he looked bad versus Martin. He looked bad versus Kambosos. Like he just looked bad lately. T.O. not all that.
Marky Dan, turn up on these niggas.
Man, you niggas gonna stop hating on Haney. I'm telling you, man.
Just
But that nigga Tank Davis, let's be honest, man. When he gonna make that fight with Haney?
Tell me one thing I'm lying about. To make it hate, I'm not lying about none of that shit.
You saying Kambosos was nothing? That's a lie.
He wasn't.
That man was a unified undefeated champion.
Y'all niggas is crazy.
So what? He busted Douglas.
Yeah, like why do niggas keep it? Y'all
Them
keep
belts
putting it
don't
up.
mean
Y'all
nothing.
do all
Everybody
that shit
had them belts. Loma had them belts. Kambosos had them. Haney had them. That what makes Haney better than the other niggas that had the same belts?
To hype Devin up.
They didn't fucking. They wasn't
He just
undisputed.
the next nigga. Haney just the next nigga to get them same belts, bro. He just the next
None of
nigga
them niggas was
to get them
undisputed. That's
same
the
belts.
difference, nigga.
One belt he got for
None of
free.
them
He got
niggas was
elevated. So
undisputed. That's the difference,
one
nigga.
belt he didn't even fight for. So what are we talking about? One belt he got elevated. Who did he fight to get the WBC belt?
Asshole, you
Who
clown.
did he fight to get the WBC belt? Let me
Stop
know.
talking about your fucking asshole, nigga. You know what the fuck it is, nigga.
How you undisputed and one of your belts was vacant, nigga? They gave you that belt.
Motherfucking division.
Loma gave you the belt,
The
nigga.
only nigga to be
You didn't fight
undisputed,
for
nigga.
it.
Fuck your questions, nigga. The only nigga to be undisputed in the division, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Clown ass nigga. The other two niggas wasn't undisputed, so stop talking out your fucking asshole, nigga. Hating ass bitch. I'm here now, nigga. So shut that hating ass shit up, nigga.
Nigga, he was only undisputed because he got that fucking email belt, nigga. He's only undisputed because he got the email belt. Otherwise, he just had the same belts that everybody else had,
He got
nigga.
all the belts.
Otherwise, that he won the same belts everybody else won. The other belt he got for free, nigga. So he ain't no different than other. He ain't no different than other niggas that
He
had
got
it.
every last one of
Shut
them,
up,
you dumbass nigga. He got every last one of them,
dick
retard.
riding ass
Every
nigga.
last one of them, you retarded ass bitch. Clown ass nigga. Hating ass hoe. You don't only come up here to fucking hate. Close your fucking lips, nigga.
You only came to defend your man's honor, you faggot.
Nigga. You ain't talking no facts. You talking out your asshole, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Lame ass nigga. You ain't came up here to fucking hate.
I think you gotta stop the emotional shit. He simply beat Kambosos, though. That's cool.
Big Money H. Tell these hating fans to get the fuck on with their silly asses, nigga. They know who the fuck the king of the lightweight division is. All this silly ass talking, nigga.
Y'all niggas do all this sauce and shit. All this putting sauce on shit. Nigga beat Kambosos, bro.
Man, y'all niggas don't start getting quiet when threes come up in here. Y'all keep that same energy.
No, they scared. They know they gonna get cooked talking that dumb
that
shit.
same energy when threes get up in here, y'all.
Yo, nigga, he beat Kambosos. Niggas just not trying to be screaming over threes.
Well, what? Turn your mic up. You was louder before I got here, nigga.
A nigga not trying to be doing all that screaming and shit. Like,
turn that fucking mic up, nigga. You don't need to be doing all that screaming, nigga. I'm only screaming at brotherhood because that nigga love to just run his lips. Well, if you want to talk boxing,
exactly, nigga. That's why we quiet. You don't talk boxing. Nobody about to be baited into a screaming match with your dumb ass, nigga.
No, I'm screaming over your ass because I'm tired of hearing your ass talk, nigga.
Well, all right then, nigga. Well, you gonna hear silence. Y'all wonder why you hearing silence then. Nobody about to do that childish shit with y'all niggas there. Like, keep crying, nigga. Just keep crying. You ain't gotta talk. You don't need us to talk.
I really don't give a fuck what you gotta say.
Just keep crying, my nigga.
You a mark.
Why you get mad you heard silence, but when a nigga talk, y'all niggas wanna cry over it. We don't be silent, nigga. Whenever you done crying, we'll talk.
You're just a clown, nigga. That's the fuck you are, nigga. Fucking clown. Silly ass fucking questions, nigga. Your shit get knocked down, you goal post that bitch. That's all the fuck you do. A nigga answer your question, you goal post it somewhere else, nigga. Just to try to get a point off, nigga. Silly ass nigga. Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, what about this? Well, what about that?
Y'all let this nigga threes cook y'all niggas that quick? Damn. What's up, Chopper? Who gonna step up? What's up? What's up, Brotherhood? Man, Brotherhood, don't let that nigga cook you like that, nigga. Talk your shit, nigga. That nigga get in on y'all ass on the panel, bro. Y'all let threes cook y'all that quick.
If you call it cooking and nigga ain't about to go back and forth on some non-boxing shit, I guess I'm getting cooked then. Fine, my nigga. I'm cool with it. Y'all niggas just Haney dick riders, so we know how that is.
Threes cook these niggas.
Just saying, like, just keep it a buck, bro. He beat Campbell.
That's what I want y'all to do. Keep it a fucking buck, nigga. You know the best of the lightweight.
We're not taking that away from him. He beat
you niggas just mad that your favorite fighter not holding.
Y'all mad niggas ain't taking the bait. Nigga, keep crying. You can cry while we silent, nigga.
Ain't nobody crying, nigga. The belts don't matter when your favorite fighter don't got them, nigga. That's what it is.
We didn't even get into the belts.
That's all it is.
We just saying
that's the only time I hear niggas fucking down on belts because your favorite fighter ain't holding.
We're not talking down on the belts. He got the belts. He just
so y'all be hearing.
We just talking about like who he beat. Like he beat Cambosis.
Yeah, Cambosis was undefeated, nigga.
That's all it's about for you niggas. Who's favorite? Dick riding that nigga. That's all it's about. That's all you niggas talk about is who's favorite. Dick riding ass nigga.
Like Cambosis did not do shit, and that's your fucking problem. That's your hate.
Nigga, I don't care. Be mad, nigga. That's what we said, nigga. Deal with it. That's what we said, nigga. Deal with it.
Shut up and let me finish, nigga. Shut up and let me finish, nigga. You said you was going
on baby ass, nigga. That's what we said.
You said you was going on mute, so do that shit.
Well, shut the fuck up, crying.
When you talk about,
you said you talking about me. I'm quiet. You said he's talking and crying. So move on, nigga.
When you're talking about Tank's best opponents, which one of those dudes didn't have a belt?
Which one did have a belt?
Did not.
I mean, we're not talking about belts, so I don't know.
I know, but I am. But right now, I'm talking about Tank's opposition. So we're talking about Cambosis and belts. So now let's talk about Tank's opposition and belts, right? Like when it comes to his opposition, which one of them didn't have a belt, but was still considered a top challenger, somebody worth talking about on Tank's resume? Which one of them didn't have a belt?
Eastside Cruz.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Well, when did Isaac Cruz become like worth talking about? Was it before Tank fought him or after?
After.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Isaac Cruz became something worth talking about because of what happened in the fight, right? Not because of what he did before it.
Yeah, but I don't know what they got to do with it.
Well, I'm just trying to find out the significance of the belt right now. We're talking about the significance of the belt.
I said, what you talking? I didn't say like,
you talking about opposition, ain't you?
Yeah, Cambosis and belts and how they matter and don't matter. Because I've heard a lot of.
We wasn't talking about none of that. That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas confused.
I've heard a lot of stuff when it comes to the belts. I've heard a lot of stuff when it comes to opposition.
We wasn't talking about nothing about belts and none of that. No, none of that. We wasn't talking about belts.
I mean, they were like Cambosis is a unified champion. Like that's one of.
We wasn't talking about belts. None of that.
I mean, you were. You were saying that.
Belts.
You're literally saying the only reason.
Say none of that. We're just talking about.
Okay, again, you keep saying you didn't say none of that, but you did. That's why I'm bringing it up, and I'm telling you when you did.
No, I didn't.
When you started talking about Cambosis, but.
Talking about his opponents, like regardless if they had belts or not. We just talking about his opponents. All I'm saying is y'all can say all that he's undisputed champion. We're not taking none of that away from him. None of that. But what I'm saying is when y'all say this shit is like it's kind of been misleading. Like, it's kind of making it sound like
when you talk about but the belts don't mean shit when it comes to Devin.
Like I'm saying, y'all say that shit.
Yeah, you went out for a minute, Smoke. We couldn't hear you.
No, I got a phone call. I got to take.
Like it's so much more. It's just like he beat Cambosis.
Right. But when you're talking about Tank's opposition, they're properly rated the belts. But when it's
this nigga always comes changing the conversation. Like I don't know.
But when it's Devin, the belts are overrated.
Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
No, what's wrong with you guys? Like, when you talk about Tank's opposition,
I don't know if you like missed the conversation and just as soon as you hear something, you just jump in and say, "Ding, let me jump on this panel," even though I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and try to just make it a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, Cambosis.
Let's see if you can follow. Let me see if you can follow this. Let me see if you can follow. When it comes to validating Tank's opposition, sorry, when it comes, let me see if you can follow this. Because the panel you think I'm. Can you guys hear me?
Either
you guys
you
hear me?
talk about the topic
Hey,
that we were
can you hear me
talking
or not?
about,
Can you hear me?
or you don't come on and switch the
Hey,
topic.
somebody just let me know you can hear me.
You just
I
come
can hear
on
you,
switching the
Okay,
topic.
cool. All right, cool. All right, so let's see if you can follow this, right? When
I'm
it
not
comes
trying
to
to follow that.
validating Tank's opposition, the belts matter. All of a sudden, the belts are properly rated. But when it comes to Devin Haney, for whatever reason, now the argument becomes the belts are overrated. When did the belts become overrated?
I don't know who you're talking to, so I don't know like who you're talking to.
You're the only one who keeps saying I'm changing the subject. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking
I'm not
to.
changing the
That
subject.
was
I
not.
understand. When did the
That
belts?
was
Since
not.
you're saying
Nobody
you're the one
said the
saying that the
belts
belts
was
are overrated.
overrated. None of that shit.
You literally keep talking about how the belts are overrated. You keep
Nobody
saying that.
said that,
When
bro.
did they
Like,
become
where you
overrated?
come at with this dumbass shit? You know what?
Why these
I'm
boys
about
be
to
so
do.
mad?
Okay, again. All right. So when you said
I'm
that
gonna
Devin
stop
Haney,
talking when you talk, cause you be talking some dumbass shit.
okay. So when you said Devin Haney, they're overrating the belts. What did you mean?
Okay, he was saying that Camboso's overrated. That's what he was saying, but I maybe I heard it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm saying, how is Kambosos overrated? Like
How
I
did
said, when it comes to
Cambosos
validating
become the
Tank's
belt?
fucking opposition,
How
it's
did
about all these
Cambosos
belts.
become
When it comes to
the
validating
belts? That's a
Haney's
better
opposition,
question. Saying Camboso's overrated don't mean the belts are overrated.
okay. So
But
then how
at
is
the same time,
it okay? If he has the belts, how is that?
at the
How is it
same
different?
time, he's the only win to speak of when it comes to Haney. So that's why it's overrated.
Okay, but he's not the only run to speak of when it comes to Haney.
That's your opinion, but that's what we
No, I
telling
mean,
you.
I can speak of the other wins. Like we can speak of them, right? Like
Yeah,
just because
you
you don't want to
can,
speak
but
of
we
them.
can't. We ain't putting that shit on
I
that
mean, you don't have
pedestal.
to, but we can speak of
That's
them.
where the
I don't know.
argument begins.
You and Chop,
The
that's
only
the
way
problem. You acting
y'all
like
putting all
everybody
this
see
weight
that
on the
shit. Look,
Cambosos win because of the belts.
you're
Only
hating like
because
for
of
no
the belts,
fucking
not
reason.
because Cambosos is good.
This nigga's a fucking clown. Absolute clown.
None of y'all sitting here about to act like Cambosos is a world beater, are you? Or is
Why
that
the
what we
fuck
doing?
would we? Just like
Is
nigga.
anybody
So
gonna do that? Go
who
ahead.
the fuck? But that's what I'm saying. So like y'all sit up here talking like everybody world beaters or some shit. There's only a handful of fucking world beaters, nigga. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, but we talking about Haney best win, and we talking about one fucking good win, and we talking about a guy that's not a world beater. So that's why Haney kind of
The
overrated
fuck
for
are you
that win.
talking about? Ain't
He
none of
just
these
happened to
niggas beat
get
a
3
world
belts
beater.
for beating a nigga that's
Ain't
not a
none of
world
them
beater,
niggas in
bro.
the lightweight
A nigga
division
that
beat a
ain't
world beater,
pound for
nigga.
pound nothing. He ain't no for
That's
body
what you don't
favorite
get.
fighter. There's no nothing.
None of them
He not
niggas
a
have
top
beat a
guy.
world beater.
Camboso's
None of
not a
them
top
niggas have
guy
beat a
in the
world
sport,
beater.
bro. And you can
None
yell
of
over
them
me all
niggas
you
have
want.
beat a
I've been
world beater.
quiet. I've
How
been
the
patient.
conversation
You can
started
yell
was
over me all you want, but I said what I said, nigga.
First of all, how the
None of them
conversation
have. So
started
what?
was because we was
None of
talking
them
about
have.
Tank next
You
opponent,
saying you
right?
single out Haney like the rest of these niggas did.
And
None of them
how,
niggas in the lightweight
hey,
division have, nigga.
threes. Hold on. How the conversation started was basically me saying that, right? The conversation started about that 8% who take next opponent, and I was saying, all right, just get ready for Devin. And he started saying, well, I don't think Tank gonna fight them. What makes me gonna fight them? Then what has he done? I said, what has any of them done? And then he went on to say, well, Devin is undisputed. I said, he beat Ken bullshit. Like, so basically saying that, like, you could say none of them done nothing. So now it's time for them to see each other and do something. That's basically all it was. Like, what makes you think Tank want to fight them? What makes you think they want to fight Tank? That's it. Now it's just time to see what's up. Like, y'all going to all this. I'm not gonna say y'all, but they're going to. That ain't anything going to.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, the belts are not overrated, but Kambosos is. But Kambosos was a unified champion, undefeated, and beat a pound for pound guy for them. Like,
Yeah. Apparently T.O. ain't shit no more. I don't fucks with him, but you know, I wouldn't call him trash.
Y'all trying with Derek. Like, what does T.O. have to do with Devin? Like,
what
Devin
do you
beat
think
Ken
T.O. has to do
I'm
with that?
talking about the fact that nigga, y'all calling Cambosos overrated and shit.
Yeah, I got it. Like,
that's what I'm telling you.
I
Nigga.
literally came here to talk about
What y'all talking
Kambosos.
about, nigga? You niggas be
Right,
fucking goalposting
Kambosos,
like
the
a
guy that you
bitch.
say was overrated, beat
Why y'all
T.O.
niggas acting like
You're calling him
let's just say
overrated.
he's rated where he's supposed to be, right? Let's just say wherever
that nigga is rated where he's supposed to be.
Let's just say where he rated where he's supposed to be. Where is that? Like, where's the
number 4?
Number
4.
The number one lightweight at the time when Devin Haney beat him.
Oh my God! No, the fuck he was not the number one lightweight at the time.
Okay, then who was?
Yeah,
no, he
fucking
wasn't.
Stupid.
It wasn't him.
Then who was?
It wasn't him.
Okay, then who was? It has to be somebody.
I just don't understand niggas, bro.
So if y'all not, so y'all saying he was the best in the division?
So Errol Spence,
I said he was the number one guy.
So
the best is proven in the ring. The best is proven in the ring.
Was he the best fighter at 135 for real?
No,
until Devin beat him, then yeah, and then until somebody beats Devin, then yeah, that's how it works.
Okay, I guess if that's how it works for you, then I guess
that's how it works
if
for
we on that
everybody.
casual shit nowadays,
go in
then
there
I
and beat
guess
him.
that's what it is.
Okay, until you go in there and beat him, you just don't project somebody over that guy who's actually done the work in the ring.
That's not how it works.
Okay,
that is how it works, nigga. That's how
so
all
when
the
has it not been how it works?
That's not how it works.
That's how all the fucking rankings work, you
when?
retarded ass niggas. The champion is staying above everyone else, and every fucking sanction it. So I don't know what are you retarded niggas talking about. The champion is one.
I pose a simple question: if it wasn't Kambosos, who was it? That's just a real simple question. If it wasn't Kambosos, who was the number one guy in the lightweight? If it was not Kambosos, who was it?
Where was this at? Who rated?
If it wasn't Kambosos,
nigga, on
who
all
was
the champion body champ, nigga, whatever belt that nigga held, go look at the motherfucker. The nigga was the one at the top, nigga. If your ass ain't holding the belt,
we're talking about the number one lightweight in the world.
How simple is that?
The number one lightweight in the world.
When
Devin Haney beat him, was George Kambosos.
Does that make you the number
it's
one?
It's not that hard to understand.
Then what does?
It's not that fucking hard to understand.
Then what does? Who was it? Who was the number one lightweight?
It doesn't matter who was. He was.
Okay, if you said it wasn't Kambosos, then who was it?
It doesn't matter. I just
it doesn't
you just said who it was. Okay, then who was it?
Tank was. So now what?
Okay, then how Tank was the number one lightweight based on what?
Based on everything, nigga.
Based on everything. Not it certainly wasn't based on the belt, so not based on everything.
Yeah, based on everything besides the belt.
Okay, based on everything besides the belt. Okay, so how about this? Okay, cool.
The number one lightweight.
Okay,
how much
cool.
competition that nigga fought at 135, nigga?
It doesn't matter. He's still the number one.
Okay, so right, so
what does that mean?
Y'all talk about fanboys. That's the fanboys.
Okay, so when you say everything but the belts, if you say everything but the belts, what is it that you talked about? Things like what?
Who rated Kambosos?
Because first you said everything, and then when I mentioned another thing, you said everything but that. So if I mean another thing, you'll say everything but that. So really, until I start whittling down your thing to the specific thing you're talking about, why don't you just tell me the specific thing you're talking about?
Fucking Kambosos is the number one lightweight based on what?
Based on the fact that he was a unified champion. He was undefeated. He beat a pound for pound guy to get there. He had the best. He literally had the best fucking wins at lightweight at the time. Like all this other shit is not based on the belt. Like you said everything. You literally said everything. But now we're talking about some stuff that's not the belt.
And all that is based on opinion.
Okay, isn't that part of everything? You said everything else. So right now, is everything else opinion? Doesn't opinion follow everything else?
Based on my opinion, Tank was the number one lightweight.
Okay, great. And your opinion is based on what? And your opinion is based on what?
Yeah.
And what is your opinion based on?
Same thing that everybody that rated.
No, it is not. Like literally, I keep trying to go in. It's like pulling teeth to get you to just say what a simple fucking question. I asked you 50 million times who was. Finally, you said Tank. Now I ask you who was, why, and now it's like all this other shit. Like, why can't you just be real and say your fucking opinion?
He only beat Kambosos, like.
Okay, great. He only beat Kambosos, even though he had more than one fight.
Y'all niggas can't keep it a buck.
Okay, you can't keep it a buck. You can't even keep it under the conversation. Like right now, I'm asking what your opinion is based on. That you fucking
clown ass nigga. That's what you is. Straight clown.
He beat Kambosos.
You absolute fucking clown.
Correct, and that's more than Tank did. That's more than what your guy did.
Way better niggas at 135 than Tank has.
Yes, that's better than what your guy did at number one. The shit that you're talking about, like derisively, is more than the guy that you picked number one did. What has Tank done at 135 that's better than that?
Niggas just come up here to fucking hate. Clown ass niggas.
Y'all niggas is clowns.
And no, the question is, since you said Kambosos, beating Kambosos is not enough, and Tank is number one at 35, what did Tank do at 35 that's better than what Devin did?
Yeah. Goofy 1 and Goofy 2.
Okay, still waiting for the answer. Is Goofy 1 and Goofy 2 your answer? What Tank did is better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thought so. You got it, 3. Yeah, I'm gonna plug my phone in. I ain't got time for this dumb shit.
Shit.
Right, next topic.
And fucking guy trying to pull teeth just to get an opinion on the guy you say is number one. Like, what the fuck?
Yo,
I don't know. Everything and everything.
What the
Okay, how about
fuck?
belts? Okay, everything but belts. Okay, that's your opinion. Okay, I guess not everything. What the fuck?
Okay.
I wait patiently to find out what Tank did that was at 35 is better than beating George Kambosos.
Ain't gonna give you no damn answer, man. Got all the questions, no answer. All that capping gotta stop. Who they got coming up this week? I don't know what the weekend look like. I need to check the schedule.
Okay, the reason why Haney's fighting Loma is not because we don't know who the best is at 135. The reason why Haney is fighting Loma is because Loma is a great name to have on your resume, and they're going to pay a bunch of money to do it. Definitely. It's not really that fucking. It's not really that complicated. It's not that mysterious. Like, the guy to beat is Devin Haney, because Devin Haney is the guy that's accomplished and he has all the belts. Devin Haney, as a matter of fact, Devin Haney is in a position that Loma dreamed of before he ever turned fucking pro. That's where Devin Haney is. Even Loma says Devin Haney's number one. So this whole thing about him fighting the Loma because they don't know what it is, like, Loma already told you what it is. Devin Haney's number one.
Yep, Shakur said it too. He said Haney number one. If you say he ain't, you hate. That's how Shakur mouth.
He said Kambosos ain't shit and all this stuff. Devin said Tank's number one at 135. That's cool. All right. So what is Tank? Which guy that Tank fought at 135 is better than Kambosos?
They ain't gonna tell you.
Yeah, Haney beating Loma will give some people some respect. Unless Haney beats everybody that people think can beat him, he is not going to get respect. Just like Floyd Mayweather. But that's cool. That's cool. This is another Floyd Mayweather comparison, but you'll see that he's still going to retire with one of the best resumes, probably of his generation. And people will still be talking about all the guys he didn't fight and how he's pillow-fisted and boring. Like,
yeah.
It's just fucking boring. This goddamn conversation and this line of like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna keep teasing out my respect for you. Like, anybody's fighting for your individual respect. Like, whatever. Keep dreaming. Maybe it would be respectful if you had like some methodology behind it, other than like Devin just needs to do more because I just feel that way. That feeling could never go away. for your entire life, FYI, no matter who we fucking fought.
Man, they're gonna continue to talk down on him, but I feel like he's doing everything he's supposed to do. Shit, I want them all on his resume. I say it all the time.
Shit.
So get Loma now, because you know he's getting old. Get him now before, you know what I'm saying, get too old.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna book it right now. If he gets past Loma and fucking Tank in 2023, I'm doing one of my goddamn Hall of Fame things on that guy at 24, 25 years old. Already fucking putting him in.
Yeah, fair enough. But what if he loses one out of those 2 fights? Then what?
Then I'm not gonna do one until I'm sure. But I'll be pretty certain at that point. I won't be certain if he loses one of those. Like if he beats Loma but loses the Tank, then I'll be holding my show.
Devin Haney fans still on here crying, trying to make excuses.
Okay, yeah, we're still waiting for you to tell us what Tank did was better at 135. Mr. Tank's number one guy was 35.
That's what's wrong with you, Devin.
Yeah, we still hear you moaning about fucking nonsense. Hey,
what did Tank living in his own
better
world?
than beating Kambosos at 135?
Delusional chop, nigga. Nigga just delusional shit.
Hey, Tank, Phantom, you want to help him out? Hey, do you have Tank at number one at 135?
You don't know how to talk boxing. You don't even know how to talk delusion. That nigga on LSD right now.
Y'all fucked the whole point of the conversation up.
Put the LSD
too fucking lazy to think. Too fucking lazy to talk, right? Too lazy to get a mic. Like, fuck.
Like this shit was never about y'all.
It's never about nothing you was talking about.
Y'all niggas
Hey, Phantom, we ain't never gave a fuck about what you was talking about, Nick.
Hey, Phantom.
All we heard was that Haney.
Do you have Tank as number one at 135?
No, not at all.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess they can't help you there either.
Okay, that's his opinion.
You already know.
I'm trying to help you out since you can't help yourself.
Your opinion don't hold no weight to fact.
I'm not mad at that nigga.
I'm trying to crowdsource your opinion because you were fucking failing.
Like
you're flailing with your
Everybody
opinion.
got one, nigga.
You just have an opinion that your opinion is based on absolutely nothing. You're just saying a name. Then you ask why.
Devin Haney
you guys are Devin Haney fans.
You niggas
whatever.
Crazy. All right, go ahead. I'm gonna continue on. Go ahead.
High on that way. Put that shit up.
It's an open invitation to anyone who can help Big Chop out with why Tank Davis is number one lightweight.
Because he's Tank. What the fuck they gonna say? Because he Tank, nigga. Because he Tank.
Yeah, fanboys, emotional fanboy.
Okay. Because he Tank, nigga. Tank knocking niggas the fuck out, man.
That nigga Chop got a funny ass voice though.
He put niggas to sleep. That's what.
The fuck?
He put niggas to bed.
Let me ask you this. So let's say, hypothetically, Tank had 2 belts and Haney had 2 belts. Who would be the number one lightweight?
Depends on who they beat at the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the saying. Like, where's Tank going to get these belts from?
No, I'm just saying if that were the case in the division,
I think that question bears a little bit more scrutiny, right? It's not just 2 belts, right? Because you can have 2 belts.
All right, let me put it like this. Let's say, okay, he had the WBA and the
No, it's like who to get him from. That's
I'm trying to fucking say it, Smoke. Goddamn. Let's say you had the WBA and the IBF. Let's say he fought Rolly for vacant WBA Super, and Isak Cruz at the IBF, and he won IBF off Isak Cruz. And Devin Haney had the same situation. He had the WBC and then fought Kambosos for the WBO.
Where did you get the WBC from?
Same way he got it, the email.
Huh?
The email, the same way he got it.
No, but that's not how he would have got it.
I'm saying this is just
so the scenario
the reason. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so how about this? How about this as a better thing, like the same way email? Because
I think I
don't know why Devin. All of a sudden, Tank got an upgrade, but like Devin is the same thing. Like whatever. So let's do it this way. Let's say instead of Loma trying to petition and interject himself into that fucking Devin Haney and Luke Campbell fight, let's say that fight happened and he got the WBC that way, beating Luke Campbell, and who was the other guy?
Kambosos took the belt from
So
Tio.
let's say beat Luke
Kambosos
Campbell
take the
and
belt from
Kambosos,
Tio, so
and
he
Devin
goes
Haney
fight
beat.
Kambosos.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're talking about two guys. Let's go. Okay, let's pull that back. Let's say he beat Abdullayev for the vacant. Since he fought Abdullayev, I guess you're going by guys they actually fought. All right. So if he fought Abdullayev for the vacant WBC, and he fought Kambosos for the WBO, and Kambosos beat Tio for that belt, and Tio still beat Loma for that thing.
Correct.
All right. And they're still both undefeated, right? So Isaac Cruz and I still pick Devin Haney. Abdullayev did more than both of those guys.
Yeah, I think you make a good argument.
Yeah, Abdullayev did more than fucking Broly, did more than goddamn who's the fucking guy you meant? Isaac Cruz. Like,
yeah, Bizarre had a bounce back win after he got his nose broke by Hank.
But Kambosos, like, assuming that Tio was still going to be on that pound for pound list, then Kambosos be the pound for pound guy. Like,
all right, so I agree with that hypothetical scenario, but let's take it back to what I said initially. If Devin Haney got this belt the same way he got it as now, and he fought Kambosos for the WBO, who would be the number one?
It still would be better because Abdullayev still did more. Like,
no.
He still got Abdullayev on his.
You're not listening.
I'm just saying, but he still got Abdullayev on his resume.
You're not listening.
It wasn't for a belt. Got the same way. The way he got the email belt was by beating Abdullayev and becoming interim.
But he didn't beat him for a belt. That's what I'm saying.
No, he beat him for the interim belt.
Right, correct. So basically,
in my scenario, Abdullayev on his resume.
Okay, fair enough. In my scenario, I guess it basically comes down to who's a better opponent, Isaac Cruz or Kambosos. I gotta give an edge to Isaac Cruz in that. I just got
not unless you can tell me the pound for pound guy that Isaac Cruz beat his edge from.
Who Isaac Cruz beat for you to say that?
Say it again.
Unless Isaac Cruz beat some pound for pound guy that I'm unawares of, I don't know how you're giving him the edge over Kambosos.
I'm just saying it's just as an opponent, like the style matchup.
So now you're just saying a style matchup, but the style matchup, nobody was talking about Isaac Cruz as a style matchup until he went the distance with Tank.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So now it's all this hypothetical past the fuck. Oh, okay, you guys are all over the place with this shit. I'm gonna just go to the lengths in which you guys are going to try to figure out how to jigger Tank in there up to the top. I can't.
I'm just entertaining the argument.
I know this shit. When it was entertaining all the way up until you just like magically did Isaac Cruz based on.
I don't know, cause I mean, okay, Kambosos beat Tio. Like, okay, like I guess.
Yeah, but I got you. But Isaac Cruz beat nobody. So like, why you go and you got like Tio fatigue? Like, there's no way to get Isaac Cruz fucking opponent fatigue because he doesn't have anybody.
Just had a real good looking performance against a Tank, a bad Tank, a hurt Tank, apparently.
The dude lost to somebody who we don't know. Like, not only did he fight people that we didn't know, he like lost one of them fucking fights. Like, literally, Tank is his own litmus test. Like, the only reason why Isaac Cruz is worth a damn is because he performed well against Tank. And since we all know that Tank is number one, that makes me Isaac Cruz is good. Like, what if we don't all know that Tank is number one? What if we think Tank is like overrated and is cherry picking his way through the field and got exposed by a guy who got beat by nobody? That's the fucking thing, right?
That it could easily be the case. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's what And for me, that's where the whole like giving him an edge to it like just kind of falls down. Like, I don't think Tio is some great shakes when it comes right down to it, but he did beat Richard Comey, who is a proven character. He did beat Lomachenko, who is people call that guy great. And in a really entertaining fight, where he had to dig deep after also got dropped right in that fight. He still, even after getting dropped, still did enough to win that fight by the narrowest of margins. But that's even then, like, it's just kind of that's above and beyond everything that Tank has done at 135. All of his opponents.
Yeah, well,
No
I
matter if they
already,
had belts or not had belts, right?
yeah, I already agree with you. I said Devin Haney #1. I was just
No, I mean I
entertaining the
got you.
argument.
I'm talking about in your hypothetical. In your hypothetical of Rolly and fucking and Isaac Cruz and Abdullayev for an interim getting elevated and Kambosos.
I
Really, the
think
problem is like Rollies didn't do shit and got gifted a decision.
I think
fighting
for
anybody to begin with. I don't know.
even for Devin Haney, I think Isaac Cruz would be a tougher fight than Kambosos, honestly.
I mean, but that is only because of what Isaac Cruz was able to show us in the Tank fight.
No.
Once again,
it's not that. It's the style matchup. I'm looking at the
understand, but that
style
style
matchup.
that style that he has, it's fine. A lot of people have that style. That doesn't mean that they're particularly good at it.
Who's a
Just to come
lot?
forward and throw it, hold up, but the punches. A lot of people have that style. It's just a lot of scrubs that have that style.
I don't know how much
I'm
of
not saying
them.
that he is the scrub. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's hard to judge the quality of Isaac Cruz because nobody rated him outside of like Ring Magazine, at all before that fight. Like it's just kind of. When you have a guy that's like, on a pound for pound list in a division, but he hasn't fought anybody that's of note, so you can like gauge him off of that thing. Like it's just kind of.
Well, who are you talking about in that scenario? What do you mean?
Isaac Cruz.
Yeah, he's not pound for pound, but you mean ranked in the division?
In the top at Ring Magazine's rankings, he was a top 10 lightweight.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So he's a top 10 ranked guy. Sorry, did I say pound for pound? I meant ranked. I don't think I said
you
ranked.
said pound for pound. You said.
I meant Ring Magazine rankings. They're ranked lightweight.
Yeah, right.
So it's cool. I mean, I'm not saying that Isaac Cruz is like some, he at least has that kind of blessing. And I don't think that Ring Magazine would be doing PBC a favor. They could be spiting PBC and putting some guy in there instead of putting a PBC guy in there. I don't know if Frank Martin was ranked at the time. Did they rank that guy over Frank Martin? I don't know.
So the fight after Loma should be Tank and Haney. Is that what it is?
I don't know why. I don't see how Tank is not right now sending offers out to Devin Haney. Even if, just if you can do a PR move with goddamn
fuck all that
Ryan,
shit. Answer the question, nigga. Should the fight be Devin Haney and Tank at the Loma?
I mean, that's the fight that everyone's gonna be clamoring for him.
Fuck. I swear that's how the conversation started, but y'all niggas went into all this.
Okay, great, awesome. That's how it started. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know if you was on. You must have heard Devin Haney and
just. Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm still waiting for you to tell me what Tank has done is better than beating Kambosos.
Man, I'm
still waiting for that shit.
Y'all niggas still in here doing the.
Yeah. I mean, you all the way back. You went all the way back to where the conversation started. How about where it ended up? How about where the conversation ended up? With you making a complete ass of yourself, and you can't even fucking explain shit. You want to go all the way back to the beginning? Okay, how about we stop it? How about we go back to the part where you fucking dropped off?
Hey, Smoke.
Always gotta go on
what's up?
It all started when that nigga Haney told that nigga Tank, if you don't want to make the big fights, you might as well stay with Floyd. That nigga Tank came out and was like, since he talking, when he out that fight, I want him next.
Well, that was
Devin Haney. That's what. So Tank called out Hank. So you know what I'm saying? Then he called him out again. So my whole thing about what Chop talking about, Chop just be talking out his asshole. He really don't be.
Haney had a rematch call.
He don't know how shit really be starting. He just be saying.
Y'all niggas.
But in the end of the day,
rabbit hole.
But in the end of the day, yeah, because I got
The
the receipt.
rabbit
If
hole
you
is
don't,
your
that's
opinion.
good.
Yeah,
I got the
your
receipt.
opinion is
You don't.
definitely a rabbit hole.
No, we're
You know what I'm
just
saying?
trying to
I
talk
got the
about
receipt. If you
Bottomless
don't,
pit
y'all
of
that's
what
niggas
the
different.
fuck.
going in this
That's the
rabbit
fucking
hole
difference. You
every
don't got no
day.
receipts for nothing that you talk about. I
Every
agree.
fucking
That's the
day.
difference,
Like,
nigga.
this shit can be recited word for
You
word.
know
Okay,
what
thank
I'm
you for your
saying? Because it's
meta-analysis. Can
facts.
you be
That's why.
quiet and
Because
let's
it's
talk
facts.
about
Every
boxing now?
You
fucking
can
Not
day
this
recite
is the
facts,
weirdo
same
shit.
man.
Like we
shit.
still waiting for you to tell us what Tank did that's better than beating Cambosis 135.
The
Mr.
same
Tank is
shit,
number
bro.
one.
Can
That's
we
what we
move
waiting on.
on to
We're
like
not waiting for your
we're
analysis
talking
of
about?
how the conversation went
All
or
right,
what
go
we do
ahead.
every day
Yeah,
here.
you got
Nobody gives a
you
shit
can
about
have
that.
it. Go, you got it.
Nobody gives a damn about that shit.
Yeah, the only real argument I've heard for Tank being number one is that Tank would knock him out. That's all I've ever heard. Tank could knock him out.
Even if you think Tank is better than him, that still wouldn't make him number one, right? You can think that fucking Bud is better than than Shakur or than Spence. I'm not mad at that. If you start saying Bud is the number one white welterweight, like what the fuck are you talking about? Dude has 6 fights at welterweight, maybe 7. Half them dudes are cans, like
Exactly. But I think a lot of Tank fans move with that type of logic, and it works for them. Their belief that their guy can knock out anybody, therefore he's the best.
Yeah, those are the super fans. But I'm gonna throw a monkey in the wrench, as threes would say. Who did more at 140?
Who did what?
Who did
out of
more at
who?
140, Devin or Tank?
Tank's got at least some kind of ceremonial belt. He didn't fight a bunch of nobodies down south, south of the border. Like if you say if you were to say who has a better resume, I would lean towards Tank. If you were to say who had the best accolades, I would lean towards Devin. Actually, it's Devin hands down.
In what context? You speaking in general?
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see accolades. He does have 3-time one division and a knockout of the year. I think he has a Ring Magazine knockout of the year. I think Devin Haney might have an ESPN knockout of the year or something. But it's undisputed, bro. But it's undisputed champ. Like undisputed champ is actually historic.
Beat
Like
one
that's an actual
champion.
historic
He
achievement.
beat Cambosis.
Devin has
All
okay.
his
So
accolades
what
come
Tank?
from being Cambosis.
What was Tank? Yes, exactly. As soon as
Like,
Tank
get
beats
the
somebody
fuck
like
out of
Cambosis,
here.
he can be like this, and you can
Get
get out
the
of here.
fuck
Until
out
then,
of
you
here.
get out of
Y'all
here.
niggas is
As
crazy.
soon as he beats somebody like Cambosis, then we can start talking about it.
He
Then
done
you
beat plenty
then
of
you can
niggas
come
like
back.
Cambosis.
But until then, get out of here.
He done beat plenty of niggas like Cambosis.
Okay, cool. So who is it?
Well, he didn't
I
beat
asked you, who was
Cambosis.
it at 135?
Saying niggas like
At
Cambosis,
135, who is
but
it?
it wasn't
Who is the guy?
Cambosis.
I've been asking you like 50 million times.
At
You haven't answered
35
finally.
for a nigga that's like Cambosis.
At 135.
Any nigga he fought at one.
At 135. Okay, thank you. Thank you for interrupting you with more nonsense.
You said Rolly is like Cambosis. You a fucking troll, nigga.
That's my point, bro.
Man,
like,
come on.
Rolly is the nigga that's like Cambosis.
I know you ain't just say
Exactly.
Rolly, the nigga that got knocked out in
It
sparring.
really is, bro.
He got knocked out in sparring this week.
What that guy doing?
the guy that got beat by Jackson Martinez. The guy that gives decision against Jackson Martinez. Yeah, that guy.
The dude, Jackson Martinez. He got no class in that too. You can't tell me that's anywhere near Cambosis. I think it was unified.
Let's see. I think Rolly's best win is Yigit, right? Right. That's his best win. Even Yigit was putting bees on his head. I think Yigit's best thing that he ever did was getting his ass whipped by Baranchik. That was his other career highlight.
And Smoke, the thing about it is, Yigit came in off a 2-year layoff on 1 week notice for that fight.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
there we go.
You can like say Rolly.
A guy whose claim to fame was getting his ass whooped by somebody whose claim to fame is getting his ass whooped by a couple of people, right? In Baranchik. That's what Baranchik's claim to fame is. So he's a guy who's known for getting his ass whooped by guys who get their ass whooped. That's Yigit.
Yeah.
Baranchik gets his ass whooped. Rolly gets his ass whooped.
Okay.
That's Yigit. That's Yigit. That's not Cambosis. Cambosis was undefeated, and the only guy who's beat him is Devin Haney.
Oh my God, them niggas are the
and then
same
not only that, Cambosis fought better competition than Yigit. And
them
fucking
niggas
Rolly.
are the same level of fighter.
Okay, cool. So you tell me. So you tell me. So, cool. So when is Baranchik? When did Baranchik? I got you. It's the same level of fighter. So when did Baranchik beat a pound for pound guy?
God.
When did that happen? So they're the same level of fighter.
I'm not talking about that.
I know you're not talking about shit. I know you're not talking about shit. You don't know what you're talking about. You have absolutely nothing. No idea what you're talking about.
Answer the question. You try to add more questions.
No, there's not any questions. What you say is just questionable. Like literally, what you're saying is questionable. That's it.
He beat him, but then he beat him, and he beat him.
Yeah, because we're talking about the quality of opposition.
But then he beat him.
Because literally, you're talking about the quality of opposition.
All right, that don't got nothing to do with them.
Okay, but it does. But it literally
they are the same.
It literally does. Why are you trying to since you're discounting Devin Haney? Because it's opposition. So now you don't like that. We start looking at your guys' opposition. Now all of a sudden we're going down the rabbit hole.
We're talking about they're the same level of fighter. Like you want to go down. Like
Rolly and Kambosos is nowhere near the same fucking level. Man. That's some bullshit.
Correct.
Nah.
I would say
that nigga is a judo fighter. He's not even a boxer.
I would say Rolly is a C- and Kambosos is a C+. Yeah.
I think Kambosos is a B-.
Same level.
Okay, same level. Cool.
I
B-
said
and B- is the same level. Like,
yeah, C+.
C minus, C plus, they both C.
Rolly's not.
I say Rolly is a D to be honest with you.
He's a C- fighter. Really, that's being generous. He's really a D+ fighter.
Oh my god.
Rolly, right?
Yes. Rolly is a D+ fighter.
Championship level in 12 fights.
Let me ask you a question. You think Rolly got a chance in that championship fight next or whenever it is?
12 fights with no amateur background.
That's why he's a D+
fighter. That don't
fighter.
make you good.
Exactly. That's why he's a D+ fighter. You're just telling me why. You're just telling me why I'm correct by saying he's a D+ fighter. What's Jackson Marinas? I'm sorry. What's Jackson Marinas? Where's Jackson Marinas? How would you rate? What's his letter grade? What's Jackson Marinas' letter grade?
What? He's on that level?
Yeah, no. What is the letter grade? I didn't say what level is he on. What is his letter grade?
What level?
Jackson Marinas.
Oh, he like a C.
Jackson Marinas is a C level fighter. Based on what?
Just based on that's what level he is. Just
based on what? Based on you just saying shit, your opinion? Are we just talking about your opinion? If it's fine to say it's my opinion, it's all good.
Based on the eye test. Like, what the eye test.
Okay, cool.
What else you got going on? We got to go down to based on his opponents. Based on his opponents.
Based on his opponents. Okay, so which one of his opponents?
Based on who he fought, or based on
All right, cool. So
what he didn't fight for.
All right, cool. Okay, can you name me three? Can you name me four of his opponents? Jackson Marinas.
No.
4 Jackson Marinas opponents. So why are you giving him a letter grade based on his opponents if you haven't even seen 4 of his fights?
Are you missing the point? My whole point, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying shit because it doesn't matter what I say.
That's the whole point I'm trying to inject to you. All right, cool. All that shit doesn't matter. Then stop saying shit. It's like you ran a conversation with your fucking.
That is like your argument just committed suicide, man. What the fuck was that?
Wait, listen, I was trying to listen. I feel you. Now everyone, if we have the unanimous opinion that your opinion doesn't matter, like even you don't think your opinion matters, cool. We can now just ignore you, right?
Your opinion don't matter.
I got you. Your opinion about my opinion doesn't matter because your opinion doesn't matter.
To me, your opinion matters to you.
No, you just said that your opinion doesn't matter, period. So even your opinion about my opinion doesn't matter. Like literally nothing you say matters. So
no, you can't backtrack now, nigga. We heard what you said.
Yeah, we were now let us have a boxing discussion. What's up, Mark? What's up, Mark?
So that guy, I get you. That guy. He beat the guy.
I mean, Chop, you said it, man. You said you was just saying shit.
He is just saying
shit. That, man. Ain't nobody make you say that. You said you was just saying shit.
Yeah,
you can't take that back now.
That's my whole point. I'm trying to explain. You niggas missing it. I'm saying
okay, no, we're not listening. Yes, we understand that you're derailing the conversation. You're wasting everybody's time. Yes, we know it. You just told us you're wasting everybody's time. Can you stop wasting our time, though?
I feel like you wasting.
Can you please stop? I don't care what nobody cares what you feel. You're just wasting our time. Even by telling us what you feel, you're wasting our time.
Don't matter. That's the
cool. We already heard you say that. Can we not have the conversation now? Can we have our conversation without you derailing that shit?
No, nigga, this is my conversation, nigga.
Okay, but you just said your conversation don't matter.
You talking about, nigga?
Lil Wayne, did Lil Wayne rot your brain? Like, where did you get this fucking shit from?
What is wrong?
Do you think you're talking on auto tune or something?
There you go. You swing your old ass, talking this dumbass shit. Rolly older.
What's wrong with
gotta
you,
find
man?
something else to do with your time.
What
That
is wrong
nigga
with you?
off that Shermy, boy.
What's wrong with you
Yeah,
old
like what
niggas?
the fuck, dude? Like,
You niggas funny as
What's
shit,
wrong with
bro.
these
I'm on
internet
mute
niggas?
dying,
These
bro.
niggas be talking all this crazy shit.
I'm a business
That's why
bro.
you can't
He said he
understand
sound
niggas.
like Wayne.
Yeah,
Sound like
yeah.
Lil Wayne and shit.
I slap the shit out of both
What
you
the
niggas.
fuck is going on right now?
Man, leave that man top alone,
Hey, you
man.
ever
That
heard
man
that
got
nigga
his
Lil
opinion.
Wayne
Come
talk?
on.
I'm saying, like,
What the
what's
fuck
wrong with
is
these
happening?
niggas? You know, I slap the shit out of
That
both them niggas.
motherfucker
In
sound
real
like
life.
Pat. Now he's mad. Now he's slapping people. Now he's gone from nonsensical statements. You're gonna make just a ton of nonsensical statements, huh? That's cool.
All right, so let me ask you this:
Pat.
if Rolly move up
My name is
to
Pat.
140 and
No.
become a
Thank
champion,
you.
He not.
th-
He not. He
My
not.
friend
hey,
He not.
Perry.
No.
Pat.
Man, threes, you cut
Absolutely
that shit
not.
off
And
quick.
absolutely not, nigga.
wait,
Nah,
you
he
said
ain't beating.
not?
You fighting
Absolutely
Pueo.
not, Phantom.
You
Absolutely
fighting
not.
Pueo. You're
Hey,
not beating that dude. He's
hey,
not
when
beating
we
that
thought
dude.
Cambosis was gonna fight Tio, what was everybody thinking?
Absolutely not, nigga.
All
Rolly,
right, then.
absolutely not. He
Yeah,
not
that's
gonna
what I
become no
thought.
champ. Fuck that if shit you talking about. That scenario is
Yeah,
trash.
it's like you don't want it to happen.
That
You should be rooting
scenario
for
is
the lovable
trash.
retard,
Absolutely
bro.
not, bro.
You should
I
be rooting
think.
for Rolly.
Nigga, you don't got no faith in that bullshit you just spoke. So don't even come at me with that silly ass shit.
I'm not picking him to win, but I'm gonna be rooting
You
for
ain't
him in
gonna
the
bet
fight.
on that shit to happen. That whole little shit you said, you ain't even gonna bet on that shit to happen.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm rooting for him to win, though.
Okay, well, root for him all the fuck you want. Nigga. He ain't beat nobody up there, nigga.
That's how you
He
know that.
might beat
That's what
some
make
them niggas
Mayweather a
that ain't
great
top
promoter.
10.
That's what I was trying to explain.
He ain't gonna be no
That's
top
what
10
make Mayweather a
140.
great promoter.
That nigga get his ass whooped by
This nigga
Sandor
gives
Martin.
fighters the craziest opportunities. Like,
Sandor Martin put the workers on that nigga.
how the fuck did Rody even get a title shot?
Because he talk a lot.
I ain't got nothing to do with him talking. I'm telling you, that's that
Because the
Mayweather shit.
fucking
You know
WBA
how I
loves
mean?
goddamn
You know how I
Floyd.
mean?
The
Fucking shots that
WBA,
Bottle Jack got. Like, I'm just saying, that's
the
that Mayweather
WBA
pull.
loves Floyd Mayweather.
That's that Mayweather pull. That's what I'm saying. That's that Mayweather pull. That's
Fuck
what
that
makes him a
nigga
great
Rolling,
promoter.
man.
When niggas be
Nigga
saying like, "Oh,
Yeah,
he's a bad promoter."
he might be champion. I'm not
That
mad at
ain't
him
gonna
for
be
Outside
trying to
of
Rolly's
roll.
Rolly,
last
what
title
He's trying
shot.
fighters
to
does
Either.
fit.
Like
Mayweather
Rolly gonna
Promotions
get
have
another
right
one.
now?
He got what's my man's name that he been
You got a lot of niggas title shots that didn't deserve
He
it.
got a young upcoming. He got a couple young upcoming niggas. He got
I
a
know he
couple
got that
young.
light
He got
skinned
a
kid that
couple that's gonna be
H had
some.
on his shorts.
No, he got a couple killers in about 4-5 years. That's what I'm saying. About 4-5 years, nigga. They gonna be in the league doing some crazy. Not even 4-5. You got one of them that's 16, so you got two more for him. But I'm talking
Yeah,
like
that's that boy.
yeah, man. 5. That's what we're really saying. Like 5 years from now, once we get about 9-10 fights, niggas gonna know. But yeah, Floyd got a couple young fighters. I don't know. I remember all their names, but I seen a poster. He was posted with like 3 of them. Like he had 3 of them like posted with him in a picture and shit. He was talking about the future of TM2 and shit.
The light skinned
Rolly,
kid, right?
Rolly, fuck
No,
around and
it's
knock
3.
Floyd
Floyd
That's
ass
what
Mayweather
out,
signed
bro.
niggas
that's funny
basically
he
be
posted.
talking
He
about
wasn't
him.
Wait
involved
and
in
see.
that. But it's 3 other ones that he got. They both all dark skinned.
Oh, okay.
It was on Instagram.
All right, because I was always wondering where would Mayweather Promotions go without Tank Davis, because that was really they star attraction. Like, I don't really think they got a lot of main event fighters, except you could, I guess, say Rolly.
Holy Homero.
You said Holy Homero.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
he need is one knockout at
I
140,
think
bro.
you know some
And he
threes.
on
I
his
think
way.
Rolly got a
That's
chance
all
in
he
that
need.
fight.
And what fight?
Knockout.
Sandor Martin?
If he make it a dirty ass fight, I could maybe see him winning that fight.
And Sandor Martin?
Why you keep saying
No.
Sandor
I'm
Martin?
talking about Alberto
Hey, cause
Puello.
I brought him up, so I don't know what the fuck. But you
Yeah,
said
we
what?
talking
But
about the fight. He
You
might
said
be
what,
better
Archie?
though.
no, but he's supposed to be fighting Alberto Puello at 140.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might be able to pull that off. It's cool.
Yeah, that nigga get hit a lot.
Might be able to pull that one off. Sure.
Also, now
My
you
whole
think Rolly
thing
can
is
win a shot?
Rolly going to bed. Like Gary Allen Russell, like one of them niggas will fuck that nigga.
You think Rolly gonna ever be the same after that Tank knockout? And then he just gets sparked in motherfucking training.
Rolly's the same no
And they
matter what
put
the
that
fuck
Oh,
shit
you
out
saw
there
that
for
happens.
him.
shit? Y'all saw that shit, nigga?
Rolly
Yeah,
is
man.
He got
gonna be
his ass
Rolly, bro.
dropped in fucking sparring again. Nigga.
I thought that was Tank. It was they said it was somebody else.
Yeah, it's a
That's
young upcoming
crazy.
nigga. Put him on his fucking ass.
Man.
Got the standing over him like, boy, all the motherfucking. You don't get your dumb ass up off that floor, nigga.
And then somebody trainer came in the ring and was bouncing, jumping up and down, celebrating that shit. I was dead.
The nigga
That
owned it.
shit funny,
That
bro.
nigga Bullet was
That's
bitching.
crazy.
All
That's how
that
you know
motherfucking
niggas that
shit
they
talking.
really don't fuck with Rolly.
That nigga Bullet was bitching like niggas shouldn't be doing that. Sparring is we don't show sparring. All this bitching.
Ah,
R.I.P. man. R.I.P. Rolly, man. Long live the king.
man. You see Shakur calling himself King Core now?
Yeah, I
seen
like
a
it.
post that shit said King Core. I said, that
I
nigga
like
Ryan
it.
gonna cry in the car, nigga.
Yeah, Shakur, it just seems derivative.
That's
It
my
seems Johnny come
nigga.
lately. It seems unoriginal. There's a lot of shit that's going on with Shakur Stevenson that I don't understand how people are giving this shit passes. This dude's a fucking hack, and now he's biting fucking King Ryan's name.
Yeah.
You call him a
That shit
hack
kind of
smoke?
silly.
God damn.
Yeah,
At
man.
least,
Like,
at least
listen,
smoke. At least you honest, smoke.
the fuck is
I
going
That
mean,
on?
nigga
but
Rolly gonna be that
if
nigga Ryan gonna cry in the
Ryan
car.
Garcia ain't gonna behave like a fucking king and Shakur will and
Listen,
fight these niggas, I mean, come on now.
this is
He
the
can
first.
cop that
Listen,
name.
there was the first like sort
King
of
Coulter.
fissure, the first fissure that I had with like a bunch of Bud fans. It was this idea that like he should get Errol Spence's name. He should be man down because he's stopping everything. It's like, man, get your own fucking name. This shit just sounds weak as fuck. You sound insecure. You're just latching on to somebody else's shit. Like, just get your own shit. Be original.
I could feel that smoke.
I agree with that, smoke.
But I'm just saying, like 20 years from now, when their careers is over, who you think they're gonna remember more, King Kerr or King Rye?
I don't think both. I think both of them might get relegated to the dustbin of history. I don't think
They gonna
Shakur's
remember
gonna
both
get
of them
fucked.
motherfuckers.
Wow.
No, I don't like
I
you
think
guys are.
Shakur
You
special
guys
smoke.
are like. I think you guys are underestimating the power of not giving fucking southpaws a shot.
That niggas think Shakur is special.
No, I think it's not about whether or not he's special. He's little as fuck. He's a
Marky
lightweight.
dancing.
He's little as fuck, and he's a left-handed guy. And there's not
And
really
then
inventory.
Tatum,
He's signed to like long-term contracts where there's no fucking inventory. And he's not even like a knockout artist either. So like, what is he supposed to?
He gonna go in there and outclass these
Everybody
niggas
want to
smoke
cut the
like he
legs
been
off.
doing.
Yeah, but he's got it now built up his cachet, so somebody would want to risk their fucking looking bad against the
Black
southpaw.
man taking no losses.
I mean, in his last fight, he looked like he wanted to sit down on his punches more, or he was trying to.
He did. But like, how many Conceições are out there? And then who gives a fuck about him anyway? Like, Conceição is not going to get you remembered.
But he young, Smoke. He still got big fights ahead.
You keep saying that. I mean, ask me what they
You know
are.
what?
Like, listen, I think he has. I think that Shakur Stevenson desperately, out of everybody, needs fucking Tank and Devin. He needs those fights. I don't think Tank doesn't necessarily need it. Devin doesn't necessarily need it. All three of them should have it for their legacy, but Shakur absolutely needs it.
Boom, boom.
There is no like other like alternative for Shakur. Unless Loma fight falls through and he gets the Loma fight, then maybe he can like get some cachet that way. But if Dev fucking fights Loma and knocks Loma off, there is literally nothing for him to like grasp onto that's like worthwhile. Unless he gets a Tank fight.
Nigga, did you just die? What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
did. That Call of Duty life be hitting different.
Oh, okay.
I mean, so long as your core becomes a,
I thought somebody caught your ass to your house or something.
so long as he becomes a champion at 135, I think he'll be all right. You know.
He's already
I
been
mean,
a
but
champion.
it
And
also
three division
depends
champion.
who you fight for that championship. Because if you just fight a nigga like who did Mikey fight for the belt at 135? Nobody knows.
He unified against Bunny, and he got his first. What is it against Martinez? Where did he get his first belt off? Where did he get that 135 belt off of?
Let me see. Hold on. But I don't know.
He's unified against Robert Easter.
That wasn't at 140?
No, that's at 135. The 140 he got off Lipinets.
But the point I was trying to make is I do think you have to fight a name for that belt, just so your reign could be remembered in some type of good way.
Well, that's the issue that he has right now.
What's the name? What's
like,
considered the name?
The best name he has in his resume is
YouTube
either
name
Oscar
or a
Valdez
name
or Jamel
or
Herring.
somebody that's really a name in
No,
boxing.
a serious name in boxing,
Sometimes
not
niggas
no
get
YouTube
fucked
shit.
up. Like niggas put these YouTube names as names. Like if a niggas is talking about on YouTube,
Oscar Valdez
like,
isn't bad though.
somehow
Oscar Valdez is a good name. I'm not even like hating on that. Oscar Valdez, that Burchell knockout was fucking nice.
No, but niggas will give him.
You
Jamel
got
Herring
Lopez
too,
is a good guy. Like
niggas will
he
give him
fought some
Jamel
guys.
Herring. Like that's a name.
That is a name. That's a name people know.
He's an
That's
okay
a name of
That
fans
niggas
know.
on YouTube know.
I mean, I ain't gonna say like
That's what
he's
I'm
a
trying
like
to figure out. What's the name? Like, is we talking YouTube names or are we talking like
a name is that's somebody that's just known. Like it don't necessarily mean like Rolly is a name. That don't mean he's a good fighter.
No, I understand that, but he's a name to who? Like, I feel like it's a difference between like YouTube boxing and boxing as like boxing period. Like, there's a lot of niggas that watch YouTube that would know boxers but don't watch boxing. If that makes sense.
I kind of get what you mean. Like
What I'm saying
it's
is,
dudes like
if he
Pearl
becomes
who go
a
to
champion at 135, that's building his cash. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, it's a 135. You know, so here's the thing. You got guys like Adrian Broner, right? And if
like
you
it's
say,
Quavo in there?
you know what they say about Adrian Broner is that he fought everybody and he's a 4-division champion. And then if you asked who is his best win, your answer would be what?
That's a good question.
Paulie.
Who's best win?
Right? My answer would be Paulie Magic Man Malignaggi.
Who smoke?
Say again?
Who's best win? I didn't hear you.
Oh, Adrian Broner. Like if you ask about Adrian Broner, what you'll hear is he's a 4-division champion and he fought everybody. But if you ask who is his best win, the answer would be what? It'd be who? What name would you put in there? I would say Paulie Malignaggi.
Paulie, yeah.
Paulie?
That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that goes to show who he fought. That's the best name. You got to be honest about that shit.
That doesn't show he fought. That shows he beat.
He fought a lot of better names, but he didn't.
No, he fought a lot of guys. I said who did he beat?
But he didn't beat those guys.
Exactly.
Where are you going with this weird fucked up comparison, bro?
Okay, I'll tell you where I'm going with this weird fucked up comparison. You can talk about a guy being a multi-division champion, but when you ask him who they beat, and the answer becomes like Oscar Valdez or Jamel Herring.
Yeah, what's wrong with those names?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, but I don't know how they're better than
Tank and Devin. Yeah, I know, but until you get in a ring with those
like I'm
names,
saying, like this idea of like division champion, like it's gonna be like you even take Leo Santa Cruz. Let's not even go Adrian Broner. Leo Santa Cruz, another 4th-division champ, right? Like that guy got like Abner Mares and avenging a loss to Peter Frampton.
Carl Frampton. Peter Frampton.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Peter Frampton is a fucking rock and roll guy.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you know, I know all the old folk guys too, but the names, senior moment.
Correct.
But anyway,
Correct.
Point being, I think both Carl Frampton and Abner Mares might be better.
Okay, but so Carl Frampton, Abner Mares.
Maybe not though.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oscar Bichette was kind of I don't know.
I don't know if I can give you that one, Smokey.
Smokey.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard because Oscar Valdez put in some work, but Oscar Valdez also popped dirty.
Yeah, when you put it like that. But then Jamel Herring beat Carl Frampton too.
Now, I ain't the smartest man in the world, but from over here.
What'd you say?
I said, didn't Jamel Herring beat Carl Frampton too?
What'd you say?
Not the same Carl Frampton.
He did. It was at a different weight class though, right? Than what's his ass fought him in. Like Carl Frampton was never anybody's 135, 30 pounder.
One of the best.
He was never like a he was a undersized. He was totally undersized. Even he's kind of undersized, lightweight.
Those was top niggas back then.
Yeah. He's an okay featherweight. But as a super feather, now come on,
man. So you saying that more importantly, Shakur, the belts aren't his keys to being a bigger star, and it's the names. Like getting the belts don't matter. Is that what you kind of leading to?
No, I'm just talking about his legacy. I'm not talking about whether or not it's in it. No, I mean, I think that to his key to success, the key to his legacy is going to be belts. The key to his success is going to be belts and who he fought. Because literally, I'm saying that at the end of the day, we're just going to be talking about how many fucking divisions he was a champion in, not necessarily who he fights, unless he can get the fucking tennis fight.
Yeah. We'll be talking about that now because we stuck in the moment, but pretty sure he's gonna be at 147 at one point. So
yeah.
No, but Top Rank do a good job of making a bunch of nobody.
Yeah, it's just like.
So
yeah, they generally do a good job of making the person look credible. They do a general good job, but it's really dependent on the inventory they have there. If their inventory is thin, your shit looks real thin, even if you're real good.
When he get to 147, he'll be Bud Crawford. They'll make it like, oh, he beat Ndongo. It'll be a nigga like
Bud Crawford. If Bud Crawford is still in boxing,
it'll be a nigga like
when Shakur Stevenson gets there, then Bud Crawford's career went totally sideways on him.
No, I'm saying he won't be Bud Crawford. I said he will be Bud Crawford. Like they will hype him up like that, like where it goes. Like he done this, that, and the third. He may even become a disputed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I think
since you already gave a disclaimer that your opinion that you're just talking to talk, that sounds like some more just talking to talk.
Because Shakur might end up like that nigga might end up being a 5-division champion, bro.
What I'm saying is how they hype Bud up, right? Even though he ain't really beat nobody.
He very well might be. At this point, he doesn't have the size for it. He doesn't have the stature for it. He doesn't have the inventory for it. Actually, all of the intangibles of boxing are against him. So really, if he does become that thing, you have to take your hat off to Jay Prince, to Shakur, and to Bob.
I mean, once Devin dropped them belts, you acted like Shakur ain't finna pick one or two up, bro. Like, come on, bro, knock it off.
No, he's about to be a 3-division champ. Correct, but who's gonna get it in? Who's gonna get it with?
Yeah, they do a good job of hyping shit.
Like I'm saying, it won't be his opposition.
They do a good job of hyping shit. He'll be on fucking like First Take and all that. They'll do a good job of hyping shit. He'll be lit. Kind of lit.
Yeah, of all of the people, I don't be hyping up Shakur Stevenson. All the people that could hype up and probably will be hyping up. One candidate for that. For the top-ranked machine to get behind. So I told you, Junior, he's slick, he's a southpaw, and he's black. They literally said that shit during the broadcast. If Top Rank is telling you they ain't about to fucking push you, where are you getting this shit from?
They about to push who? Shakur?
Yes, they said that to Shakur. David Tessitore during a broadcast that fucking bubble fight he had at 126 before, or his first fight at 130. I think his first fight at 130. That fucking dude, he didn't fuck. Yeah, because he was
I'm just
supposed
going
to
off
fight at
what
126, and
ESPN.
then the pandemic happened, so he moved up.
I'm just going off the ESPN history. I'm just saying they do a good job of hyping shit. That's all.
Yeah, they do a certain job. They
Well,
do
wasn't
a
that a
great
quote they were
job
making?
of
Smoke.
There's
Smoke,
other fighters
the
that
curse of your bad
do a
internet
great
has returned.
job
Smoke, the
of
curse of
turning
your
those guys
bad
into.
internet,
Oh
nigga.
shit!
It's back,
What
Smoke.
am I saying?
You go
It's
out every
back.
fucking sentence, every word.
That
Oh my!
nigga said, "Motherfuckers gonna die."
But if Shakur fight Devin Haney at 135 for all the belts, then problem solved, bro. If he wins, you know.
We know that ain't happening.
It should happen. Devin say he's sticking around for 135. Like that's the fight that should happen next after Loma. It should be Shakur and Devin.
Even if he loses, that's a good. The fight that should happen is Tank.
That's the fight that should happen, but the reality is Bob Arum already said I got Shakur over everybody. So you gonna try and get his fighter to that fight, bro.
No,
It don't matter.
bro.
Haney contract up.
He's not gonna try. He gonna give him that fight eventually, but not this.
No, he's gonna give it to him now, bro. Nigga already said it. That's the
No,
fight
he's
after
not.
Loma.
He never said that.
No, it
That
don't
he
matter.
did
Haney
say that.
contract is up.
Yo,
Bob Arum did say that, bro.
He said that's what he wants to happen.
Haney contract is up, nigga.
So what the
Let's say
fuck you think
they
that
fly
means?
Shakur in instead of Loma, right? Let's say they fly Shakur instead of Loma, and Devin gets past Shakur. I think Shakur has a built-in excuse that he just got to the division, all that shit. Even though he fights the Japanese dude next, I don't know. He's got kind of like a we don't know what he's gonna look like, right? He has that kind of thing.
And then Devin Haney got a built-in excuse as well. I was weight drained. I'm too big for the division. Like they both got.
Yeah, I'm talking about if he gets past him. I'm just talking about if he gets past Shakur. I'm looking at Shakur's future, right? Future if he wins, future if he loses. If he fights Devin and he loses, I think he can rebound. Like you said, he's young. He just got to the division kind of thing.
Yeah, I get that.
Devin was leaving the division. He's oversized, all that other shit. So he can like rebound from that thing, like kind of easily.
Devin Haney
The issue is still he was gonna have.
He'll stay for Tank. He'll leave with Shakur.
Say again.
Devin Haney will stay for Tank, but if he got to fight Shakur, he's leaving. Like if it come down.
So you saying Devin's scared of Shakur? Smoke. Finish what you were saying, bro.
Now he's saying dumb shit, and we got to strain to hear that dumb shit twice.
I'm not saying he's scared of Shakur. I'm just telling you, like.
That's basically what you're saying, bro. Like, what the fuck? Go Smoke. Can you finish?
You don't want that fight right now,
man. I guess, man. I'm gonna.
They get emotional.
Let me fix my internet.
They know what's up.
Like talk just to talk and derail conversation.
They get emotional and shit. As soon as you say one thing about Devin Haney,
there it is. The E word.
I could have said 1,000 things about
Shakur. Poor fucking arguments every goddamn night over.
They would have got that nigga would not got emotionally all fucked up. That ain't emotionally fucked up because you know what I'm saying he think I'm saying something bad about Devin. I'm just keeping it a buck how I see it. Like.
Okay, yeah, we're getting emotional because of how you feel. Okay, the guy who's in his fucking feelings. I asked you to act a logical thing. What has Tank done at 135 pounds to beat George Kambosos? That's not a feelings question. That is literally trying to engage your fucking brain, your rational mind. But apparently, you can't do that shit because you're too busy. I feel 3 or 4 lumps. Get the bridge to the chopper.
Got built-in excuse and all that. Now you get the panties in a bunch because the niggas say Devin Haney was
Weezy F chop.
I mean, like he go up
7 foot, 8 foot bunch.
Now you niggas is emotional. You niggas, you too old for that shit. Especially you. Like you too old for that shit. You like 7 you have like a level of like, you have a level of able to control your emotions at this age in
How you
life.
be
Like,
able to
Real G's
control
moving
niggas
yourself?
silent
have a
like
different
lasagna.
level of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know like when I get that age, I shouldn't be like that triggered or that emotional. Like, who knows though? Them niggas emotional as fuck. And Threes is like a dick eater. He just
Make
chilling
it
with his
rain.
niggas. Like,
You know, make it
full
rain.
dick eater. Like he just be
Wee
dick eating. Like
like a
What
cop
do you
he
car.
think
jump
is
on everybody's
stop?
dick. I be in the chat. If it's somebody against somebody, he always the
Niggas
backup
sound
dick
like
eater.
Young
Like
Thug.
Like a cop car.
backup dick eater. Like you be sucking the nigga. Anybody jump on, nigga, you Joe as shit. Like
Pulled up in the latest
nigga ain't
drop.
even gotta be talking to you.
I
He
got
just quick to
stopped
jump
by
in and hit
Hey,
you. Like
Big Chop, just quick favor, bro. Do me
this
one
nigga
quick
gotta
favor.
chill.
Just yell, Adrian. Just yell that real quick.
This nigga's a cold dick eater. Like,
No use over there. Use.
what's wrong with these niggas?
I did it, Adrian.
Spit your favorite Wheezy verse.
Stop dick eating, bro.
Spit that fucking
Hey, let me get back on topic.
Spit
spit that
smoke dick
Wheezy
out your
verse,
mouth.
bro. Which one? Spit one of them banned from TVs or something like that.
I'ma
Spit
pick
that
the
fucking
world up and I'ma drop it on the fucking head. Spit that shit.
spit one of them mixtape Wheezys, bro. Diamonds and Girls type shit. That John Blade shit.
I guess not.
Damn.
Hoes.
He ain't gonna bust us with that Wheezy verse. Spit that lollipop shit.
Man, leave the nigga alone, man. Let's get back to boxing.
These niggas is hoes in real life.
Me, I got the world in my hands.
Oh man. So I'm grinding till I'm tired. Hey Chop, you know my favorite song you got out?
Leave this nigga alone, man. Leave him alone, bro.
These
You
niggas
niggas
is
can't.
hoes. Like these niggas is hoes.
I
They can't
couldn't
work
even
with
say the
that.
song. God damn. Let me just say the song. God damn. That nigga fucked it up. So you know. Hey, you know that shit though, for real though? Real talk though. That duffel bag boy. That shit go hard. And my pops don't like rap like that. That nigga fuck with that shit. That nigga one of them motherfucking nigga be listening to that old smooth jazz bullshit. Pull out the oldies on your ass real quick. But you fuck with that duffel bag boys, you did your thing on that. Weed and syrup till I die. As a matter of fact, it's
some of
gonna
the
kill
corniest
me.
niggas in my life. One thing
But
about
hey,
the internet.
man, y'all need to stop all that Haney hate. If you hate Haney, get it out your heart.
One thing about the internet.
That's
You
a
hear
young
about some
champion
corny
right
niggas.
there, man. Chasing greatness, man. There's no reason to hate on that young man. Let him do his thing. You ain't know, now you know. It's Haney time.
So if Shakur beats Devin Haney, is he number one pound for pound?
I wouldn't say, well.
You could make a case for top three.
He might just be number one though. He might just
No,
be
he
number
would be
one.
3 divisions undisputed.
Yeah, he might just be number one.
Wait,
He'd
hold on
have
a
a
second.
case.
What happened? What's the question?
If Shakur
No, we
beat
saying
Haney, is he number one
if
undisputed?
Shakur beat Haney, would he be number one?
Why you gotta drag smoke into this shit?
Well, I'm just
I'm just questioning it. I'm just gonna follow.
hey,
You guys tell
what
me.
you think?
Shit, the
What you
nigga
think he
on the
gonna?
panel, if you
He gonna
want to
give you
talk
his own
about it, you can
opinion?
talk about it.
Well, I
No,
knew
I
you was gonna
just want
come
to know
off
what's
mute.
going
I
on,
already
right?
knew,
Because I
bro.
heard three
I already
division
knew.
undisputed. I heard three division undisputed, so I didn't know who the fuck we're talking about. That's all. Go ahead.
No, we were just saying if Shakur beat Devin Haney, would he be number one? And I was just bringing, well, he would be three divisions, undisputed, and he would beat
No,
Devin Haney,
I
one of
got
the
you.
coldest
Three
niggas in the
division champ
sport.
and undisputed. I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So
I don't know,
I
man. He
think
might be
3
number
said
one,
maybe.
nigga. That nigga gonna be damn near where Bud at, but early. Shit.
I mean, especially after Devin beats Loma, and let's say Shakur were to get that fight and he were to beat Devin,
Yeah.
like
He'd be number one on my list. I ain't even gonna lie. He'd be number one on my fucking list. Cause the nigga had 3 belts in one division before he got up here, and he had a belt in the one before that, didn't he? He only had one though, right? Like Shakur, 2 division champ, right?
yeah, but he was unified at 130.
Yeah, he was unified in one of them, and the other one you only had one. That's what I'm saying. So you had 1 in the first division, you got 3 in the second one, and then you
He
go
only
get the
had 2 in
undisputed
the
champ.
second one.
You gotta give it to him. Just like if either way, go ahead and pull this shit off with Stephen Fulton, that nigga,
He only
he
had
just might
2 in
be
the
number
second
one on
one.
my shit. He might be 2.
I'll put him number one on my shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like he got a good ass fucking argument though. That's all I'm saying. Like nigga got a solid motherfucking argument.
I mean,
The cool boy over
I don't
both
think
them
it's
niggas
really
right
a
now.
definitive number one right now. I think it's between Usyk and Crawford. But I think it's just once you achieve those types of feats, beating a Fulton or beating a Haney if you Shakur, you get put into that class where you have an argument at being number
Oh
one.
yeah, 3-2.
And then you just spend your career trying to validate that.
Yeah.
Yo.
And that's why I think that's a dangerous fight for Devin, because he don't get no credit for beating Shakur. But I mean, he'll get credit, but it's not
What?
like the type of credit.
Brandon, what do you mean?
What are you
Listen,
talking about?
let me finish. It won't be the same type of credit Shakur will get for beating him.
Well, yeah, true, but that's just because he got all the belts right.
I don't agree with that. I'll put Devin in my top
the
3,
respect will be there
top
because
5 if he beats Shakur.
Shakur is a pound for pound fighter, so the respect will still
How
be there.
does the credit change though? How does the credit change?
Because what the definition of pound for pound is going through multiple divisions and having victories and winning belts. If you got Devin Haney just staying at 135, that ain't really pound for pound like that. What Shakur will be doing is pound for pound.
I'm saying, but what I'm talking about, that's from based on what he previously did. But I'm talking about just them fighting each other. How would the credit be different?
Because Devin Haney is not moving up in weight.
I understand
staying
that.
at
I'm
his
talking about like
position
just them
when he's
fighting
the
each other.
undisputed
Like,
champion.
whatever Shakur done before that is what Shakur done. What I'm saying is, if them just fight each other, just Devin versus Shakur, whoever wins should get the same amount of credit, not based on. Like,
No, it don't work like that. It should, but it just
what
don't.
you're saying, but I'm just talking about him just being Shakur as an individual.
Okay, well,
So
but you see what I'm saying?
That against Devin, no matter who he fight, or if he fought Tank, he won't get the same credit.
If he fought Tank and beat him, but he definitely get more credit to beating Shakur. That's for sure.
All right, so what makes the difference between Tank and Shakur?
Because Tank has been at the division longer and he's done more shit in the sport.
Yeah, I still give Haney the same credit. I think Shakur is a bad motherfucker, and he's big, or at least he was big for 130. But yeah, he still gets the same credit for me.
Yeah, I feel like he should still get the same credit.
He should, but he won't.
Because we all agree
like
Shakur is one of the most skilled if not the most skilled fighters in boxing.
Wasn't Mikey Garcia that when he fought Spence?
But that's why Spence is held on the motherfucking pound for pound list.
Exactly.
It ain't because of Mikey Garcia, my nigga.
It's Mikey. Mikey is a part of it. That's what I'm saying. Like he got Mikey on his list, and he also got a lot of motherfuckers that he also beat.
So Mikey was
saying
like
he's still like that shit is a part of it. So
and Shakur is the smaller guy against Devin.
What I'm saying is, if you add Loma and fucking Shakur to his resume, even if it's at 135, he will still go up on the list. He might not be number one, but he's still gonna be up on that list. You know what I'm saying? Even B-Ball on that fucking list.
Yeah, I would definitely say he gets rated higher, but I'm just saying it would be a bigger win for Shakur to beat Devin. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I said
I don't
Shakur
think
would
so.
shoot to number one in my opinion. But it's just because of the accolades that he's already had. He's been, you know what I'm saying? Like Haney only been undisputed at that division. If he already got a belt in one division, got 2 belts in another one, and then he get undisputed in this one, you know what I'm saying? His accolades already stacked.
Yeah, I'm talking
So
about as a whole though. I'm talking about just as like them fighting each other. Of course, Shakur have more accolades as a whole, but I'm talking about just based on the individual win. Like,
yeah, I'm saying both guys are going to get credit from that fight, period. Because that's the way. Like, if anybody looking at it how we look at it, those are the 4 kings and the top guys. So when the top guys fight each other, bro, somebody got to win. You know what I'm saying? You can't really discredit the other one unless you just came out and looked absolutely terrible. You know what I'm saying? But that's just the way I feel about it. You're the top guys and it's a 50-50 fight. Somebody got to fucking lose. You know what I'm saying? So I still give credit to both fighters. You know what I'm saying? One of them, of course, is going to get more of the credit because he won the fight. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it goes.
I think who would get the least credit out of all of them, though, is Tank. Like,
for sure.
Tank ain't gonna get the least credit.
Are you kidding me? Tank gonna get the
Like, what
most
are you
credit.
talking about? Tank gonna
the
get
Man's
very
fans
least.
Tank gonna get
pass
the
that
least.
shit up.
He
Tank
gonna
gonna
get
get
the
a lot of
least, bro.
credit because he
Hey,
finally
Big
fighting
Chop,
the
I'll let you
opposition.
handle this one. Big Chop, handle the lightweight, nigga. Explain.
No, go ahead, you got it.
What you mean
Nah,
handle the
you go ahead.
lightweight?
You go ahead. You go ahead.
Y'all niggas ain't even let me finish. How you gonna handle some shit and I ain't finish? Nigga, the shit would be big for fucking Tank because the whole goddamn problem that people were saying is Tank ain't had the big fights yet. Tank ain't putting himself in the big fights. He ain't So you fight Ryan and then you fight fucking Tank. I mean, you fight Haney and Shakur, bro. He's gonna get the fucking credit. He's
I'm
going
saying
to.
I feel like
He's gonna
Tank
get a
gonna get
whole
the
lot of
least
fucking
credit
credit.
though, like, cause he get the least credit on anything already. So like if he beat like niggas say, oh, Tank had the big fights and this, that, and the third. None of them niggas had the big fights, but and that's how it started from the beginning with me and Ace. None of them niggas had the big fights, but niggas just only pointed Tank never had. Tank has had the big fights.
Tank ain't been doing the belt work.
I'm
That
sorry.
was our
Like
problem. Our problem
lightweights
was
don't
he
get
wasn't
60.
fucking with them
Lightweights
champions.
don't pack them in 60,000 at a time and get like international play. Like I don't. I think you're missing the fact that Devin Haney's had 3 million people, like 5 million people watch his last 2 fights. Like I don't know what
What?
you think. I don't know what you think big fights mean,
What
but
is
like
wrong with this nigga, bro? All right, whatever. I don't even know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
I
What
know
you
you know.
said?
Like you're like, oh no, you got big fights. Like what do you think big fights are? Like,
All right,
especially at lightweight.
go ahead. Okay, bro.
Telling you gotta get that head out your heart, dog. It ain't
What are
gonna do
you
nothing for you.
talking about? We always
Get
just
that
say
head out
Nobody
your
somebody.
heart,
hasn't had
man.
big fights. What are bigger fights than these at lightweight?
Oh my god.
I'm like trying to fight. I'm trying to fucking follow what you're saying, and I don't get it. So I'm asking some clarifying shit. Maybe I'm too aggressive, and I'm hurting your feelings. I'm not trying to do that shit. I'm literally just trying to follow your train of thought.
Okay, Devin Haney had the big fights.
I think Tank's had
Yeah,
big
are
big
you
fights
asking
also.
if Cam? Are you asking us or?
Yes, Devin Haney's had big fights, and Tank has had big fights. Lomachenko's had some pretty big fights. Actually, Loma's had some pretty big fights too. Like especially for like lightweight.
So the whole point of when people say Tank hasn't had the big fights, as Threes was saying, right? As niggas,
I
Tank
didn't
hasn't
say
had the
that.
big fight.
I didn't say that. So what are you talking about?
You didn't say when we were talking about Tank getting credit. You didn't say Tank would get more credit because they say, oh, Tank hasn't had the big fights.
Tank, that's what I'm saying. They didn't have those big fights, as in those big names, like
Exactly,
super
and
fights.
now hold
What I'm
on, and
saying, but what
exactly
I'm
that's
saying
what
is
I'm
that I'm
referring.
meaning like, all right, but
Exactly, that's what I'm
listen,
referring to.
chop, chop.
He
But chop,
came
you
on
right,
saying some other
chop,
shit.
chop. Listen, you right, bro, you right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just clarifying that when I said that, I'm meaning in the sense of super fights, like a Ryan fight. Like that fight
Okay,
is finally
now hold
a
on.
fight that we would consider a big fucking fight. You see what I mean?
Exactly.
That's
Now
what
that's
I'm
what I
saying.
was referring to. That's what I
But
was
go ahead,
referring to. That he
bro.
came on and talking about. I don't understand what you don't
Right,
think a big fight
that's
is.
cool. Now, again, like I said, I wasn't trying to like ruffle your feathers. I wasn't trying to play a gotcha game. I was just trying to follow the conversation. That's how I am. I got
I mean,
lost. Thank you for catching me up. Go ahead.
Oh, you always lost.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Like, if you want me to keep fucking roasting you, I will. But I'm just trying to follow the boxing conversation as long as
I
it's
mean,
happening.
if you think he roasted me,
No,
go ahead.
I'm not. I don't think that. I don't think that at all. Cool. Let's talk about boxing.
Well, to my point, where I was saying he would get the least credit is like, even when he was gonna fight Ryan, everybody was just saying Tank gonna knock him the fuck out. It's an easy touch. Like, so
Look,
where's the credit there? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the reason why niggas say that is because Ryan ain't Haney, he ain't Shakur. That's why niggas say that. You fight Haney,
He
you fight
knocked him the
Shakur.
fuck out. Like, what you gonna
fight,
say?
you
Like,
fight Haney, you fight Shakur. You get credit for those fights. You get
yeah,
credit
from y'all niggas, but I'm just saying,
in
like,
the world,
no,
motherfuckers that tune into boxing are going to give him fucking credit.
from this panel.
Like,
no, it's not like that.
I bet you he be on that fucking pound for pound list.
No, I
You know
nigga
what
gonna have
niggas,
to.
you know what niggas
How
gonna
you
say?
gonna even try and take
Devin
credit
Haney,
away from Haney?
To get credit,
Shakur,
hey,
hold
y'all,
on,
to
but
get
Shakur
credit,
missed
that the
weight.
type of credit you talking about, like Tank
Shakur
gonna have
and
to move
Haney
up
is
to
on that.
147
Shakur
and
and
fight
Haney is on
Crawford
the
and
pound
knock
for
out the
pound
guy.
list.
Then he'll get
Shakur and
all
credit.
right,
Haney
against
is on the
Shakur,
pound
they
for
gonna
pound
say,
list.
well, Shakur was a natural
Shakur and
126
Haney is on
pounder.
the pound for pound list, nigga. So
In
he's
my
going to get
opinion,
credit
right?
for beating him.
In my opinion, they're gonna say when Shakur was a natural 126 pounder, he beat Shakur. And then if he beat Devin Haney, they're gonna say, well, Devin Haney ain't really beat nobody. He only beat Kambosos.
No,
And an
but
old Loma.
They can't even
Like,
say that because Shakur missed weight for his last fight, and they were talking so much shit about how he
I know,
belongs
I'm
at
just saying what niggas
147.
that's
say.
why I say.
You know
That's why I
what I'm
say
saying?
Tank will get the
But yeah,
least
I
amount
agree,
of
but they
credit.
can't say that. I know
Out of
that's
all
what they say,
fighters,
but they can't.
out of all the fighters, Tank gets the least amount of credit for winning. Devin gets credit for beating Tank. Shakur gets credit for beating Haney, but Tank really won't get no credit for beating them niggas, bro.
Yeah, you just, I don't know what fantasy land you living
That's
in, man.
crazy.
Whatever, bro.
That's
I'm not
crazy.
gonna,
He's
I'm not
going to
gonna
get
lie,
the
dude.
credit,
I'm
but
not
he
gonna
won't
lie.
get the same
Untrue,
kind of
man.
credit
What
that
you
they may
talking
get.
about?
You
No,
just
he's
gonna
going
keep
to get
Tank
saying
get
credit.
that shit
credit for
like it's
knocking
true,
out
but it's not
Rolly,
true.
for
It's like
knocking
when
out
Tank,
Mario Barrios.
beat Barrios.
He
Them niggas ain't
stop
shit.
that, man. What you talking about? He
Nah, he
don't
don't
get
really get
Like
credit.
credit
when
for knocking
Tank
out
beat
Rolly. He don't
Barrios,
really
niggas
get
was like,
You don't
credit for
get no
knocking
No,
out
he
fucking
get.
credit
Tank
for
Well,
killing
Pierce beat
niggas.
Barrios.
I mean, people
Pierce,
still
Pierce
fuck with the
beat
knockout
Barrios.
though. Smoke
And
like
no,
they ain't really talk
mostly he
shit.
Yeah,
gets
they fuck with it, but nigga, we know
mostly
Rolly's
he
a
gets
fucking
criticized
bum.
for how
Like,
supposedly
come on,
well
man.
Rolly was doing.
You can't
Like
bring up
way more
fucking
than he gets
Rolly
like
in this
credit for the knockout.
situation, man. Come on,
I'm
man.
saying out of the three,
Yeah,
for
out of the three,
victory,
like literally,
Tank gets
Tank is
the
going to
least
get
amount of
less
credit, bro.
credit out of those three. Like, as a matter of
Yes.
fact, I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't think anybody in the panel would be surprised if going into those fights, Tank was the favorite.
Yeah, when he beat Barrios, what was niggas saying?
Barrios wasn't shit.
God,
but
bro.
before he fought Barrios, they were saying Barrios was the 140-pound champion. So
Motherfucking Mr. Moore, where the
Who
fuck you
the
been?
fuck said
What's
that?
up, Mr. Moore? Goddamn,
what's
I
up,
was
man?
thinking,
I've
what
been
happened
busy,
to this
man.
dude?
I've
He
been busy.
moving?
You know, I told you I got that big project,
Yeah.
man. I was trying to get that shit ready. I got to lead the brothers on it because I'm headed out H's way tomorrow. I'm going to Nashville.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's what's up. Hey,
Yeah,
Uncle Sheldon.
Yeah.
You see my Eagles? You see my Eagles?
I'm going to watch them. I'm going to my homeboy Santos Boxing House in Nashville, and I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl there.
Oh, you going to Santos? Oh, you going to Santos?
Hell yeah.
Ain't no doubt.
He came to my retirement party out here, so I'm gonna fly to his house for the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Congratulations, man.
I mean, pull up for the parade.
Oh, the Philly?
Yeah, pull up for the parade.
Nah.
It's gonna be lit.
Yeah,
Hey,
pull up in green, nigga.
I'm a Raider fan, so I can't support nothing Kansas City does. Nothing.
You already know what it is, man. Jalen Hurts, he let us here, man. You know what it is,
Yes,
Uncle
sir.
Sheldon. I
Yes,
told
sir.
you he
You
would
did.
finish the job that Donovan McNabb could not. I told you that shit.
You told me. You did. I have to get that to you, brother. You did tell me.
Nigga, you said that shit like another. Oh, I know what you mean though, because he black. But nigga, you said that shit like Foles ain't gave y'all first motherfucking bow.
But that's true. But I ain't even like an Eagles fan. I was a Jalen Hurts fan because I seen so many people talking shit on him.
Man, I remember when
Then I started to fuck with the
y'all won
team.
that Super Bowl. Y'all was destroying shit like y'all ain't give a fuck about nothing. Why motherfuckers go break shit when they hype? I don't get this. Let's go fucking raid the fucking city because we fucking won. Woo!
Man, them dumb
Turn up,
motherfuckers, they were standing on top of the bus stops and
Them
then
niggas start
but
greasing the
the
poles
tops is
and
made
shit.
out of glass and the shit fell through. And like
Well,
dozens
let's
of
do
people
this,
just
man.
fell.
Let's talk about the fight we got Saturday, though. We got a fight Saturday, though.
Ray Vargas.
Yes, sir.
O'Shaquie Foster.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good fight, but Ray Vargas, I just think he's too much for Foster.
It's very hard for me to rate Ray Vargas. Like it's just, I don't know. He surprises me. He's just a very strange fighter to me. What's going on with his jaw?
Who changed him?
Johnny Foster lose.
Who
Nacho Beristain.
Nacho
Beristain.
Nacho Beristain.
Exactly. I mean, you gotta
You
love
see,
Nacho,
he got
right?
that. He got that style, that that Mexican counterpunching style.
But that's Nacho Bernstein's thing. He's the Nacho Bernstein is the actually quintessential Mexican fighter. They don't just stand there flat-footed and trade. They actually move around.
Right, he's scientific.
He teaches him how to box.
Yeah, no, Nacho does. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean,
he had my man Juan Manuel Marquez. He had him boxing.
Oh yeah,
you taught him how to box.
Yeah, he boxed the shit
and
out of him.
Now you see Ray Vargas' style.
Exactly, yo.
So see, I knew he was going. I had picked Ray Vargas in that fight, but
I'm going for Ray
Vargas. A good fight. He's a good fighter.
Man, Bernstein,
it's a good fight, man.
You gotta mention Nacho You gotta mention Nacho Beristain with them great trainers like motherfucking Eddie Futch and them.
They do.
You do. You have to. The dude is 82, 83 years old.
And how many champs he's had?
I've seen him in the ring in the last 4 months.
Like 20 champions? Come on, man.
And the thing I like about him is he has
Hello, how are you?
Oh hi. Yeah, he has what's the word I'm looking for? It's his style that he's putting on these niggas. Like it's not like they coming from different camps and then they're using other people's styles and then he's just managing them. Nah, like he's teaching them their style and then they putting that shit forth in the ring.
There's a million motherfuckers in Nacho's place. I don't know if you ever seen Nacho's Berenstein's his academy.
Nah.
With those motherfuckers.
So he got a whole academy?
A ton of them. I mean, whatever, boxing gym. But it's just like an empty cement thing. It's fucked up. It looks like
that's what you need. That's what you need.
It looks like
a ring.
You know how Crunk was like in the basement of a rec center?
Mirror.
It looks like it was it looks just like it's the basement of some bombed out shit. Like it's fucking it's
the trenches.
It doesn't seem like it's anywhere where you want.
Yeah, that shit'll motivate you quick.
And it's nothing but a million motherfuckers throwing punches, shadow boxing, next to shoulder to shoulder.
I don't know about motivating.
You get it from the mud, baby. You get it from the mud.
Niggas don't get motivated though. That's the fucking problem.
No, they motivated.
Talking about these NBA trades, right?
You got your handful that be motivated by the shit.
Yeah, we talked about them earlier.
They ain't got no money. Once they start touching them M's, the motivation leaves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to be off topic. What y'all think about the NBA trades, though? I think the Lakers leveled up.
The Suns GM, he deserves an extension. He deserves a raise.
The Suns
that nigga got Kevin Durant.
The Suns got it. The Suns got it. I agree. I'm going with the
Suns. That nigga, whoever their GM is, that nigga is a made man now. He got Kevin Durant.
No, the new owner.
And he still kept Devin Booker and
the owner made the deal, not the GM.
The owner made the deal.
Oh, okay.
We fucking own Kevin Durant. How you doing about to do shit?
The Suns about to win.
Fucking goes to Kevin Durant.
I don't know.
Kevin Durant.
There is only
up close person.
You motherfuckers better.
Hey, but you know what? We said, but hold on. We said the same thing about the Brooklyn.
What team are you talking about? What team are you talking about, Smoke? When you say we.
Oh, I'm talking about the Golden State
Warriors. You better
right
try to win a game at home, Smoke. Y'all ain't won a game at home, goddamn, all year. Try to win a game at home. Do that,
bro. What the fuck happened to the Warriors?
I was literally at the game. You better fucking check your fucking box stats again. Anyway, but that's a different subject for another day.
What's your home record, Smoke? What's your home record, Smoke?
I don't know. That's great. But it's not even All-Star break, man. We champions. What are you talking about? Man, listen. We are champions.
After Draymond Green took off on Jordan Poole, that was the end of the Warriors.
Before the All-Star break.
Get the fuck
out of here. Anyway.
You better hope you make the playoffs.
I still think the Warriors got it better.
Y'all are the Rams of that. Y'all. Smoke, you know what you is? You're the Rams of the NBA.
We've been fucking on Kevin Durant's head.
Living
the
off
only reason why Kevin Durant even got MVP because they were double and triple teaming fucking Steph. We own this dude.
You better try to make
Phoenix
the
Suns
playoffs.
is not getting
Smoke.
past no motherfucking Warriors. If we are
Yeah, they
healthy,
is.
fuck no.
Yes, the
Are y'all in the
fuck
play-in?
I think the
Yes, the
Warriors
fuck
got
they
to still be
is.
the favorite. You still got to count the
They
Warriors.
definitely getting past them niggas.
I don't know, man.
Fucking Warriors gonna get their ass worked.
Yeah, shit. The Warriors ain't about to get worked. What you don't understand is what Kevin Durant is. Well, you'll find out. You'll see.
Yeah, we
There's
gonna
a reason
see.
why we kept blowing past him in Oklahoma.
We
There's a
gonna
reason why we
fucking
kept
see,
blowing
nigga.
past his fucking ass in Oklahoma. There's a reason why we fucking win championships without him. Like whatever.
We gonna see.
You gonna find
sure.
out.
We gonna
We
come back
definitely
in
gonna
these
fucking
streams,
see.
I like
and
that
you're gonna
smoke. That's
be
confidence.
Yeah, you
crying in
gotta
your
make
milk.
the
Smoke.
Warriors.
I
Crying in
like
your
it,
milk.
but we gonna see, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Cause last time I checked, nigga, Curry by his goddamn self. I do like Clay, but nigga,
Corminga's
Clay's on a
Corminga does his
decline,
thing.
bro.
Jordan Poole shows up. Clay
Jordan Poole
shows
is
up.
my
You'll
favorite
see.
player on your fucking team because he played in a Michigan uniform. So I fucks with
Warriors
Jordan
got a
Poole
better
heavily.
team.
But that's just like Tim Hardaway. I fuck with him. He
And,
wore that.
I mean, listen, Wiggins is just getting back into
The
the
Mavericks
rotation. You go see.
the
You'll
Mavericks
see.
got
And
Kyrie.
let me
You'll
ask
see.
you
We got
this, though.
man. Listen,
Let me
we got
ask you this.
The Mavericks.
we
How
got
do you
something for
guys?
we got. All I'm telling you is we got something for KD. All this like,
Man,
oh yeah,
Oh,
Phoenix
Y'all
yeah.
Suns,
ninth
blah
in
blah
the
blah.
hey, smoke.
Kevin Durant is never getting past the fucking
Smoke.
Warriors.
No,
It
you
ain't
You
gonna
don't.
put
matter because
It's not
Jonathan
y'all not
happening.
even get
Kaminga on
past the
Kevin
If
Mavericks.
we're
Durant.
So there
healthy,
you go.
that guy is not
Y'all
fucking.
not even gonna get past the
Jonathan
Mavericks, so it won't
Kaminga and
matter.
That
put Kevin
motherfucker
Durant in the
Let
7
me
game.
foot
ask. Let
tall
me
hero
ask y'all
ball
this though.
shit ain't gonna
Hold
fucking
on.
get it.
Hold on,
Mavericks
Smoke.
gonna
Let me
put
ask y'all
y'all
this.
under
Let me
there.
ask everybody this. How do you think that shit's gonna work in Dallas? Because I don't think it is.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna
I
work
think it's
either.
gonna.
Two
I think it's gonna be
ball
nice.
dominant players.
No,
Two
I think
ball
it's gonna be
dominant
nice.
I
guards.
think Dallas
Let
gonna work
me
better
tell
than the
you why it's
Suns
gonna
gonna
be
work.
nice. Hold on. Let me tell y'all why it's gonna be nice. Because Luka needs somebody else that can get buckets. Luka need another motherfucker that can go out there and get 30. He need
But
that.
is Luka gonna give up the ball?
Yeah,
You
Is
gotta
the
put
Mavs
Kyrie
so
at
playing
the
that nigga
tonight?
two.
look,
Put
this
Kyrie
is
at the
my
two.
problem with y'all. Y'all gotta realize, look, just because a motherfucker dribbling, don't mean he don't like giving it up. A motherfucker that hold the ball all the damn time, that's Kobe.
Oh yeah,
Kobe moved the ball.
Luka a point
So
guard
hold
that
on,
makes.
no, y'all niggas love to talk about these niggas that pass the ball and get nigga. If you can give me 10 assists in the game, I ain't trying to hear no ball hog shit.
I think
That nigga
Dallas is
passed
gonna
the
work.
ball.
I think Dallas is
That's a
gonna
nigga
work
that
better
passed
than
the
the
fucking
Suns is
ball.
gonna
You know what
work.
I'm
But the
saying? So
difference
in the
between
end of the
Kobe,
day,
the difference between
Kyrie
Kobe,
not. But I'm saying Kyrie
Luka,
not a high
and all these
passer.
dudes that you mentioning is that Kobe won. They haven't.
Look,
But Luka
I
is
hear
a
all
great
that.
point
I hear
guard
all
though.
that, but I'm not talking about all that. That's what I call goal posting. Because that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the fact that Luka is a triple double type player.
Yeah, Luka a
And
great
he
point
likes
guard.
to move the ball around. He does that, but he will facilitate. So having Kyrie is no problem because Kyrie also played with a motherfucker like him. It's similar to him in the LeBron James.
Yeah, you gotta
So
take
it's
Kyrie off the
going to
ball.
work out. They're going to be fine. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you
You think
take
Not
so?
Kyrie
saying
off
I
the
Luka
don't
is
ball.
think so.
like LeBron
I
James, but
think
he's
Kyrie
trying
wants to
to
be the man.
facilitate.
Luka is the man, and I don't think Kyrie his ego. I don't think his ego is going to allow him to play
I
second
think
fiddle
Kyrie
anyway.
can play the two though. Kyrie can play the two.
Kyrie gonna work with him.
You could take him off the ball if y'all run the same system that Cleveland ran. Well, LeBron,
But he'll do that for LeBron. Will he do that for Luka?
I think so.
If
I
he
hope
want to
so.
win,
I think
Yeah.
Kyrie
Well,
on
he
his
went to
last
Boston.
strike.
He said he wanted to win in Boston. What happened? He said he wanted to win in New Jersey, in Brooklyn. What happened?
Yeah, I think he
So
on his
Yeah.
last strike.
it
I think
is
he on
what
his
it
last
is.
strike.
Shit.
Hey, you know Kyrie's too cool to play basketball. But yeah, my Lakers got better though. I think
That's what
they
I
did.
said. I
I think
think the
they get
Lakers.
better
They
too. I
did.
think
They
They
they still
just
did.
got
talking
They got
about
rid of Westbrook.
Kyrie and
That
they
was
still
good.
got work to
Get
do.
rid of that
Kevin
motherfucker.
Durant. I think the Lakers had the best trades.
Hell no.
I think the Lakers got hella better.
The
They got shooters.
Suns.
They
The
got two
Suns
shooters.
just
They got
solidified.
Kevin Durant. They
The
got
Suns just
Kyrie, but
solidified the finals,
the
nigga. They
Lakers
got the
got
best one.
better all around. Like,
Them niggas
But what
got
kills us?
KD.
But what kills the Lakers is this: AD can't stay healthy.
Yep. That's what I was saying. I was like, I don't give a
yeah,
fuck who
but
y'all get. AD not gonna
all
be there for
AD
y'all.
got worried about
Well,
is getting
listen,
healthy.
I'm going to
I
tell you
don't care
something
who
about
y'all get.
KD. I'm
AD
going to
not
tell you.
gonna be there for y'all.
I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you what's up with KD. What's the problem with this dude? Is when the game is on the line in clutch moments, it becomes one on. He takes on the entire other squad all by himself. He turns it to hero ball. He just becomes a fucking ball hog ISO king at 7 feet. that's not going to get you over the hump.
He didn't do that when he won with y'all 2 times. So
Fuck, he did.
Let's see what he does when he gets with the Suns.
Yeah, shit. You mean the one time they was back to back?
Yo,
that fuck he did.
What you call me?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. With us, there was no fucking games on the clutch. We wasn't going 7 games with him.
I don't give a dog shit. You know what I mean? Y'all niggas was moving that ball. So was Kevin Durant. So is KD. Y'all niggas passed the ball to KD to give y'all the motherfucking king shot to motherfucking solidify the game over King James. I was watching it. So
okay, you do realize we had already beat King James, right?
All I'm saying is that
but we already beat him without KD.
This what I'm telling you.
Do you understand that we had
you, Mr. I hate Kevin Durant because I hate that.
I don't hate Kevin Durant.
I hate that nigga too. But what you gotta realize is that nigga ain't by himself. That nigga over there with Devin Booker too, and Devin Booker.
No, I understand. And Devin Booker
his ass, nigga.
What I'm trying to tell you is Devin Booker's gonna have to get his off the glass.
And Chris Paul.
Now Chris Paul. Now you're talking about a floor general. Now you're talking about a floor general. I'm just telling you that when it comes right down to it, Chris Paul is a grumpy old man, and take it from a grumpy old man. I know one when I see one. Right? And Chris Paul, he got about 2.5, 3 good quarters in him, and then he turns into a grumpy old man.
That don't matter.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm just giving you my analysis of the Phoenix Suns. KD. The reason why we're able to get championships was because we were making OKC in the conference finals or the playoffs year after year after year. Kevin Durant would never be a fucking champion without us. We were champions before him and after him.
He should have stayed his ass in OKC.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you what the fuck is going on with Kevin Durant and our squad. But we know we don't know very much, but I'll tell you what we know. We know we have an intimate knowledge of what the fuck KD got going on.
I think the Lakers got
that nigga should have stayed on OKC. Them niggas would have.
Y'all slipping on the Lakers.
Are the Lakers even gonna make the playoffs? Big Chop. Are they making the playoffs?
Them niggas are gonna be.
I think the Lakers will make the play-in tournament.
From the playoffs, nigga.
If the Lakers make the playoffs, it's gonna be a problem.
What do you mean it's gonna be a fucking problem?
If the Lakers make the playoffs,
they gonna make the playoffs, and AD ain't gonna be there. Y'all niggas going home.
AD gonna be there in the playoffs.
That nigga ain't gonna be there. And if he is, he's gonna go home early.
I just think the Lakers got better.
That nigga go home early all the fucking time. I'm trying to hear that silly ass shit.
I just think they got way better.
Them niggas didn't get way better.
They got like,
I don't know what the fuck y'all seeing way better. They got 3 motherfuckers that's just solid. That's all they got. 3 solid niggas.
Yeah, but they fit the team. They fit the team.
Y'all nigga, yeah, okay. You gotta play 5. You only can play 5 niggas. So at the end of the day, nigga, all you did was just get a little more spread out. But you ain't getting no motherfucking better. Nigga. Y'all niggas probably got 2 seeds better.
They should have kept Trevor Bryant though.
Players now, it's iffy whether or not they're gonna be around for the entire.
Yeah, that whole Lakers team gonna be different next year.
They got Uchimara. They got D'Angelo Russell. They got nigga Vanderbilt. They got some shit. They got
Yeah, the Lakers got better. The Lakers are nice.
They did get better, but it isn't substantial.
I don't think they're done. I think they're still gonna make some more moves.
Like they made some moves, but for people to act like they're about to do some shit, like get the fuck out of here. Them niggas
I think if they get to the playoffs,
no, they just became a playoff team. That's all.
If they get to the playoff, they're gonna be a problem.
They gonna be a
second round exit, maybe second round exit.
They a play.
They were like a playoff team at all, but their rotation is fucking terrible. Their bench is not NBA quality.
Yeah, they gonna have to fight for playoffs, nigga.
That year when they won the championship, that was like the best squad. Should have tried to keep that for as long as you could.
That bubble championship.
Dennis Schroeder is the reason why that shit fucked up. His dumb ass should have took the offer they fucking gave his ass. He fucked the whole goddamn thing.
That was his agent's fault, man. That was just bad.
They had to go try to run for the point guard, and that's when the fuck Russell Westbrook got traded over there. That's what I'm saying. Like, that nigga Schroeder fucked it. Now he back over there, and now they sending Russ off. You see what I'm saying? Because now they got their whole damn thing back in the sense of in their mind. But it's too fucking late. Fuck this shit up.
I think the Lakers.
Yeah, his agent fucked that up for him, man. You got $80 million on the table, and you're gonna say, "Nah, let's go out there, let's try and get a better deal."
He's trying to get.
Then he fuck up and have a terrible season, man. What the fuck? I guarantee 20 years from now, he's gonna think about that shit. If he don't get another big contract offer,
niggas fuck that bad. So I felt bad for Isaiah Thomas when he lost that bag. That
yeah,
nigga
he
was
got
supposed to
done
get
dirty.
$200 million and wound up getting $2 million. Like, how the
Bro,
fuck?
I mean, bro, like who shows up to practice and brings truck slides before you get the deal? You thought his sister was gonna just soothe this thing all the way into a deal? Like, come on, man, you don't do that. You don't count your egg. You don't count your chickens before your eggs are hatched.
That nigga was supposed to get
I
$200
mean,
million.
but Smoke, come on now. He was averaging almost 30. He took them niggas to the conference championships. The nigga lost the nigga lost a tooth.
That nigga wasn't averaging no almost 30, nigga.
He
He was averaging like 29 during the season. I remember that shit.
Who the fuck was averaging 29?
Some Isaiah Thomas.
Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, it was Isaiah. I thought you were talking about Schroeder. I was about to say, get the fuck out of here.
Hell
Oh, yeah, Isaiah Thomas.
We're talking about how that dude
he
played really well and then just expected a payday. Instead, he got cut.
No, he was supposed to get $200
because he got hurt.
They did IT dirty.
Y'all
The
forget
Celtics
he
did
got
IT
hurt,
dirty.
bro. Y'all forget the man got hurt.
The Celtics did IT dirty as fuck. I don't care.
Yeah, because he got injured in the playoffs. He hurt his hip and he was never the same.
I'm just saying, there's a teachable lesson here. Wait until after you get paid to buy the custom-made shoes about how you're about to get paid.
Yeah, he had a whole series on YouTube and shit.
Yeah, but he got hurt. That's the thing that fucked him.
And all that shit.
And that hip injury never healed, and he was never the same.
He shouldn't have played
Injuries
hurt.
is always the thing, man.
He shouldn't have played hurt for the Celtics. That's what happens. You put your body on the line for the organization, and then they
fuck you over.
Yeah.
Like, that's the bullshit, man.
Injuries, man.
That Daddy Ainge on the way out the door, right?
Them niggas cutthroat. Like, they could have.
Hey, but you know what? It worked out for Boston in the end. Look where they at now.
Well, you know they just lost Jaylen Brown, right?
They still would have had that pick.
Oh my god!
My dumb ass Sixers.
Yeah, facial fracture. He got that elbow last night.
I would love to. I would love to see Boston. The team I don't really want to see is the Bucks. But
my
Boston,
dumb ass Sixers ain't help them out by giving them.
Sixers, all that shit. Like, dude, James Harden is not beating us. Like, that's another dude that's not.
We gave them niggas a first round pick to move up.
Damn, man. Like, I just think about where Harden was a couple years ago. That nigga was the coldest dude in the league. He was averaging almost 35 a game.
Yeah, out of his prime though. He went out. His prime was over.
It wasn't even that. The refs were like totally whistle whipping the other team.
Yeah.
That dude,
that man was having like 10 free throws a game, Smoke.
And literally, he's never been that guy in the fucking playoffs. Like, listen, I'm down for Cali shit. You always know that. Like, that dude, that's a Long Beach basketball guy. Like, of course, I would be like, I'd be inclined to be like, oh yeah, he's this, that, and the other. But that dude is soft. Always has been, always fucking will be. That dude is not beating the fucking Warriors.
Everybody in the West is gonna beat the Warriors. Smoke.
You fucking tripping. You are tripping. But though we do need to make some moves, though. I don't know why the fuck everybody is making moves and we just sitting there like it's all good. But
who, the Warriors?
Yeah, we tripping. We're tripping, but we don't. It's not too late. But we definitely need to like figure some shit out.
Yo, they good. They just need to play.
It's too late, Smoke.
They just need to play Jonathan Kuminga.
See, here's the other thing, and I hear it, and this is the thing. Like, I'm an Oracle guy, I'm a Chase Center guy, I'm a Staples Center guy, right? That's me. Those are the stadiums I went to see my Clippers play, to see my Lakers play, see my Warriors play, and whoever else was visiting the seat, right? Whoever else they're playing. All I'm saying to you is these guys, they got some nice players, they're just on the wrong team.
They just need Jonathan Kuminga to get more tick.
Yeah, Kuminga's nice. Kuminga puts in some nice points. He's a worker. The thing is, like, Steve Kerr just doesn't like bigs. So I don't know what the fuck that dude's problem is, but he's got Looney and Kuminga just running the floor like they're fucking little guys. I don't know. And
Jonathan Kuminga, a lockdown defender.
Yeah. I mean, he does it. He's all over the place. He's like a third option on the offense. He's a defensive first guy. Like, yeah. He's getting bored. Yeah, I like Kuminga. Gotta like Kuminga. Jordan Poole is hit or miss. Wiggins is playing his way back into the rotation. Clay still hasn't really found his identity yet, but he'll go off on you anyway because that's Clay.
Yeah. I think they're gonna turn up. They're gonna turn up at the right time.
Yeah. We still got a fucking system that everybody knows and plays in, and that's like way above like most teams. Like these guys are coming into situation anyway. We'll see. We'll see when the playoffs come.
Our Sixers is hit. We hit for years fucking with James Harden.
That Ginobili pick, like if they okay, you could have said when he was 6 man coming off at OKC, you could have been like, okay, fine, he was young, all that shit. When goddamn Meta World Peace Ron Artest elbowed that dude in the chin, you could go, okay, fine, whatever. And let's just look the other way when this dude is just charging people and getting whistles. Okay, fine. You overlook that shit. If you can overlook how Ginobili just snatched the fucking ball out this dude for the game-winning thing, I don't know why the fuck you watch basketball. How do you get that image out of your head? Ginobili, old ass fucking ball spot Ginobili, blocking your fucking shit like the game-winning shit when it's all on the line, like.
Man, I tell you who dropped the ball. This the two biggest ball drops that I've seen from a motherfucking organization. The first biggest one is the Pistons not drafting Carmelo Anthony. That was the biggest fucking flop from an organization I ever seen. You gonna pick Darko Milicic over Melo? Biggest fucking flop ever.
I remember that shit.
That shit was the most dumbest shit I ever seen from a fucking organization. But then
everybody's like, maybe he's brilliant. Maybe they know
people
something.
say that when it don't pan out. I think that wasn't a bad pick, but
no, that was a terrible pick. Who the fuck is Darko right now? The fuck out of here, bro.
He wasn't anybody then either. They're like, they're like
they say that like when they found
the
no, Darko is not. That's not a good pick. That should not be a second pick. I don't care what anybody say. You could have went with Bosh. You could have took Chris Bosh at least. If you needed power forward, you should have went with Chris Bosh. Fuck that. I know fucking Darko Milicic. Fuck out of here. The nigga was all hot.
Markelle Fultz over Jason Tatum. It looks bad now, but
no, that shit looked bad then.
No, it looked bad then. They were trying to dress that shit up.
Yeah, that shit looked bad
nah,
then.
Markelle Fultz coming out of college, he was a cold man. What you mean? There's no way they could have predicted that bullshit would have happened with his shoulder.
Y'all not in the mitten, bro. Y'all not out here. Nigga, we was pissed off. It wasn't a soul in motherfucking sight out here happening about that shit, nigga. We all was sick as fuck. We was like, we gonna get Melo or LeBron, nigga. That's all the fuck we was talking about. And then they trolled the fuck out of us, nigga. We was pissed off, nigga. Niggas was flipping shit over. Nigga, my uncle cut the TV off, nigga. By the time we cut the TV on, nigga, Melo was getting drafted to the motherfucker. He was already on motherfucking stage and shit. Getting drafted to motherfucking what's the name, bro? We was sick, bro. We was quiet as fuck. We was pissed off.
But didn't y'all win like championships after that?
We did win a championship that year. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, it was like the funniest shit, bro. We was all sick. We didn't think we was gonna do shit, and then we just started fucking winning, bro. That's what I'm saying. But it wasn't because of fucking Darko. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't because of that, nigga.
All right, but if y'all got Melo, y'all probably wouldn't.
We didn't have Melo. We probably had 3 rings, nigga. That nigga
probably wouldn't have won at all.
Gate, nigga. Like, fuck that shit.
Melo probably wasn't a fit.
That shit pissed me off, bro. That shit just pissed me off. Melo would have way more than Darko Milicic. That's all I'm saying. So I don't
know about that because
the Pistons were cold peas back then.
Like, did y'all not realize that Melo was in the playoffs his first year over there with the fucking
weren't they still doing like 5-game playoff
thing? He could have been like.
Say it again, Smoke.
Were they doing best of 5 in the playoffs? Like
no, it was 7. It was 7.
It was 7.
That was 7. I remember that shit. Remember because they beat y'all. They beat the Lakers, nigga. Everybody thought y'all was gonna 3-peat. And the fucking Pistons.
I'm looking at this shit.
Yeah, because they were
threes. They passed up on Carmelo Anthony. Then Chris Bosh went 4. Then Dwayne Wade went 5.
That's what I'm saying. Like they fucking retarded. You could at least win Bosh. If you wanted to power forward that bad, you could have went Bosh.
So that's like when the Sixers took fucking.
That's a bullshit. Wow,
we was so pissed, Marty. We was pissed off, bro. We was pissed. Everybody was pissed. Everybody.
You passed on 3 Hall of Famers in a row.
Yo, if you go look
You
at
could have had right there.
you can see how many niggas passed on.
Well, no, yeah, LeBron was already gone, so he had three.
I said the Eagles passed on Travis Kelce.
Yeah. Shit fucked up, man.
Well, they already had Jason Kelce. They still passed on Travis Kelce.
I mean, it wasn't. I mean, did they have Zach Ertz at the time? I don't really think it was a need to draft a tight end.
I know. I'm just saying, niggas. You can look back and just say niggas passed on a lot of people.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, when you got the 2 overall pick and then 3 Hall of Famers get rattled off in a row after that,
basically every pick,
every
hell of picks is better than your pick. All of them. It's not like it's just like 1 or 2. It's like 6 guys, 7 guys better than the guys that you pick.
Right. Yeah. It's just one of the biggest. That's at least one of the biggest flops I've seen. Then another flop was Oklahoma City
They got Chris Kaman. That nigga better than Darko.
Hey, Marky, the other flop was when Oklahoma City Thunder dumbasses did not pay Harden. I'd have dropped whoever the fuck I had to pay. To pay that man. You'd have kept them 3 niggas over there, and you'd have had a fucking ring by me. But
we talk about Brooklyn Nets being one of the biggest disappointments. Them niggas had 3 MVPs, 3 scoring champions on the same team.
Yo,
James Harden is not that guy.
I'm just saying, with those 3 niggas, they'd have had a ring. That's what I'm telling you. Like how the fucking Warriors wasn't dumb and kept all they motherfucking people and cultured them motherfuckers to the motherfucking champions. Bro, the Thunder was in the fucking finals with Harden, bro. You see what I'm saying? You groomed them niggas,
man. You don't understand. My man is
you have to have enough. You have to have enough.
That shit crazy. They'd have had a ring if they'd have kept Harden.
Wouldn't have no ring with James Harden.
He developed a bench.
He's a fool's gold, man.
If y'all had drafted Dwayne Wade or Chris Bosh,
there you go. Now you got a guy that'll like
one
show
of them niggas, man. Y'all could maybe repeat it the next. Who y'all play in the finals the next year?
The Pistons, you right, bro.
There's niggas that get drafted that you don't even put on the court. Like you don't even get a nigga the opportunity to become that. Like they wasn't even giving James Harden the opportunity to become James Harden.
He's a 6 man. I mean,
he was
a nice 6 man. Like,
I know, but
Melo would have had all this shit. Like him and LeBron really would have been an argument. You see what I'm saying?
It's a difference between becoming a starter and having a green light.
Yeah.
To do whatever you. I mean,
so that changed history. Was it a really big Kobe and LeBron?
You know, he's that sweet Louis Jamal.
That's what happened when like
the guy from the Clippers. I forgot his name. Not Jamal. Jamal Wilkes. He was like, you come off the bench, you do your damn thing, you run the guy. You know, you explode for points and give it that energy off the bench and turn the tide. That's what his job was.
If Jonathan Kuminga wasn't drafted to the Warriors. If he was on
even with Chris Bosh, we would have went.
He just had a green light and go. Like Chris Bosh was able to become Chris Bosh because he was in Toronto. He had the green light to become him.
Young Bosh would have went crazy, bro.
Like, you gotta have a green light to be able to become.
He was the man of the second squad. He was the 6th man. Literally, there's nothing greener than that light. It doesn't get any greener.
No, it's not. No, it's being a starter is greener.
That nigga Darko.
The starting guy was fucking Kevin Durant, and the other guy was fucking Russell Westbrook.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you would have to take one of them out. You would have to take Russ out.
No, all of them have a green light. There was no greener light.
Yeah,
no, 3 guys with green lights.
No, what I'm saying.
Harden was at the 2.
You gotta have the minutes. And you gotta have the green light. You know what I'm saying? If you get in
there's only one basketball.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what he became.
That's why he was the 6th man.
That's what I'm saying. He became that James Harden in Houston, like.
But that's what. But I'm telling you is he was going cold anyway.
No, I'm saying he was a good James Harden in OKC, but he became MVP James Harden in Houston.
Yeah, that's because he became that guy in Houston once Chris Paul started dropping those dimes.
They're stupid as shit. They retarded as fuck, nigga. You kept that man, you make him a fucking starter next year, nigga. Period, nigga. They've had them niggas on the fucking court in the clutch times of the fucking game all the time. Them 3 niggas was on the court in the 4th quarters. So all I'm telling you is,
and James Harden was fucking up.
Listen though, all them niggas would have grown with chemistry. They would have grown with chemistry, bro. Niggas grow together. That's what was gonna happen. Just like how you had it with fucking Warriors, bro. They grew together. Them niggas.
Are you talking about Russell Westbrook in one of those three?
Yeah, you talking about two of the most selfish dudes. You talking about three of the most selfish dudes in the fucking league trying to grow together.
Man, like y'all niggas,
that
bro,
was
like,
never gonna work.
Bro, it was. How the
Kevin
fuck?
Durant
This
and
is
Russell
what y'all
couldn't
niggas
work.
always talking about some shit that's never gonna
Two
work.
of them
Like
niggas
these
couldn't
niggas when they was young, they was not in the fucking finals or some shit. These niggas was
two of
young
them niggas
in the
couldn't work.
fucking finals, nigga. What are y'all fucking talking about?
Okay, so you do know that Mark Jackson was like Steph Curry's like godfather and his coach. Like that's like one key factor about how this entire team gelled. Not only was the coach, he's like one of the coaches, like damn near his fucking daddy, but he was super sacrificial about that status. And so he built a team around that. Those three selfish motherfuckers were never about to gel. They never did. Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant never gelled.
Fucking lie.
Not one day did they gel. That's literally why all they did was get fucking bounced. Because they never gelled. All you have is three fucking ball hogs.
No, nigga. Like I said, bro, those three ball hogs that you're fucking talking about went to the finals when they were fucking young. So like
and he shit the bed because he soft.
You in your feelings, you talking over me. Just let me finish. So like I said, them niggas were young when they got there. So you over here telling me that these niggas couldn't jail. Them niggas jailed enough to make it to the fucking finals, nigga. So all I'm saying is, them niggas, if your GMs was fucking smart and they had a fucking brain and you had a better coach that wasn't just having hard on your goddamn bench and you made the right fucking adjustments, you could have had 3 fucking kings on your goddamn team and you would have been ready for the fucking future. When the fucking Miami Heat, when it made all those goddamn moves, you would have been ready for the fucking future. That's what I'm telling you. But instead, these niggas decided, no, we're going to let this nigga go and go the fucking Ibaka route because you had to pick one or the other out of that at that time. Well, that's all I'm saying. You keep them together, nigga. Them niggas was cool, nigga. So I'm not trying to hear that silly ass shit. The ego shit came when when Harden left and them two niggas could not get that fucking ring. And they kept fucking getting in the fucking, they kept getting put out in the conference finals and shit in the fucking finals, nigga. So that's what I'm saying.
Now, do you know what the Drew League is? You know the Drew. No, I just got a couple questions for you. Do you know what the Drew League is?
Drew League is.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, do you know what the Boys and Girls Club in LA basketball program is?
Yeah.
Because these dudes knew each other from there. Like James Harden and Russell Westbrook knew each other from when they're fucking kids. Before they even hit puberty. They were never going to jail. Not only that, fucking James Harden was soft before he ever even found the fucking basketball. He wasn't all of a sudden going to become hard because the 3 of those dudes played for longer. Not only that, Kevin Durant is a selfish fucking prick. Like, everything you're saying is just wishful thinking and fucking counterfactual and ahistorical.
It's not counterfactual, bro.
Yes, it is, because they didn't gel. That dude never got a heart.
Bro,
and those even the last few fucking people never gelled.
You gonna make it to the fucking finals by not gelling. You
they made it to the. I got it. And what you found in the finals is that James Harden was soft as fucking Charmin.
On the team, nigga.
That's what you found out in the finals, that dude was soft. That wasn't about to change.
These niggas was beefing with each other, nigga. Shut that dumbass shit the fuck up.
James Harden is soft.
The team that was not.
He's soft. I can go into his big sister. I can talk about his mom. I can talk about all this shit that is well known in California basketball. But this dude is soft.
Motherfucking actual, nigga. Because you over here speaking emotional, nigga.
Okay, you say I'm speaking emotional. Okay. Do you want me to keep it factual? Like I told you, I gave you all of the instances. Do you want me to tell you why they lost in the finals? Because that dude got exposed for being soft.
The best fucking records in the league by not fucking gelling, you dumbass nigga. So I don't know what the fuck your fucking weird ass head is at, but you on some dumbass shit, nigga. You dumb as fuck. You clowny as fuck, nigga. When they traded Harden,
now who's in their feelings? 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 You're just emoting right now. You're just screaming a bunch of fucking nonsense. The dude got found out in the finals that he's soft.
You ain't gonna gel on
He's soft. He's fucking soft.
If you don't like him, nigga.
He's soft.
Them niggas was on each other.
James Harden is soft. He's never not been soft. The entire time, his entire basketball life, he's been soft. You talk about gelling with this dude that's soft. He's never going to show up for you because he's soft.
The fucking team, they would have still been on the motherfucking niggas' necks, nigga. Because when that nigga Harden left, them niggas
and they would have never won shit because they're soft.
Nigga.
Because that dude's soft.
Still a fucking problem even without him. That's what I'm telling you. So if that nigga was still there, they would have still been fucking crazy, nigga. So I'm not trying to hear this dumbass shit you fucking talking about.
And they still wouldn't won shit.
Selling shit, nigga. Fucking
I don't. You keep. I got it. I got it. The dude's soft. I don't know what it is about this that you keep like blowing past. The guy is fucking soft, and he won't show up for you when the fucking game is on the line and you need him.
What the fuck I'm talking about? I don't give a fuck if you think he's soft. I don't give a fuck if he is soft.
He's shown you that time and time again. And you're saying keep a guy that you can't rely on.
You talking on some sideways shit because you don't
No,
like
I'm not. I'm talking about some shit about you. Okay.
I don't give a fuck if you don't like these niggas.
I don't give a damn about liking them or not liking them. I'm talking about building a team. I'm talking about building a team. Like, I'm not talking about going out with them for fucking lunch. Like, whatever the fuck it is you on right now. What I'm talking about is relying on a person to do their job when the game is on the line. That's what I'm talking about.
Nigga,
the dude is too fucking soft to do that.
Soft, nigga. You talking about soft niggas? Curry and Clay soft as fuck, nigga.
Okay, cool, but those dudes are clutch. But those dudes are clutch.
Ass niggas.
Okay. Again, what I'm talking about, you too busy screaming about fucking nonsense.
Soft niggas.
Okay, so now the guys who built the dynasty are soft, right? Now the Spaz brothers are soft. They never show up in the clutch. When the game is on the line, those guys disappear all the time, right?
You talking about
they just lucked into fucking championships.
Niggas wouldn't fight and soul, nigga. They some bitch ass niggas. Fuck is you talking about? Soft nigga. Russell Westbrook.
I am talking about doing your job when the game is on the line. I'm not talking about doing drive-bys. I'm not talking about pulling up on people unless it's for a jumper. I'm talking about basketball.
Soft is, nigga. That's what soft is.
Oh my god, dude! Like literally, you lost the fucking block.
I would just say this. In that 2012 NBA Finals, in those games, you had a team that actually gelled in the Miami Heat, right? Because you know them three niggas was friends. They weren't selfish, and you know they were the team to beat. And Oklahoma City won one game in that series. So that's what I would say, bro.
Nigga,
like you had an actual team in Miami.
Bro, this is what I'm saying. Because what you're saying is cool. That team jailed. That's fine and everything that you're saying. But to say that the fucking Thunder team did not jail is fucking stupid. That is dumb as hell. You did not hear about these niggas beefing and shit and fighting each other and shit. Nigga, so I'm not trying to hear no shit about them niggas couldn't jail, bro. Nigga, Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant started butting heads when James Harden was not on that team. When that nigga was on that team, they all was cool as fuck, bro. They all did shit together, bro. So I'm not trying to hear no shit about how these niggas could not jail. I'm saying that shit was stripped away because of how they treated that shit. The fucking organization, nigga. So these niggas, it's a fucking business in the end of the day. Them niggas will want to play with each other. They still wanted to fucking play with each other. So that's all I'm saying. So this
I wasn't even talking about whether or not they're going to jail or not jail. My point was whether or not if you kept James Harden, were you going to win? What I was saying to you is that you can't rely on James Harden to do his job. The thing that you expect him to do, that you rely on him to do, when the game is on the line, you can't rely on the dude. That's what I was talking about him being soft.
And that's fine. Look.
That's the only thing I was talking about.
Listen, Smoke. I'm not arguing how you feel about that shit, nigga. But what I'm saying is, them niggas, they were fucking gelling together. They had a chemistry together. Those three niggas were fucking dangerous. And even though them niggas did not win, they only had a chance to do that shit only one fucking time because they sent Harden away. So all I'm saying is them niggas was in the finals together, nigga. It wasn't like these niggas got sent home in the first fucking round or some crazy shit, nigga. That's what I'm saying. So the fact that that nigga left and James and Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook was still as good as they fucking were and nearly had the same goddamn record without that nigga, just further let me know that if that nigga was still there, them niggas would have been fucking crazy. Because Kenyon Martin for Harden, to me, anyway, my whole point is, nigga, them niggas would have still been fucking cold with like I'm not trying to hear no silly ass shit, nigga. Like we not talking like it ain't like that shit. That shit isn't unheard of. Niggas in the fucking finals playing against LeBron, nigga. So yeah, they only got one game on them, but nigga, like I said, if they run that shit back, ain't no telling, nigga. Because them niggas would have been older. They would have been better. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Have you ever heard of the concept of addition by subtraction? And also, have you heard of the guy that have you seen teams that they could get over the hump if they just could improve in one key position? And it's not even about the players or the skills or anything. It's about an attribute. It's about a lack of fucking heart. It's about being unfucking reliable. Not whether or not the dude is cold, not whether or not he can play. It's like when the game is on the line, this dude in a 40 fucking point game where he's been keeping the entire team in. All they need from this dude is one more bucket. He is not going to be able to produce that bucket for you. He's that guy.
Yeah, and like I said, bro, I'm not like, you know what I'm saying? My whole thing is you got them three together, nigga. That shit would have been different. Them niggas could have finished their fucking careers out the way the fucking Warriors asses were. That's the way I'm looking at the shit. It's cool how you feel about your shit. I'm just talking about how I feel about the shit. You can continue to tell me how the fuck them niggas would have went to jail together for whatever fucking reasons. But the way I see it, them three niggas had great fucking careers with and without each other. So my whole thing is, if I see them niggas that they had a chance to still be with each other throughout their fucking careers, them niggas still would have been great fucking players. And it'll put fucking pressure on niggas next because when they were so young, they were still able to make it to the finals. So I know what them niggas was capable. So I know what them niggas was capable of doing if they would have stayed together.
And listen, there's a potential that it could have been a different kind of thing. To me, like who they are just was revealed over time, and I feel like it's like who they are was just I don't know who they are just people revealed over time. Like if they would have stayed together, it may have been different, maybe. But whatever. At the end of the day, like I feel like there's a reason why the Warriors gel together. That it wasn't just because they were young and talented and do a thing, like and they were doing a thing. There was a whole bunch of like, just a lot. Like Jerry West, the logo had a huge influence about how that team gelled together. Mark Jackson, how he put that entire thing, like that just wasn't present. Like that kind of basketball mind was not present in fucking Oklahoma. Like maybe if they had some kind of mentor like that, they could have just showed them the way or something like that. Maybe. But still, I don't think that even no matter what kind of mentoring you get, I don't know it fixes not being fucking light. I don't know. Like
look, player, Smoke, I don't argue none of that. Like I don't argue none of that. I even agree with it. Cause I fuck with Mark Jackson and I hated the fact that they brought that motherfucker Kerr in to take over what the fuck he built. So I agree with everything the fuck you saying. But my whole thing is but I'm just saying, like, cause these niggas in the comments, bro, when I said that Curry was soft, I wasn't talking about him on the fucking court. I was talking about him as in, nigga, you will get your motherfucking ass beat. Russell Westbrook will whoop that nigga ass, nigga. That's what I was saying as in soft, you beanhead ass cush, nigga. Because I know that KD will have no fucking rings without Stephen Clay. That's why I hate KD hoe ass for even going over there being a bitch, leaving Russ to go be a hoe nigga. So listen to me when I'm speaking, rather than getting in your fucking feelings about what I'm saying.
KD's a winner. How's he a whole nigga?
Hold on, don't respond to me because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Kush.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just saying.
To Kush. All I'm telling that nigga is, nigga, like I said, how we play soft. Like I said, I'm talking soft as in general, nigga. These niggas don't run the fucking smoke when shit going down on the motherfucking court, nigga. That's what I mean by soft, nigga. As a motherfucking player, yeah, them niggas some goddamn dogs, nigga. Yeah, them niggas will drop 50 to 60 on your goddamn head, nigga. Yeah, I know that shit. But when I hear this nigga talking about, oh, these niggas is soft and shit, I went literal. That's what I did, Kush. I went literal. Like, you want to talk soft, what these niggas do when the smoke come. Nigga, they run away from it. They break up fights, nigga. They don't put their fucking hands up in nobody's face like they want to do something. Because them niggas know goddamn well they get the taste smacked out their mouth by more than half of them niggas in the motherfucking league. That's what I meant by that, Kush. So stop that silly ass shit you talking, nigga.
Okay, so what I mean by that is if the smoke went down, James Harden would beat fucking both Clay and Steph to whatever fucking safe place they could find. That dude is fucking soft. He's so soft, he won't even show you his fucking chin.
With that big ass beard. But yeah, out of the three of them niggas, KD's the only one that got a championship.
I never heard.
He the only one that's a winner.
Hold on, man. I never heard no nigga ever tell me having a beard was soft.
That's that dude's been. Have you seen it? I'm sorry. Have you seen this?
By far the softest shit I ever heard from a nigga. That ain't
okay. That's because you haven't seen James Harden without a beard. If you see James Harden without a beard, you'll understand the joke. That's a joke, man. If you understand what that dude looked like without a beard, that dude looks like a goddamn shade, like a turtle. Like he has no chin and no fucking jawline.
I bet he do.
That dude is soft as shit. If you like what you look at, like if you He's like, anyway, it's all good. It
Well,
don't
you
even
talking
fucking
about
matter. Now, if you
soft,
got to
but we
explain the
know,
joke,
but
it
we,
don't.
but like, you know
It
what I'm
already,
saying? You
already
calling
lost.
that nigga soft, but we know that them two niggas over there for real soft, nigga.
Yo, I'm talking
Fuck
about
out of
he's for
here with
real
this
soft.
shit, nigga. And I'm talking about them two niggas for real soft too.
No,
Nigga.
I've got you. I mean, by
You know
the
what I'm
thing,
saying? So,
like, if
so
there's
I'm
smoke
just
going
saying,
down in the
I'm
court,
saying your
I
point
agree with
is
you
invalid. That's
that
what I'm saying. Your point doesn't mean anything.
those guys are
Big
not going to be
Whoopi did.
involved in the
Big
smoke.
Whoopi
Actually,
did.
Clay right now,
Big
Clay
Whoopi
is
did
turning
what
into
I'm
like,
saying. Big
Clay is
Whoopi
turning
did.
into a little bit kind of a different dude.
Them
He's
niggas,
starting to show
so
you some
what, nigga?
island
Big
shit.
Whoopi do. Niggas wouldn't bust no fucking grape. Big Whoopi fucking do,
No, I'm
nigga.
just saying he seems to be running towards a
Like,
little
who
bit of smoke
cares?
a little bit
That's not
more
like,
often.
like
Like,
if that's what we're
but
talking
I'm
about.
just
We're talking
listen.
about,
I'm not
oh,
saying
that
that Clay,
nigga's
bro.
soft.
I'm not saying
Who
that
the
Clay's
fuck
not
you
some
niggas
hard fucking
boxing?
case. I'm
None
not
of
saying
these
he's
niggas
Anthony Mason.
boxing.
Sam, I'm not even saying
None
he's
of
fucking Zach.
them.
I'm not even saying he's fucking Zeke. I'm not saying he's big baby fucking Davis. I'm saying none of that shit.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying he's fucking Spreewell.
God
All I'm
damn.
saying is,
Niggas ain't alive
goddamn
no more
James
than y'all
Harden, like Steph Curry.
Bro, I fucks with Curry, bro. That's why I'm mad you had to make me get a little disrespectful on him, bro. I fucks with Curry, man. That's why I need y'all to calm down, man. Talking to Kush.
You need to calm down, nigga. You the one throwing the temper tantrum, nigga. Ain't nobody yelling.
I be motherfucking yelling because niggas be talking crazy in these comment sections, and I gotta let y'all know how I be feeling, nigga. Yeah, I'm one of them niggas, bro. I got energy for niggas. I'm a tourist out here, nigga. I'm always with my energy, nigga. That's just me. By the time I change, nigga, shit, be old as fuck. Whole family loud. Anyway, nigga, let's get back to boxing, man. Fuck basketball, man. Shit. I said Ray Vargas fight this week. Who on the undercard? Anybody any good prospects? Niggas don't know, huh? Let me see who Ray Vargas fucking fighting this week. He ain't fighting no goddamn body. Ray. $36-0. Oh, Shaqy Foster. Mm, mm, mm. Damn, damn. A native of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, Marrero enters the fight having won back-to-back contests, including most recently earning a decision victory over the then unbeaten Victor Savolinsky in February 2022. The 33-year-old owns impressive first-round knockouts of previously unbeaten contenders Carlos Zambrano and Jorge Lara. Also a stoppage of former champion Rico Ramos in 3 rounds. His win over Zambrano earned him the interim WBA featherweight title. He will be opposed by the 26-year-old Fuenzalida, 12-1 with 3 knockouts, who is originally from Chile, but now fights out of Las Vegas. Man, I don't know that nigga. Y'all know them niggas? I don't know them niggas. I don't know them niggas though, man. But them niggas sound about silly as fuck. I don't know, man. I don't see no killers on the motherfucking undercard. I got Ray Vargas winning the fight though, but I don't know about these undercards, man. Bobby.